After being a stay-at-home dad for 6 years, my ex-wife kicked me out of the house as a burden. She tried to get me out of the house with nothing. This hurts a man's self-esteem. However, after the divorce, my daughter and I suddenly became popular and became the most popular celebrities on the entire internet. The word waste that my ex-wife once said to me has now become the most ironic joke. There are many beautiful girls pursuing me now, but after she found out, she came to beg for forgiveness from me and my daughter. Chapter 1. At this moment, in the Civil Affairs Bureau. George, I will apply for a change in Angela's custody next week. Her voice pierced through the cold air and made me feel cold all over. I couldn't help but sneered. Waste? Olivia, the night before last, Angela had a high fever of 39 degrees. Where were you when she needed you? Olivia pushed up her sunglasses, her eyes calm. At least I can give her a VIP ward in a private hospital. What can you give her? What can you give her besides cheap company? She responded coldly. You can continue to be your waste, but you must not drag down your daughter. She said this and left without looking back. She seemed to have forgotten that without my support, she would not have achieved what she has today. 6 years ago, I came to this city as a senior student. At that time, I met Olivia, a girl with outstanding temperament. She was smart and beautiful, and we became a couple. Later, because of an unexpected pregnancy, we got married. I didn't care much about my career at that time. Olivia's father opened a record company. It was small at first, but she signed several potential artists. In just a few years, the record company rose rapidly. Olivia took over the company from her father and gradually became a strong woman in the industry. As a full-time father, I accompanied my daughter Angela and gradually lived a life like a family. However, as Olivia's career got better and better, our relationship became more and more distant. She stayed in the company for a long time and was always busy with work when she came home. Our conversations became less and less frequent, and we even had no common topics. When I suggested that she relax a little and enjoy her family, she responded coldly. You are just a loser, and you don't want to make progress. That quarrel caused the first huge crack in our marriage. After that, our conflicts became more and more intense. She even said that I was just a gigolo who was supported by the Zhao family. She gradually stopped coming home and began to live apart. Finally, today, she ruthlessly filed for divorce and cold-bloodedly demanded that Angela's custody be taken away. Standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, watching Olivia leave, I felt an unprecedented loneliness. I once loved this woman with all my heart, thinking that we would spend our lives together. But now, I have nothing left, only her words trash. I forced myself to walk out of these shadows because life must go on. Although I lost my love, I still have Angela. At the gate of Emperor International Kindergarten, the school bell rang and the children ran out of the school happily. As I was standing aside waiting, I suddenly heard a crisp voice, Daddy, Angela in a yellow hat running towards me. At that moment, all the fatigue and pain disappeared. Let's take off. I picked her up with a smile, and Angela's little face showed an extremely innocent smile. She is my only motivation, the only reason that makes me still believe that life is worth continuing. Daddy will give you a bite. No, it'll prick my beard. She pushed me away with a sweet smile. The scene was warm and beautiful. Just as I was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted, Angela, Dad, wait. I looked back and saw Teacher Lee walking toward me quickly. I couldn't help but frown. Teacher Lee, what's wrong? She stopped in front of me. Her eyes drifted. She seemed a little uncomfortable, and after a pause she spoke. Mr. Shun, Angela will soon go to elementary school, and the academic pressure is very high. We have a kindergarten primary school transition class that can help the child adapt in advance. Look, Angela, do you want to sign up? I had heard of this before, so I nodded and said, sign up. Thank you. Teacher Lee continued, I will send the course to your mobile phone. The fee is $29,800 per month. There's a discount if you sign up for 2 months. I recommend signing up for 2 months for better results. After chatting for a while, I took Angela away from school. My mind was full of divorce, so I had no time to cook. I could only take her out for a quick meal. Angela, who was eating happily, and suddenly said, Angela, Dad and Mom have separated. Angela paused and looked at me. Didn't we separate a long time ago? She already knew it. After all, divorce was mentioned a lot during the custody battle. I touched her head guiltily and said, we are really breaking up this time. We will never be together again. Will you be sad? Angela thought for a moment and said seriously, as long as my father is here, I won't be sad. Mom, she doesn't like to go home, and she doesn't like me even more. She only buys me gifts, but I don't like them. After she finished speaking, she hugged me with her greasy little hands and said seriously, "Having a daddy is enough." My eyes were filled with tears, almost melted by her words, and I felt an indescribable emotion in my heart. I couldn't help but hug her and kiss her, but she quickly pushed me away. "Daddy, don't." "Zaza." I smiled and rubbed her head, then took a photo together and posted it on WeChat Moments. "Wish us well in the past. Wish us well in the future." This sentence is full of farewell to the past. After dinner, I took her to play in the playground in the mall for a while, and then we took a taxi home. However, while Angela and I were playing, a young man from the Hunan TV program crew was complaining to Linda, "Director Lin, the 5 guests have been confirmed. An actor, a singer, a director, and an athlete, but there is no suitable amateur yet." Linda looked up, puzzled. "Is it hard to find amateurs? They are everywhere on the street." "The point is that you have too high expectations. The child must be beautiful, and preferably a girl, and she must be talented and attractive." Linda raised her eyebrows. "If it's ugly, who will watch it?" His eyes moved. "We must find a girl to balance the atmosphere of the show." The program crew members smiled bitterly. "But this is not an amateur." Linda looked at her phone and suddenly stopped. "Don't look for it anymore, I'll contact her." At this time, George returned home, feeling exhausted. The division of property in the divorce, the pressure from his father-in-law, and the prenuptial agreement left him with almost nothing. Now, he and Angela live in a 200-square-meter apartment that cost them several million. He asked Angela to shoot a dance video while he started to deal with the matters of the kindergarten primary school transition class sent by Teacherly. The tuition fee was very expensive, $29,800 per month, and the fees for 2 semesters almost swallowed up his savings. Looking at the balances in his WeChat and Alipay accounts, George sighed. In a few months, Angela will go to Disneyland, and she will need money for her summer dance training. Olivia's harsh words come to my mind. "You are a waste. How can you take care of your daughter?" Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Linda, his friend. He said hurriedly, "Brother June, help me." Linda is a friend I met after traveling through time. She is a student majoring in broadcasting and television directing at Shanghai Normal University. At that time, she was in urgent need of a handsome actor to shoot her graduation project, and her friend recommended me. In order not to embarrass my friend, I agreed. During the filming, I casually mentioned a few ideas for the program, and Linda's graduation project received an excellent grade. From then on, he was very grateful to me. Linda joined Shonen TV station with her excellent graduation project. She often asked me for advice on program ideas and even praised me for my talent. When he heard that I was married, he actually felt sorry for me, thinking that marriage would restrict my talent. What was even more shocking was that when he later found out that I was raising a child, he almost flew back to Shanghai to confront Olivia. Linda and I have become closer and closer, and sometimes I give him some variety show ideas from my previous life. Recently, he also encountered a problem. The parent-child reality show lacks an amateur guest. When I heard that he was considering me, I couldn't help but laugh. "So you want me to be on the show?" Linda pretended to smile obscenely on the other end of the phone and said, "Hee hee, I've always been thinking about you, Brother June. If it weren't for my sister-in-law taking action first." "Get lost," I interrupted rudely. "You really need to help me, Brother June." His tone became sincere. "This program especially needs you. Angela is so cute. She will definitely add points to the program." He hit my soft spot, praising Angela for being cute and smart, which made me happy. Linda continued, "You don't like working, but this program is like a vacation. Take Angela with you to have some fun and give her a new experience. You'll be able to relax too." I was moved. Angela has only been to Suzhou and Hangzhou since she was a child. Why not take this opportunity to go out for a walk? At this point, my defenses finally came down. Money and the fight at home made it impossible for me to just sit back and watch. Linda's show was a big investment, so she would definitely get paid handsomely. Variety shows were a familiar field for me, and it was easy to participate in and make money. "I'll join." I interrupted Linda. "What?" Linda was surprised. She never thought I would agree. I smiled and said, "I'll participate. Send me the details, and I'll take a look." Okay. Brother June, if you agree, my show will be a hit." Linda was so excited that she stuttered. "I will personally draft the contract, and I'm sure you will be satisfied." At the end of the call, I said casually, "By the way, Olivia and I are divorced, so you don't have to call me sister-in-law anymore. It's better to get divorced." Linda was silent for a while and finally relaxed. Olivia is such a scourge. Jung-ge can finally be free again. Just after hanging up the phone, another call came in, and it was from Olivia's younger sister, Zhao Wanru. She was 5 years younger than Olivia and had not yet graduated from college. I didn't answer and hung up. The next second, the phone rang again. I sighed and answered it. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Wanru's anxious voice came. Brother-in-law, are you really divorced from my sister? The content of my moments is cryptic, but for those who know, it is clear at a glance. Outsiders do not know what happened with Olivia, but her sister Zhao Wanru knows it clearly. I looked at the phone and answered calmly, divorced. Then I continued, I've asked your sister to move her things away. Go find her. Zhao Wanru is different from her sister. After Olivia took over the family company, she became more and more distant from me, but Zhao Wanru often came to live with me under the pretext of visiting Angela. Although I didn't feel any emotion, I still asked Olivia to move all her things. You've given so much to this family. How could this happen? She almost cried on the other end of the phone. I sighed helplessly and held the hung-up phone. I remember that Zhao Wanru was still in high school and was particularly obsessed with youth trauma literature. I took this opportunity to show off in front of her frequently, gaining her admiration and recognition, and thus successfully approached Olivia. After we got married, I treated Zhao Wanru as my own sister and helped her sign up for extra classes and fill out applications until we got divorced. Shaking my head, I stopped thinking about it and got up to see Angela. Angela sat on the bed and watched cartoons, and I accompanied her. After washing up and getting ready for bed, she leaned sleepily in my arms and said, Daddy, tell me a story. I laughed softly. Harry Potter? She repeated indistinctly, Harry Potter. How clever, I continued. Although the story was too complicated for her, she remembered Harry Potter's name. This made me realize that my memory had become unusually clear, and everything in my past life seemed to reappear in my mind. This may be the superposition of memories from two lives, helping me to better accompany Angela. After Harry won the Quidditch game, I whispered. Her little eyes finally couldn't hold on any longer, and she fell into a deep sleep. I tucked her in, turned off the lights, and held her to sleep. At the same time, in the villa in Shanghai, Zhao Wanru returned home angrily and saw her parents and sister in the hall. Sister, why do you want a divorce? She glared at Olivia, tears welling up in her eyes. Olivia did not respond, but her mother's son Lanfang spoke first. George is good? He is just a parasite. Zhao Wanru said angrily, I don't allow you to say that about my brother-in-law. In her heart, George is the most trustworthy person, even closer than her parents. Zhao Wanru's accusation made son Lanfang's face turn pale. She gritted her teeth and cursed. You have been blinded by George. You are such a pretty boy. As the two of them were arguing, Olivia looked up from the bar and said calmly, You came back so late just to talk about this? Zhao Wanru's voice trembled. Brother-in-law loves you so much. Why do you want a divorce? Olivia replied coldly. Because it's inappropriate. Zhao Wanru said anxiously. Brother-in-law is not a waste. I need a man who can stand with me. Olivia interrupted her coldly. Not a loser. These words pierced Zhao Wanru's heart like a knife, and she choked up and said, You will regret it. Olivia sneered disdainfully. Regret? I regretted it a long time ago. I was blind. Before she could finish her words, Zhao Wanru ran out of the villa angrily. In the room, Zhao's father said, Do you want? She has money and will stay in a hotel by herself. Sun Lanfang interrupted coldly. Turning to Olivia, Sun Lanfang said sharply, Olivia, you should have found a more suitable man a long time ago. Mr. Sun from Shanghai is pursuing you. Olivia responded calmly. I know. It was drizzling outside, and George had a restless sleep. A slight knock on the door woke him up. He walked to the door, puzzledly, and saw a wet figure through the peephole. Light, I whispered. She threw herself into my arms, tears of grievance instantly welling up in her eyes. Brother-in-law. I was stunned for a moment, then immediately patted her on the back and said, It's okay, Wanru, your brother-in-law is here. She finally calmed down, and I led her into the house and urged her to take a hot bath. After she went to the bathroom, I remembered that I didn't have any of her clothes at home. So I took out my t-shirt and shorts and said, You wear mine first, and I'll wash your clothes for you. She took the clothes shyly and went into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she came out wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts, her fair skin gleaming with a soft luster under the dim light. I turned away from her sight, and she sat down on the sofa with her head down, looking a little overwhelmed. I asked, Why are you back to Shanghai so late today? Why are you here? She bit her lip with a hint of red in her eyes. I had a quarrel with my sister and ran away in anger. I had nowhere to go, so I had to come here to find. She bit her lip and said nothing, seeming to be a little hesitant. I didn't know why at that time. I want to see you so much, and I was afraid that I would never see my brother-in-law again. Her eyes turned red instantly. Seeing the little girl in front of me, almost crying, I sighed in my heart, got up, and went to the kitchen to bring back the freshly cooked ginger soup. Have some ginger soup. I handed her the bowl and whispered. Zhao Wanru smelled the spicy smell of ginger and wrinkled her nose, her face a little unnatural. I lowered the bowl and handed it to her after the temperature was right. I added brown sugar. The taste is not so strong. She took it reluctantly, took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally, and finished it in one gulp. Then she stuck out her tongue and made a hissing sound. I couldn't help but laugh. Angela is better than you. I handed her the candy and said, eat a piece of candy to relieve the spiciness. Zhao Wanru quickly stuffed the candy into her mouth. She hated ginger and coriander the most since she was a child, and these two vegetables almost killed her. No one in the family ever noticed it. Sun Lanfang once scolded her for being picky about food, and she refused to eat a single bite. I was the only one who discovered her dietary restrictions soon after I met her. Whenever I cooked, I made sure not to put ginger and coriander in the food, and I would remind the waiter when I ate out. She took a deep breath, suppressed the spiciness in her eyes, and whispered, brother-in-law is so nice. I stood up and went to the kitchen to put the dishes away, so I didn't hear her words clearly. When I came back, I reminded her, send a message to your mother. Tell her you've settled in. Don't let her worry. Zhao Wanru curled her lips. She won't worry about me. She still took out her phone and sent a message to Sun Lanfang. She just didn't mention my home. She said she was staying in a hotel. There was no reply. I sighed softly. Don't run away from home after a quarrel in the future, and don't run out so late at night. It's too dangerous. Got it. Zhao Wanru sat obediently on the sofa, looked at me with her big eyes, and nodded seriously. However, I knew in my heart that Zhao Wanru didn't listen to me completely. I have said this many times. She didn't take it seriously, and I couldn't do anything about it. Stay here tonight and go back to school tomorrow, I said. Okay. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly. I made her bed and dried her washed clothes, neatly placing them at the head of the bed. It was already past 11 o'clock, so I reminded her, go to bed early. She nodded obediently, and I turned around to close the door. At this moment, Zhao Wanru suddenly shouted, George! I was stunned for a moment and looked back at her. She had a calm look on her face and said softly, good night. Good night. I closed the door and walked out of the room. I heard the sound of lights being turned off outside, and the footsteps gradually faded away. In the room, Zhao Wanru finally couldn't remain calm. She let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the head of the bed. Her hands were sweating and her cheeks were getting hot. She covered her face and thought about the words she had just shouted out impulsively. Good night, George. This was the first time she called me by my first name. Her face turned red as fire, and finally she buried her face in the clothes I washed for her. Her heart beat faster, and her thoughts were in a mess. The next morning, Angela woke up and saw Zhao Wanru was also awake. She immediately rushed over happily. Aunt. Angela. Zhao Wanru smiled and hugged her. The relationship between the aunt and Angela is very close, even closer than that with her biological mother, Olivia. Go wash your face and eat. I looked at the two girls, shook my head, and smiled. The breakfast was the ham and egg pancakes I made, with kelp and diced ham, golden in color and fragrant. After eating it, Zhao Wanru praised exaggeratedly. Brother-in-law, your cooking is so delicious. I'm so happy to have you here, she said with a smile. Angela also nodded. Aunt is happy too. After dinner, I sent Angela to kindergarten and then sent Zhao Wanru to the high-speed rail station. You're almost a senior, so you need to think more about graduation, I said. Decide whether to take the postgraduate entrance exam or work. If you choose to work, you should also pay attention to the autumn recruitment. Zhao Wanru nodded earnestly, her eyes full of reluctance and nostalgia. When we were near the station, she looked back at me with a complicated expression. Brother-in-law, she called me softly. I stopped, looked at her, and asked gently, what's wrong? She took a deep breath and said pitifully, can you hug me? I smiled and said, how old are you? Why are you the same as Angela? Then I opened my arms and hugged her. She buried her head in my arms, took a deep breath, suddenly let go of my hand, turned around, and ran towards the station, smiling and waving, "Brother-in-law, bye." I smiled and waved back until she entered the station and disappeared from my sight. I turned and left. However, after I turned and left, Zhao Wanru stood in a corner of the station, pursed her lips, and watched me walk away. She wanted to ask, "Brother-in-law, can I come to you anytime like before?" But she didn't say it out loud. The worry in her heart made her swallow her words back. On the other hand, Linda's efficiency was amazing, and she got the contract done the next day. I took a look at the contract, and the terms were quite generous. The appearance fee for a single episode was 150,000, which would be almost 2 million for a season. And this does not include advertising costs. Such a price is already comparable to the appearance fees of third-tier artists. Linda, a layman like me with no foundation, would never have gotten such a high-quality contract. I sent Linda a message. "Thanks, bro." Linda quickly replied, "Looking forward to Junge coming to Hunan." I smiled and replied, "Wait for Angela to come back from school. I'll ask for her opinion. If there's no problem, we can sign it tonight." "No rush," Linda said in a relaxed tone. In the evening, I picked up Angela from school, and after dinner, I handed her the printed contract. Angela took the contract and looked at me in confusion. "Dad, what is this?" "Contract," I replied with a smile. Then I explained, "Remember Uncle Linda?" "Remember." Angela nodded. She remembered Uncle Linda, who would give her birthday presents every year and who could eat spicy food like he was breathing fire. So, Angela naturally remembered him. Uncle Linda and the others are going to film a show that will be broadcast on TV. There are many children participating as well. Uncle Linda invites Dad and Angela to go together. Does Angela want to go? I tried my best to explain the show in words that Angela could understand. Her eyes lit up, and when she heard on TV and with children, she immediately said excitedly, "Angela is going to be on TV." I continued, "But apart from having fun, the place you live in might be tougher and the food won't be that good. And Angela must be obedient, listen to Daddy and Uncle Linda." Although Angela is young, I always ask for her advice. After hearing what I said, Angela fell into deep thought, seemingly pondering something. "Angela, be obedient. Angela wants to participate." She finally nodded. I smiled and rubbed her head. In that case, Angela and Dad should sign together. Angela held the pen, my big hand wrapped around her small hand, and we signed our names on the contract. The contract was signed, and I officially joined the "Where Are We Going, Dad?" program. Linda quickly added me to the program team's notification group, and other guests also confirmed. Looking at the group announcement, the program is scheduled to start on July 3rd, which is the third day of Angela's summer vacation. On this day, the program crew filmed directly from home. There were 5 groups of guests in total, and I was the only amateur. Linda really trusts me. I couldn't help but smile. Not long after, Fong Li, the program assistant, added me as a friend and briefly introduced herself. "Teacher Shun, I'm Fong Li. I'll be in charge of the entire filming of the program." I responded, "Sorry for the trouble." She explained the shooting schedule in detail. On the first day, we flew directly from home to the shooting location and started in the morning. A week later, the show officially started. The production crew arrived at my house in advance. All the equipment was ready, and the countdown to the live broadcast began. "Teacher Shun, the show will officially start in 10 minutes. Are you ready?" I nodded and packed up all the personal belongings in the house, leaving only Angela, who was still sleeping. To be realistic, the show starts with calling Angela to wake up. 10 minutes later, the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Where Are We Going, Dad?" As the show started, the live broadcast room quickly became lively. This show is so real. A real live broadcast? I thought it was fake. It starts in the morning, and it feels like something is going to be interesting. Fong Li ignored the comments and walked towards me with the camera. In order to increase the fun, the show will not show the father's face for the time being, and the audience can only guess. With his height, it could be Song Xiao. The muscles are smooth and toned. It must be Su Hong. There were many comments, and I walked into the bedroom and saw Angela sleeping on the bed with her legs spread out. Haha, why is this kid sleeping sideways? What a social death scene. The production team really didn't have a script. It's so real. I squatted down and whispered, "Angela, get up." The live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, and the audience frantically scrolled across the screen. "This voice is beautiful." After hearing this sound, I immediately stopped feeling sleepy. "So sexy. Whose voice is that?" It should be Song Shio. I had no idea that my voice had caused such a big reaction, and I kept yelling at Angela to get up. Angela hugged my neck and murmured, "Daddy, I'm sleepy." The live broadcast room exploded again. The health bar is emptied. It's too sweet. Who can stand it? This program is simply an advertisement for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Angela's voice is sweet to begin with, and at this moment she shouted in a coquettish and soft voice. How could the group of people in the live broadcast room who had never tasted fine brand tolerate such a sound? Even though I have heard it for so many years, I still feel soft-hearted. But the show was being filmed, and I had to catch a plane soon, so I had no choice but to wake up Angela. "Angela, we have to get up and film the show. Dad told you yesterday. It will be on TV." She opened her eyes blearily. As soon as the camera was pointed, Angela's grape eyes immediately entered the picture, and there was another scream in the live broadcast room. Where did this little angel come from? So cute. Whose daughter is this? She's so cute. Angela saw that there were suddenly strangers in the room, but she was not afraid because I was there. She yawned and said, "Angela's going to be on TV." I smiled and hugged her. "Then Angela, get up. Daddy kiss." Angela reached out for a kiss, and I kissed her little face. The audience in the live broadcast room were envious and shouted that they wanted a kiss too. Then, the program crew was busy preparing, and when Angela changed her clothes, she had turned into a little princess. What a cute little baby. It looks so fragrant and soft. Whose little baby is this? Love it. I want to become a member too. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, and Angela and I started to wash up. I have let Angela brush her teeth and wash her face by herself since she was young to cultivate her self-care ability. In the camera, Angela is well-behaved and cute, and the picture of an adult and a child brushing their teeth side by side makes people feel warm. But the situation in other live broadcast rooms was not going so smoothly, and the program director, Linda, was already starting to feel a little overwhelmed. "Director, Song Shio's son keeps crying and can't be comforted. What should we do?" "Director, Zhang Shui's son refuses to get up. What should we do?" Director Wang Hai's daughter keeps hiding from the camera. What should we do?" The show had just started when problems arose among the other three groups of children. The audience was lost rapidly, and Linda was sweating profusely in anxiety. But the performance of Angela and I did not disappoint him at all. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to increase. Linda immediately instructed, "Direct all the traffic to Live Broadcast Room 5. Next, the technical department began to adjust the traffic. Soon, George and Angela's live broadcast room became a focus. This child is such an angel. Much better behaved than other kids. So cute. Angela is not afraid of the camera at all. She always stares at it with her big eyes curiously, and the audience in the live broadcast room said they couldn't stand it. With the guidance of traffic, the program quickly regained its popularity, and the number of viewers began to stabilize and grow. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. Although the program was not well received on Hunan Provincial TV, its traffic has started to increase, and the program seems to have stabilized. However, the problems are not over yet. Suddenly, a staff member reported, "There are a lot of bad reviews online." I quickly checked and found out that the problem was with the breakfast of all our guests. In the live broadcast, it was the mothers who made breakfast for their children, while the fathers just stood by and watched. A popular blogger complained, "The show is called Where Are We Going, Dad?" I thought it was the dads taking care of the kids, but it turns out it's the moms who cook. "Let's change the name of the show to Where Are We Going, Mom?" This complaint quickly sparked heated discussions online, and negative comments began to increase. Let the company control public opinion and don't let it ferment. Linda instructed hurriedly. Just as everyone was busy responding, a staff member suddenly said, "Public opinion in room 5 has improved." I was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the screen in live room number 5. Angela was sitting obediently at the dining table, which was filled with a sumptuous breakfast, steamed buns, pumpkin pie, millet porridge, and the aroma was fragrant. "Angela, put away the tablet. It's time to eat." The little girl called softly, "Eat, eat." The camera then moved up, and the audience saw the rich breakfast on the table. Everyone exclaimed, "This siumai smells so good. This dad is so awesome. Just looking at it makes me want to eat it." Slapped the faces of those who said, "Dad can't cook." Public opinion changed instantly, and the show received warm praise from the audience because of the interaction between Angela and I. "Did Dad really make this breakfast? It looks like frozen instant food." "Yeah, it's not good to feed fast food to children." But one viewer quickly retorted, I watched Angela's dad do it from beginning to end. Angela's name during the show, and the audience already knew she was Angela. Raise your hand to prove that you saw Angela's father making breakfast. Angela's dad is so strong. It feels like there's no chore he can't do. Who is this dad? I love him so much. Angela is adorable, and dad is even better. I like this show more and more. The live broadcast room received rave reviews. Seeing the data rising, Linda smiled and immediately ordered, "Continue to direct traffic to live broadcast room number 5. Post some highlights to respond to public opinion." Linda thought silently. Brother June is awesome. As the pace of the program gradually stabilized, 5 groups of guests began to head to the airport, and the filming of the first episode was basically completed. Program assistant Fong Li stood in front of the camera with a smile on her face. "Dear viewers, the live broadcast is temporarily over. It will start on time at 10:30 in 3 hours." After the device was turned off, she gave me a thumbs up and said, "Teacher Shun, the live broadcast data is very good. We are ranked first." Fong Li had previously felt disappointed about being in a group with amateurs, but she didn't expect that the traffic would explode as soon as the show started. She looked at me with a little appreciation in her eyes. I didn't expect it to be so popular. As long as the data is good, I won't let Linda down. I replied with a smile. After chatting for a while, the production team arrived at the airport soon. The first episode was filmed in an ancient town in southern Hunan province. As 5 groups of guests gathered, the show continued to air. At 10:30 a.m., the program started again. As the clips attracted traffic, "Where are we going, Dad?" became popular, and 2 hot search terms were directly on the list. The most popular clip is the scene where I yell at Angela to wake up. Angela's cute sleeping posture, my deep and magnetic voice, and Angela's coquettish and confused tone. The video received 300,000 likes as soon as it was released. "Give birth to a daughter." The comments section has exploded. The popularity of the show continued to rise, and viewers flocked to my live broadcast room, and my fans soared from 50,000 to 200,000. Tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, with many comments. "I've been waiting for the whole morning. I'm here for Angela. Give me a kiss. Hug the little cutie. I want Angela's daddy. It's good to be a husband. There's only one competitor." Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room continue to rise, Linda smiled and nodded at me from a distance. "It's time to start." Fong Li walked in front of the camera with a smile. "Hi, everyone. I'm Fong Li." There was a commotion in the comments section of the live broadcast room. "The little assistant is good looking. I want a little assistant." She ignored the comments and continued. "We have come to the ancient village of Xiaobu in Lingnan City, Hunan Province. This ancient village has a history of 100 years. 5 groups of guests will live here for 3 days. There will be various challenges during this period, and I wonder if all the fathers and babies can cope with them successfully. Next, let's take a look at the appearance time of the 5 fathers." The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with the audience shouting, "Who is Angela's father? Curious. Who is it? Can you tell us?" Fong Li smiled. Next, it's time for the 5 fathers to appear. As the music started, the 5 guests came on stage in order. The first one to enter the camera was Song Xiao, and the live studio immediately erupted. "Song Xiao, brother, so handsome." Song Xiao walked toward the camera holding his son Song Lei and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. I am Song Xiao, and this is my son Song Lei." The comments exploded instantly. "I guess it was Song Xiao. Sure too looks like him." Xiao fans gathered together. "Brother is so handsome." Immediately afterwards, the second guest appeared. Director Wang Hai and his lovely daughter Wang Sherwin walked into the camera. "Hello, everyone. I am Director Wang Hai, and this is my daughter Wang Sherwin." Comments in the live broadcast room quickly jumped up. "Director Wang, your daughter is so cute." It turns out to be Director Wang Hai. He doesn't look that good, but his daughter is so pretty. Wang Hai is a well-known film director with many hit movies. The audience recognized him, and the comments became lively. Wang Hai just left the stage, and the next guest was guest number 3, a sturdy man with a crew cut, who was accompanied by a sunny little boy. "Hello, everyone. I am athlete Su Hong." His voice was deep and powerful, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "This is my son, Su Yang. Su Hong, last year's Olympic champion, is well known throughout the country for his record-breaking ability and is quite famous." There are only 2 groups of guests left. One is the singer Zhang Shui, and the other is an amateur. Zhang Shui is quite handsome. Is Angela his daughter? Remember that Zhang Shui's child is a boy. Zhang Shui has a great voice, a bit like the one in the morning. The discussion in the live broadcast room instantly fell into heated speculation. I looked at the camera and my heart started beating faster. Who would be next? Zhang Shui finally appeared, dressed fashionably, about 40 years old, but looked no more than 30. He was holding a little boy's hand. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Shui. This is my baby, Zhang Shu Wang. You can call him Guangzai. Zhang Shui's appearance should have caused more discussion, but the live broadcast room was unusually quiet. Everyone's attention was obviously attracted by the last group of guests. Angela is the most popular of the 5 children, and many viewers come for her. Everyone originally speculated that Angela's father might be Song Xiao or Zhang Shui, but 4 groups of guests have appeared, and Angela's father is still a mystery. Angela is an amateur. No way. She's so cute, but she's actually an amateur. I thought her father was a handsome guy. I took on Song Xiao's face. Me too. When Angela calls me in the morning, I want to record her voice and use it as an alarm clock. The atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room became extremely awkward. Angela's father was the only amateur guest. George, felt bitter about this sudden reaction. This little girl is so cute. How could she be an amateur child? I imagined that Angela's father was a celebrity, but he's just an ordinary person. In fact, I know that many people originally had extremely high expectations and even speculated that I might be Song Xiao or Zhang Shui, but they didn't expect their dreams to be shattered in an instant. At this time, in the girls' dormitory of Hunan Normal University, a wailing sound broke the morning tranquility. Xiao Qian, what are you doing? Several roommates were startled and opened their eyes to look at her. I watched that variety show on Hunan TV. Xiao Qian pointed at the tablet in grief. It turns out that Angela's father is actually an amateur. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable anger and disappointment, and when I heard her complaints, I couldn't help feeling an inexplicable pressure in my heart. She continued, I originally thought the little girl was Song Xiao's daughter. After all, Song Xiao is so handsome, his daughter should be so cute. And her father in the show is not only considerate and gentle, but he can also cook and has a nice voice. He is exactly my fantasy of Song Xiao. The other roommates looked at her with doubtful eyes. And then, I thought this would make me extremely excited, but it turned out, Xiao Qian cried. The father of this little girl is actually an amateur. This is impossible. I suddenly understood her feeling of loss. Yes, compared with the top traffic stars, there is certainly a gap between ordinary people and ordinary people. I thought my ordinary family would be accepted by the audience. But now seeing them so disappointed, I can't help but feel a chill in my heart. It's okay to be an amateur. A roommate comforted her, but these words obviously failed to calm Xiao Qian's emotions. She said indignantly, think about it. Those middle-aged uncles in their 30s, wearing t-shirts, shorts, and slippers, with big beer bellies and tired faces. They are not the perfect male gods in my imagination at all. Seeing these comments, I felt a growing sense of uneasiness. Although I knew there was a limit to what I could do, the speed of the reaction still made me feel stung. On the internet, most people were as disappointed as Xiao Qian. Many said they would never watch it again and left the live broadcast room one after another. Director, the traffic is starting to drop. The staff member hurried in to report. Linda looked at the backstage data with a frown on her face. She knew from the beginning that the participation of amateur guests was a risk, and she was even questioned many times. But she still insisted that she could bring a different effect to the show. Go on, she said in a low voice, without any fluctuation, and she seemed not panicked by all this. Fondly whispered in my ear, Teacher Shun, it's your and Angela's turn. I looked at Angela, and the girl's nervous expression made me feel a little nervous. I turned to her and smiled. Angela, you won't be nervous if you hold Daddy's hand. I held her little hand, and she breathed a sigh of relief. I whispered, Our princess is here, and walked her toward the camera. The staff members were discussing quietly, is Teacher Shun really an amateur? She is more relaxed than Director Wang, and doesn't seem nervous at all. I smiled slightly. Although it was the first time I faced such a scene, I knew that I was no longer the timid George. It seemed that I always had a natural adaptability to the camera. While the audience in the live broadcast room was still discussing, I felt an inexplicable change in the atmosphere. The camera switched, the sun shone from the side, and suddenly a figure stepped into sight. All eyes were instantly focused on that light and shadow, That tough face with distinct features, sharp brow bones, and deep eyes almost made me stop. The photographer seemed to have sensed the impact of the moment, and the lens quickly focused. In the close-up shots, I could feel that every viewer's attention was deeply attracted. Hello, everyone. I'm George. My deep and magnetic voice echoed in the air. At that moment, all the audience seemed to be shocked by my appearance, and the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Fuck, so handsome. Is this really an amateur? What a divine look. Better than any star in the entertainment industry. Comments in the live broadcast room poured in like a tide. Traffic surged instantly, and the previously sluggish picture finally came back to life. I looked at Angela. She seemed to have noticed the changes around her. She gently held my hand and leaned against me with peace of mind. In the female dormitory of Hunan Normal University, Xiao Qian was thinking with her head down when she suddenly heard a familiar voice on the tablet. Hello, everyone. I'm George. She was stunned. That voice had been deeply imprinted in her mind. This can't be the 30-something Mediterranean uncle that Xiao Qian mentioned. Her roommates all looked at her tablet, their eyes full of shock and surprise. It's really him. The roommates began to discuss. That amateur dad. He's so handsome. It's over. I'm going to stick with this show to the end. Their voices were filled with unbelievable excitement. Xiao Qian was so angry that her face turned red, but she couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. This was Angela's father, the owner of the voice that she could not forget. At the show's set, all the staff were staring at the data sheet nervously. The traffic drop they had expected did not occur. On the contrary, as soon as George appeared, all the declines were reversed instantly, and the traffic soared. Linda sat next to him and smiled with satisfaction. I knew that once June made a move, this show would be a success. He turned to the publicity staff and said, increase publicity efforts, push the live streaming slides to the hot search, and continue to drive traffic. The show was still going on, and the 5 guests and their babies had already sat under the big tree. I sat next to them, and several guests looked at me unconsciously with tension and vigilance in their eyes. Although they were all somewhat uneasy, my presence seemed to give them an invisible pressure. Just then, Zhang Shui greeted me with a smile. Hello, I am Zhang Shui. I graduated from a music college, and Olivia S. Company is a record company. Even though my heart was entirely on Angela, I also knew Zhang Shui, a popular first-line singer. Moreover, he has great singing skills. He made his debut through a competition and won the national championship right after his debut. He then became more and more popular. When Zhang Shui first debuted and my relationship with Olivia had not yet collapsed, I once suggested that Olivia sign Zhang Shui. But Olivia hesitated. Later I heard that Zhang Shui had signed with another top record company in the country. I looked down at Angela, and her nervousness had obviously eased. I smiled and said to her, Angela, hold Daddy's hand. Don't be nervous. Her eyes relaxed, and she nodded slightly. So I held her little hand and said softly, it's time for our princess to appear on stage. I walked towards the camera with Angela. Zhang Shui saw me, smiled and waved, and said hello to Angela. Hi, little angel. I'm Uncle Zhang. Angela showed no fear. Her eyes were bright, and she responded crisply. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Her voice was sweet and lovely. Zhang Shui covered his chest and said, oh my, so cute. Zhang Shui then pointed to the child next to him and said, this is my son, Zhang Shuguang. Guangzi, call me uncle. Little Shuguang is also quite outgoing. He smiled and greeted me. Hello, uncle. As we were greeting each other, a staff member from the program team came over and announced through a loudspeaker. Hello, teachers. This is where we will live for the next 3 days, Xiaobu Ancient Village. Next, everyone should get to know each other and let the audience get to know you too. Hasn't I introduced it just now? Suhing asked somewhat confusedly. The staff smiled and shook his head. The introduction just now doesn't count, because you will live together for the next 3 days and get to know each other better. Now, each group of guests must introduce themselves for no less than 1 minute. Moreover, the staff member paused. The quality and time of your self-introduction will affect the choice of room you will stay in tonight. The group that does the best and most distinctive self-introduction will have priority in selection. As soon as this was said, everyone seemed alert. After all, where you stay is directly related to the comfort and experience that follows. The staff added, accommodation conditions vary. There are surprises and shocks. My heart suddenly tightened, and I instantly thought of the super scary spider web room. And where are we going, Dad? Although I don't care, I don't want Angela to live in that kind of place. The other four groups also became serious. It seems that no one can take the self-introduction this time lightly. At the same time, the live broadcast clip just now has gone viral on the internet, and more viewers have flocked to the live broadcast room because of my good looks and deep, magnetic voice. Originally, the live broadcast room where Song Shio was located was far ahead, but with my appearance, the traffic of George and Angela's live broadcast room soared, instantly surpassing Song Shio. Song Shio's fans were obviously dissatisfied. They took it for granted that everything in the show should revolve around Song Shio, and they were angry that George, an amateur, suddenly grabbed the headlines. They began to mobilize popularity in super chats and fan groups to increase the popularity of Song Shio. How can they invite such a person to participate in the program? How can the program team even invite this kind of person? Some fans ran to my live broadcast room and posted bad comments. It looks like a face that has been plastic surgery. I don't believe it. Cute. She's obviously pretending. Some people attacked Angela. This child looks like she is just pretending to be cute. It's disgusting. When the live broadcast room was filled with negative comments, the staff of the program also realized the problem. Linda immediately ordered, "Live broadcast room number 5, control the screen and ban the negative comments." The staff was a little hesitant. Will this cause a bigger reaction? The power of Song Shio's fans cannot be underestimated. Linda said without hesitation, "It's okay, do it. Don't let these bad reviews affect our show." Soon, the negative comments were cleared and the live broadcast room returned to normal. My live broadcast room also slowly returned to normal, and the audience's attention was once again focused on the content of the program. At this point, it was finally my turn to introduce myself to Angela. I took a deep breath, walked in front of the camera, smiled, and said, "Hi everyone, I'm George, and this is my daughter, Angela." After the program team announced the task, the atmosphere instantly became tense. The first four groups of guests introduced themselves in different ways, and the best was naturally Song Shio's group, which was humorous and perfectly caught the audience's laughter. Zhang Shuei is also pretty good, but Su Hong and Wang Hai are obviously inferior. After all, these two people hardly ever face the camera. I quickly calculated in my mind that the show had just started and the direction of public opinion was still uncertain, so it was not appropriate for me, an amateur, to stand out too much. According to experience, the safest option was to choose a middle position, which would not attract attention but would also give me a little initiative in room allocation. As a result, while I was keeping a low profile, heated discussions on the internet had already begun. I stood up and introduced myself to Angela, telling her personal information and interests step by step. At the end, when I mentioned that I was 28 years old, the guests at the scene showed surprised expressions. Except for me, the other fathers were at least 30 years old, and Wang Hai was even 40 years old. According to their age, it was no problem to call Wang Hai uncle. Zhang Shuei laughed and joked. "Looking at Angela's age, I thought you were in your 30s, but I didn't expect you to be so young." I smiled and said, "I got married early." Then he mentioned his years of unemployment. "Just stay at home and take care of the kids." Zhang Shuei obviously couldn't believe it and thought I was a model at first. Even Wang Hai couldn't help but say, "It's a pity if you don't go to film with this face of yours." The atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Everyone laughed continuously, and the show was very effective. In the end, my introduction was just right and ranked third. I nodded with satisfaction, and the task was successfully completed. The staff broke the brief silence. "Okay, now that everyone knows each other, the next survival challenge officially begins. Everyone needs to work together to make lunch." Everyone looked at each other, with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Breakfast has proved that almost everyone is not good at cooking. The only exception is me. Zhang Shuei hugged me and said with an exaggerated smile, "Xiao Shun, I've seen you make breakfast. Today it's up to you." His son Guangzai next to him was not to be outdone. He imitated his father and hugged my thighs. Everyone laughed, and the show was a huge success again. The audience in the live studio also laughed. I am dying of laughter. Zhang Shuei is really good at having fun. But to be honest, the other dads don't seem to be very good at cooking. Only George can do it. The staff member went on to say, "The ingredients and tools for cooking are ready, but you have to complete the task first before you can get them." Everyone's heart tightened, as tasks always come unexpectedly. The task is not difficult. We just need to search the ancient village according to the clues. The difficult part is that we have to separate the children. Before the staff finished speaking, the children started crying. The oldest one is Su Heng's son Yang Yang, 6 years old, and the youngest one is Wang Hai's daughter Sherwin, only 4 years old. I don't want to be separated from my dad. Daddy, no. The children cried and rushed to their fathers, and the situation was out of control. The other fathers were busy coaxing their children, and even Angela, who had always been well-behaved, showed some anxiety. Don't be afraid. Angela, Dad is here. I comforted her softly, pointing to the staff beside me. Look, the photographer will follow you, and the brothers and sisters on TV are watching you. Angela, be brave, otherwise they will laugh at you. My words seemed to work. Angela wiped her tears and nodded firmly. Angela is the bravest. Do you remember the Harry Potter stories your dad told you? I smiled and rubbed her head. Go catch your own golden snitch. Dad will be waiting for your triumphant return here. Angela's eyes gradually became firm, and she answered crisply, Dad, wait for me. There was a hint of confidence on her little face, and the worry in her heart seemed to have disappeared. I breathed a sigh of relief, and the other fathers who were watching all this showed envious eyes. In less than a few minutes, Angela was completely coaxed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. More than 10 minutes later, the task officially began. Angela and Guangzai were assigned to one group, while Wang Sherwin and Su Yang formed another group with Song Lei. The two groups set off towards the ancient village. I stood there, feeling uneasy. Although I usually train Angela to be independent, I couldn't help but feel worried when I saw her walk into the strange ancient village alone. Will Angela be okay? I said to myself, watching her walk away, feeling a little uneasy. Chapter 14, Trap. Angela and Guangzai's task was to find a pot for cooking. The pot was placed by the program crew under a century-old tree in the ancient village. The old tree is tall and lush and can be seen at the entrance of the village. So just keep walking in the direction of the ancient tree and you will reach your destination. It looks very simple, but many viewers in the live broadcast room said, the production team will definitely not let the two little ones find things so easily. The baby is so small, it won't be difficult to fix it, right? Based on my attitude toward shows, the production team will definitely make trouble. There must be something on the road. Otherwise, how can the show be effective? I just don't know if the two kids can pass it successfully. Angela is so cute. There will be no problem. Mom believes in you. Mom loves you. The topic in the comment section is gradually going off track. Although George and Angela's live broadcast rooms had just been hit by bad comments from Song Shio's fans, the situation has now stabilized as the program team took action. The number of viewers still remains the highest, attracting a lot of mom fans. At this time, Angela and Guangzai had already entered the ancient village and were walking towards the ancient tree. The two were young and naturally didn't understand anything else. They only knew that their father said to keep walking towards the ancient tree. But just like what the audience said, the program crew is definitely going to cause trouble. So not long after the two kids entered the ancient village, they stopped in confusion. Because several forks in the road appeared in front of the two little ones, they stopped at the fork in the road, at a loss. There are several forks in the road, some large and some small. They all lead to the direction of the ancient tree, and it seems that all of them can pass through. But the fork in the road in the distance is winding and seems to extend to other places. This made the two kids a little confused. Angela frowned, causing everyone in the live broadcast room to call her cute. Angela is so cute. This little expression is so cute. Angela, take the high road, take the high road. There are several forked roads, some large and some small. One of them is the widest and can accommodate sports cars, while the others are small roads. From an adult's perspective, the direction of the main road is the most reliable, and the program team has previously said that the ancient trees are popular online attractions. Many tourists come to visit. Since it is a popular tourist attraction, the road there will definitely be repaired. So the main road is the most reliable one. But the two kids couldn't think of that, and were confused and distressed. When they were confused, Guangzi suddenly said, "There's an old man over there." On the other side of the fork in the road, there was an old man sitting, seemingly basking in the sun. Let's go ask Grandpa. My dad told me that if I run into problems when I'm out, I can ask my uncles and aunts for help. Guangzai immediately came up with a solution. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly said, Guangzai is quite smart. Only, this old man is probably a trap set by the program team, right? The old man didn't sit anywhere else, but at the fork in the road, as if he was waiting for the two little ones. So the audience immediately reacted. This is a trap. The production team actually arranged so many traps. It's so funny. The production team is really going to stir up trouble. Zhang Shui taught Guangzai to ask his uncle and aunt for help. But I don't know if Zhang Shui taught Guangzai that strangers cannot be trusted. There were a lot more comments in the live broadcast room. Obviously, everyone was worried when they saw the two children fall into the traps set by the program team. The two little ones have already walked towards the old grandfather. Guangzai is just like his father Zhang Shui, very cool in society. As soon as he came up, he shouted, "Grandpa!" The old man seemed to be dozing off and was startled by Guangzai's voice. Ouch! Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately said, "That's an actor. Good boy, let's act." I didn't believe it first, but now I completely believe it. This is a trap set by the program team. This is getting interesting. The two little ones are too clever for their own good. The production team is great. They set traps one after another. Very interesting. Some viewers in the live broadcast room said that the show was interesting, while others shouted at the two little ones to run away and not to listen. At this time, the old grandfather stretched his old arms and legs and asked slowly, "What's wrong, kid?" Guangzai asked very politely, "Grandpa, I want to ask, which road here leads to the big tree?" The old man suddenly realized, "You guys want to go to the big tree?" The old man nodded and pointed to the nearest path. "If you want to go to the big tree, you can take this path. This path is closer, and you can get there quickly." When Guangzai heard this, his expression immediately brightened up. Before I could say thank you, the old man pointed to the farthest path. "You can also take that path. That path will also lead you to the big tree, and the scenery is more beautiful. There are fields of flowers and butterflies you can catch." This made Guangzai's eyes brighten even more. A 6-year-old child didn't have much perseverance, so when he heard there was a place to play, his eyes widened. He immediately said excitedly, "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man smiled. You're welcome. Guangzai thought the old man was so kind. If he was a little older, he would have keenly discovered that the old grandfather not only had a smile on his face, but he could hardly suppress the smile in the corners of his eyes. At this time, Guangzai no longer had time to look at the old man. He immediately became a little excited and a little proud and said to Angela, who had always been well-behaved, "Angela, which way are we going?" "This road is closer, and this road is more fun." Guangzai pointed to the two paths that the old man had just pointed out and said. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were already laughing. Guangzai is so smug. Has he never considered that these two roads are traps? You say Guangzai is not smart, but he knows how to ask people. You say he is smart, but he is so easily tricked. So fun. How proud Guangzai is now. How miserable he will be in a moment. This show is quite interesting. I see other groups have also encountered traps set by the show's production team and are now at a loss as to what to do. Many viewers found it quite interesting. This parent-child reality show is the first of its kind in China and is quite novel. Moreover, they had only watched adults on variety shows before. This was the first time they saw children on a variety show. It's a bit fun. After Guangzai finished speaking proudly, Angela was frowning and looking at the roads in front of her one by one. Then, amid the concerns of countless people in the live broadcast room, Angela slowly stretched out her hand and pointed to one of the roads. Angela chooses the big road. Angela must take the main road. Guangzai, just fall into the pit by yourself. Don't take Angela with you. I feel sorry for Angela. Angela stood there obediently, looking as cute and pretty as an exquisite doll. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were somewhat put into the role of Angela's mother. So when I saw Angela was about to be cheated, I quickly commented, "It's a pity that Angela can't see the comments from netizens at all and can only choose her own path." Just when countless netizens thought that Angela was going to be cheated by Guangzai, Angela stretched out her little hand and pointed firmly at the road in front of her. That's the road the old man didn't mention. Angela's serious face. "Let's go this way." Saw Angela's choice. His excited expression suddenly froze, and he stared at Angela with wide eyes. He is ready to catch butterflies. And Angela is so cute. He wants to catch one for Angela. Girls in kindergarten all like beautiful butterflies. In the end, Angela didn't choose either of the two small roads, and finally chose the main road. Chapter 15, The Story of Little Red Riding Hood. At this time, the live broadcast room was also boiling, and the comment area was directly blown up. Countless netizens commented crazily. "Oh my god, Angela is so awesome. I thought Angela was going to be tricked by Guangzai, but she actually made the right choice." How did Angela know that this was the right road? Awesome. Angela is so great. Mommy loves her so much. Angela is the smartest person in the world, but she is just the one her mother chose. No, aren't you curious about how this child made the choice? How did she know this was the right path? The production team set up so many traps. I think the production crew was stunned. I'm afraid they didn't expect Angela to make the right choice. I am dying of laughter. The camera just showed the production crew, and they looked confused. Who am I? Where am I? And where's my trap? I wonder how Angela chose it. Curious plus one. All the viewers in the live broadcast room thought that Angela was going to be tricked. After all, the program crew set up traps one after another, and even older children would probably fall into the trap. Not to mention that the two little ones are only 6 years old. Angela's choice simply stunned them. So all the netizens in the live broadcast room flooded the comment section with curiosity, wanting to know why Angela made such a choice. The person involved, Guangzai, was even more confused and asked urgently, "Why?" Angela tilted her head and looked at Guangzai. Her big grape-like eyes blinked, her long eyelashes fluttered, and finally she said crisply, "Haven't you ever heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" There was some confusion, puzzlement, and surprise in the crisp voice. Guangzai was confused. What Little Red Riding Hood? Countless netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. Little Red Riding Hood? What's the story? My goodness, I haven't heard of it either. I have the same expression as Guangzai right now. It's so funny. Guangzai is my face stand-in. Curious Little Red Riding Hood story. Could it be that Angela chose this time because of this story? Countless netizens in the live broadcast room were wedded by Angela's words, and Feng Li, the assistant who had been following the two little ones, saw the popularity of the live broadcast room rising and also guided it. Angela baby, what is the story of Little Red Riding Hood? Angela wrinkled her nose and said, "It's just a fairy tale I listened to before going to bed." Someone immediately commented in the live broadcast room, "Shouldn't bedtime fairy tales be about scarecrows, little carps, lotus fairies, etc.? What the hell is Little Red Riding Hood? Am I getting old, or are times changing? Why haven't I heard of it? What a strange name. I just bought a fairy tale book for my son a few days ago. Why don't I see this story?" Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast room was still rising, Assistant Fong Li immediately continued to guide and asked, "Angela baby, many brothers and sisters want to hear this story. Can you tell it to everyone?" Angela blinked again, nodded, and said, "Can. But sisterly, is the path I chose the right one?" This stunned Fong Li. She had never expected Angela to suddenly ask her a question. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Angela is so smart. Angela actually knows how to bargain. So clever. Wow, I really want a baby like Angela. I smart. Fong Li also smiled and looked back at the program crew, who nodded. They set the trap for the show effect, and now the effect is very good, so there's no need to dwell on the trap. Besides, the little ones guessed it right, so there's no need to make things difficult for them. So Fong Li smiled and nodded. Angela baby is so smart, this is the way to go. Angela smiled, her eyes curved like the moon, bright and stunning, making everyone in the live broadcast room feel dazed. But the crowd's trance soon dissipated, because the camera turned to Guangzai's face next to Angela, and then Guangzai's eyes were wide open with a look of disbelief and shock. My eyeballs are about to pop out. He thought Angela had chosen the wrong path, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the right one. As soon as Guangzai's shocked expression appeared, countless viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter, and many people quickly took screenshots. New emoticons are here. I am dying of laughter. Guangzai's expression is so funny. Standing next to Angela, Guangzai looks like a silly boy. Ah. Angela and Guangzai's expressions brought the program effect to its maximum and made the popularity of the live broadcast room even higher. The two little ones soon continued on their way. Walking on the road, Guangzai was silent, while Angela spoke slowly in a childish voice. Once upon a time, there was a lovely little girl. Because she always wore a red hat given by her grandmother, she was called Little Red Riding Hood. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly said, "Oh my goodness, so this is why she's called Little Red Riding Hood. I thought this was a fairy tale about hats." Angela continued, "One day, the grandmother who lived on the other side of the forest fell ill, and her mother asked Little Red Riding Hood to..." George told Angela the story of Little Red Riding Hood when they were young, and he has told it many times over the years, so Angela remembers it clearly. And Angela was frightened by the big bad wolf inside. Angela walked and spoke. On the way to her grandmother, Little Red Riding Hood came to a fork in the road. There was a big road and a small road. When this was said, someone in the live broadcast room had already reacted. Isn't this plot similar to the trap set by the program crew just now? So this is why Angela chose the big road? The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, as if everyone was listening to Angela's story carefully. Even Guangzai, who had been silent just now, looked up and looked at Angela again, his eyes full of curiosity, and it was obvious that he was also attracted by the story. Angela continued. Little Red Riding Hood's mother told her that the paths in the forest were dangerous and that she should take the main road. But we can get to Grandma's house quickly by taking the small path, and the path looks very nice. On the path, Little Red Riding Hood was attracted by many beautiful flowers and butterflies. But she didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes following her for a long time. That's a big bad wolf. The big bad wolf has set his sights on Little Red Riding Hood. But it thought Little Red Riding Hood was too small to fill its teeth, so it came up with a bad idea. The big bad wolf pretended to be a good guy and asked Little Red Riding Hood about the location of her grandmother's house. When she said this, Angela made a funny sound and whined at Guangzai beside her. Angela's story attentively, but he was startled by Angela's shout and stepped back in panic. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. Angela is so naughty. Ah, that babyish wolf is so cute. Guangzai is listening so carefully. I have to say, this story is quite interesting, and my son listened to it attentively. I, an adult, also listened carefully. Very interesting. So what's the end of the story? Chapter 16, I heard that Snow White was running away. By the time Little Red Riding Hood arrived at her grandmother's house, the big bad wolf had already eaten her. Guangzai exclaimed. Angela continued her sermon in a childish voice, and the big bad wolf pretended to be a grandma and ate Little Red Riding Hood too. But, fortunately, someone passing by discovered the situation of Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. To punish the big bad wolf, when the wolf got thirsty and went to the well to drink water, he fell into the well and drowned. All said and done, Angela ends with a lovely ending. This is the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Everyone in the live broadcast room listened to this story carefully, and after it was over, they popped up in the comment section and said, "It's an interesting little story. It's a bit illogical, isn't it? These scissors cut open your stomach? Don't you feel anything? Don't argue with me. I already said it's a fairy tale. Do you know what an animated story is? Kindergarten students may think it's childish, but college students may think it's just right. I think this story is very interesting. Although it is simple, it incorporates many truths. Yes, it's fun and educational. Listen to your mother, stay alert at all times, and don't trust strangers easily. Knowledge gets into my head in a strange way. Everyone thought that Angela's story was very interesting, and many people even thought they could learn some lessons from it. Some netizens even commented directly. My son is the same age as Angela. He usually doesn't listen to anything I say. It goes in one ear and out the other. He just finished listening to Angela's story and actually told me not to trust strangers easily. My son is the same. He usually doesn't listen to reason, but just now he listened attentively to Angela's story. Many parent groups soon appeared in the comment section. It is noon now, and many parents are watching live broadcasts with their children. They find that the children who are usually very noisy have all become quiet. Angela's story attentively. This shocked many parents, as they had never seen their children so well-behaved and obedient on weekdays. So many parents in the live broadcast room started discussing with some surprise, and someone suddenly interrupted. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I have learned about and understood some children's stories at home and abroad. But I haven't heard of this fairy tale at all. Others echoed. I haven't heard of it either. I thought I was out of date. No, I'm buying a fairy tale book for my daughter recently, and this story doesn't exist at all. I checked online, and there's nothing on the internet. So, the heated discussion in the live broadcast room suddenly paused, and someone said in shock, could this be a story that Angela's father made up? Angela's father is so awesome. I feel like this story is as good as those classic fairy tales. Yeah, this is so talented. My goodness, I always read stories, but Angela's dad just made up his own stories. While the live broadcast room was stirring up waves of heated discussions, Guangzai was speaking with admiration on the main road to the ancient village. Angela, your story is so interesting. The staff around also smiled and praised Angela. Angela felt very happy with Guangzai's gaze and everyone's praise. If Angela had a tail, it would have been lifted up. Angela raised the corner of her mouth and snorted. Snort. My dad has told me many stories like this. Angela couldn't hold back her smile and started jumping up and down happily, humming a simple melody. I heard Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood in. The ugly duckling will become a swan. I heard that. Guangzai behind him widened his eyes, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room also widened their eyes. After a while, someone commented, "What is Angela singing? Little Red Riding Hood is the story just now. So what is Snow White? What are Alice and the ugly duckling? Why are Angela's fairy tales completely different from the ones I've heard? The one upstairs is not different from you. Angela's fairy tale is probably different from all of us. Maybe they're all exclusive. Yuljean, does anyone know other stories? My son insists that I tell him other stories. My daughter too. It's a headache. My son has the same headache now. Fortunately, I recorded the screen and plan to let him listen to Little Red Riding Hood a few more times." Request for resources. Kneeling for resources. The entire comments section was dominated by parents asking for resources, and the rest of the comments could only survive in the cracks, for example. Am I the only one who thinks Angela sings beautifully? The turmoil in the live broadcast room has nothing to do with Angela. Angela is the typical person who digs a hole without caring about what is happening. After happily humming half of the song her father taught her, she rushed towards the ancient tree with Guangzai. Found the pot successfully. When Angela and Guangzai returned, the other group of children had not returned yet. It was said that they were trapped in a trap. Sange's father has gone to rescue him. George and Zhang Shui were left at the gathering place. George was relieved when he saw Angela had successfully returned. Angela ran to George, and George hugged Angela. Angela is so awesome. George already knew roughly what was going on, and now he praised it seriously. Angela's eyes look like crescent moons when she smiles. Angela is awesome. On the other side, Zhang Shui and Guangzai bumped fists like brothers, and just when he was about to ask Guangzai about his experience, he heard Guangzai say with admiration, "Angela knows so many stories. Dad, why didn't you tell me stories?" The smile on Zhang Shui's face froze instantly, and many people in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. The son's soul asks. Zhang Shui looked embarrassed. "When we get home, Dad will tell you too. I want to hear the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and also the story of Snowflake and the story of the ugly duckling." Guangzai repeated the stories he heard from Angela. Zhang Shui had no idea what these stories were, but he agreed immediately. "No problem. Dad will tell you tonight." Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly laughed. Brother Shui is just like Guangzai. Both like to dig holes for themselves. They are of the same lineage. Not long after, another team also returned successfully, but compared to Angela and Guangzai's happiness and leisure, the other three kids all looked a little depressed. Wang Sherwan, a girl in the team, had red eyes, as if she had been crying. Fortunately, they returned successfully, and all the cooking tools and ingredients were gathered, so the first meal of the "Where Are We Going, Dad?" show was officially started. Cooking has almost become George's one-man show. The other dads and little babies wanted to help, but they all ended up making things worse. In the end, even the program crew couldn't stand it anymore. The other groups of guests were immediately assigned tasks, such as washing dishes and chopping wood. Soon, a simple meal was quickly prepared. Although the ingredients were simple, George's meal was delicious and tasty, which made people's appetite increase. Not to mention that everyone present had been busy for the whole morning and immediately started showing off like starving ghosts. During this period, the way the little babies ate made many viewers laugh. Chapter 17, Kill Him. While everything was peaceful inside the live broadcast room, things were turbulent outside the room. In the morning, because Song Shio's live broadcast room was suppressed by George's live broadcast room in terms of traffic, it triggered crazy attacks and boycotts from Song Shio's fans. Later, it was brought under control by the program crew. But it was only under control within the live broadcast room. There were still a lot of people on the internet criticizing George and even the program team. Especially at noon, the traffic in George's live broadcast room remained high, which made Song Shio's fans' eyes red and their faces full of resentment. George is now a thorn in the eyes of many Song Shio fans. Song Shio is the most famous person in the show, definitely the number one, and should be the most popular person in the show. As a result, because of this amateur, their brother's traffic has been suppressed, and for some reason, this amateur even has the support of the program crew. All the accounts that attacked the live broadcast room were blocked. This made many of Song Shio's fans curse and angrily scold the program team for not knowing who is the king and who brings them traffic. So many crazy fans began to unite. People are even ready to shout slogans to boycott George and the show. As for George himself, he was targeted by countless Song Shio fans, and all kinds of malicious rumors were flying around. Some said that George brought money into the group and that he was a second-generation actor. Some also spread rumors that George had plastic surgery and spread negative information about George's plastic surgery online. Some even said that George was kept by a rich woman. And what he said makes sense, because George mentioned his and Angela's ages when he introduced himself. And then someone calculated that George had Angela right after he graduated. In addition, George joked that he was an unemployed vagrant and a full-time babysitter. So some people say that George was kept by a rich woman in college and was a gigolo who made a living by his looks, so he didn't need to work. Even George's proficiency in housework and cooking was rumored to be a skill he acquired while serving rich women. This rumor is spreading more and more. George, and even the program team, suffered serious public criticism. In other words, the program Where Are We Going, Dad? Is a big S-level production strongly supported by Hunan TV. The station has poured enough resources into it, which is why it has barely held up public opinion. But it also halted the upward trend, and online reviews continued to decline. George and his friends were cooking and eating at noon. Linda was dealing with this matter with an annoyed look on her face. He really couldn't understand what these fans were thinking. Their own idols are also on the show. What good will it do for them to ruin the show? Public relations, drainage. All parties speak out. Linda mobilized all the relationships and resources she could to try to dispel the online public opinion. Just when Linda was getting a little anxious, an administrator and a group of thousands of Song Shio fans spontaneously formed online suddenly said excitedly, "Big news! Big news! Look what I found! Look at the pictures!" As he spoke, several pictures were quickly uploaded to the group. When the pictures were loaded, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared in the pictures. The male figure in the photo is George. Seeing the figure in the photo, all the fans in the group were stunned. Is this the amateur? Song Shio's fans now hate George to the core and remember his appearance clearly. So someone recognized him as soon as the photo was released. The other female figure in the photo is wearing sunglasses, and her specific appearance cannot be seen clearly. But her aura is amazing, and her outfit is also very luxurious. Especially the last photo, the female figure got into a Maserati. As soon as these photos were released, all the fans in the group were shocked. Many of Song Shio's fans said angrily or sneered, "Okay, this guy is really a gigolo. The evidence is irrefutable. It's disgusting. Is this kind of person worthy of recording a show with our brother?" The administrator who posted the picture said affirmatively, "This is the pretty boy. And do you know where these photos were taken?" Civil Affairs Bureau. Someone immediately asked in surprise, "They're getting married? Is this kind of person worthy of marriage? Disgusting." The administrator quickly said, "No, I asked the person who took the photo, and he said that the two of them were going to get a divorce." As soon as the words came out, the group was boiling again. The pretty boy was dumped by the rich woman. Very nice. Evil will be punished. It's so satisfying. He deserves it for daring to suppress our brother. No, I have to publish this information online so that everyone knows who this pretty boy is. Yes, post it online and make sure this pretty boy dies without a burial place. Let him suppress his brother. I will make it impossible for him to live his life as a human being. Kill him. Kill him. Many fans in the group were excited. They saved the photos in the group and started to spread George's information on the internet. Song Shio is an idol star with an astonishing number of fans and crazy fighting power. For a while, many netizens saw the information of the amateur guests in Where Are We Going, Dad? Unemployed, living off his looks, gigolo, kept by a rich woman and dumped. One explosive piece of information after another directly shocked the crowd of netizens. George's good looks and live broadcasting effect have attracted a large number of passers-by fans. Otherwise, the traffic in his live broadcast room would not have remained so high. As a result, now that this has happened, many passers-by fans have turned against them. George quickly became a hot search and was seen by more and more passers-by. Linda likes hot searches very much, because the appearance of hot searches means that the program has become popular and even exploded. George on the hot search. Linda's face turned pale. He never thought that things would develop to this point. George's information was directly exposed by the entire internet, and even his divorce information with Olivia was dug out. Now, Song Shio's fans are maliciously spreading rumors. Total reputation ruined. Linda originally wanted to quickly deal with the public opinion impact brought by Song Shio's fans, but she didn't expect that just a moment later, Song Shio's fans directly exposed the truth. Linda took a deep breath. It's no use removing the trending search now, as public opinion has already spread and multiple platforms across the internet have started to discuss it. Moreover, this trend is getting more and more serious with the instigation of Song Shio's fans and other TV stations, and it is likely to kill George. If this continues, George will be finished and their show will be finished too. At this time, all the staff of the program team looked anxious. Director Lin, what should we do? The show traffic is starting to drop. The live broadcast was still going on. At this time, several guests had finished their meal and were allocating houses for accommodation for the night. Due to program recording requirements, George and other cell phones had already been handed over to the program crew, so no one had a cell phone and was unaware of the online public opinion storm. Linda gritted her teeth. Use all the resources of the station to eliminate the influence of public opinion as much as possible. Afternoon. Temporarily suspended. Chapter 18 suspension. Linda almost exhausted all her strength to make the decision to stop the show. Today is the first day of the show, which can be regarded as the show's debut. The debut was off the air and never appeared again, because the loss of the first show being suspended was too great. The first show is the most critical time for the program. The station has spent a lot of resources on promotion and preparation. Now that the platform has been built, all that's left is the debut. As a result, it was suspended as soon as it was released. Not to mention that the guest pay, staff, and venue fees during the suspension period will all be wasted. All the resources previously spent by the station on promotion were also burned to ashes. And suspension is also a signal, a sign that the show sucks. Only bad programs will be suspended. Otherwise, why would they stop broadcasting normal programs? Wouldn't they want to make money? Therefore, once the program is discontinued, its reputation will inevitably decline, which will trigger a series of impacts. So no show will be discontinued easily. Everyone wants a good start, but Linda is now somewhat helpless. He has mobilized almost all the resources, both from the station and from private sources, but the current public opinion has not only not decreased, but has become more and more intense. Now, it has reached the center of attention. Instead of this, it would be better to temporarily suspend the broadcast to calm public opinion and then find a solution. The show has to be suspended in the afternoon anyway. It's just that the suspension time was extended to one afternoon. And Linda also has a deeper worry in her heart. If the show continues to air, considering the current popularity of George and the show, the traffic will definitely not be bad. It may even explode. If it were any other director, they might have taken advantage of this opportunity without any scruples. After all, black and red are also red. But he is Linda. The person who was pushed to the forefront was George, his most admired friend. He didn't want to push George to the forefront and make him the target of public criticism. Suspending the show to cool down was the most appropriate way. After hearing Linda's words, the other staff members of the program all changed their expressions and advised with heavy and worried expressions. Director, stopping the show will have too much impact. Please consider it carefully. Yeah, our station has never had an S-rated show suspended for its first show. In this way, all the previous promotions will be wasted. The first show is off the air this. Everyone looked at each other with heavy hearts. But Linda had made up her mind. She spit out a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Stop. Temporarily suspend broadcasting and resume broadcasting in the evening, depending on the situation. We will tell the public that there is an equipment problem that needs to be adjusted. Notify them." The program crew had no choice but to quickly carry out Linda's arrangements, and soon George and others received the news. George and others were originally assigning rooms for the night. George unexpectedly received a notice to stop broadcasting. He frowned slightly, and Zhang Shui beside him had already asked, "Wasn't it going to stop at 2 o'clock? Why is it going to stop now?" They had seen the shooting schedule before they came. Today's shooting was originally scheduled to stop at 2 p.m. and start again at 5 p.m. As a result, the show is suspended before 2 o'clock? I only heard the staff sigh and explain. There was a problem with the equipment, so we need to stop broadcasting for a while. The teachers are taking a break in the afternoon. If nothing goes wrong, the show will resume as normal in the evening. Zhang Shui muttered. Is there something wrong with the equipment? Yes, it is under repair. Teachers can go and have a look at the house first. The house just needs some repairs. The staff member said helplessly. The staff's words made all the children shout. When the rooms were just allocated, the children were extremely interested in their new homes. Upon hearing this, they all shouted, Dad, let's go see the new house. After a lot of arguing, everyone temporarily put the suspension of the show behind them, and George was dragged away by the happy Angela to see the new home. The program suspension notice was also released online at the same time. After all, there are still quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room. The same reason was used, but many netizens obviously didn't buy it. After all, public opinion is hot right now, and it's not easy for the program team to get out of it. Song Shio's fans, in particular, refused to let go, shouting that the production team was guilty and had been hit in a sore spot. Linda was so angry that her liver hurt. In the end, there was really no other way, so Linda could only call Song Shio, the real culprit, over to seek help. The public opinion is so strong that the entire program will be impacted if this continues. I wonder if Mr. Song can speak out to restrain the fans. Linda said very politely. Song Shio's status is indeed very high, and Hunan TV is not willing to offend a top star easily. Song Shio had already got the phone by now, and his agent told him the details. After listening to Linda's words, Song Shio leaned back on the sofa, half closing his eyes, and thought. He could indeed speak up to discipline the fans, or explain things to George and the show crew. But why'd he do that? George has no value to him, but is all threat and competition. George's stunning face immediately flashed through Song Shio's mind. Even though he was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the circle, Song Shio had to admit that George's appearance was top-notch. It's amazing. Even when he first met George, he felt very threatened. The subsequent development was not unexpected. A lot of traffic was indeed taken away by this amateur, and even surpassed him. And there's his daughter. The little girl is very cute, and he likes her too. However, by participating in this program, Song Shio is preparing for his own transformation and also wants to pave the way for his son Shida's future. As a result, my son has almost become a nobody now. So, this amateur can't stay. Soon Song Shio made up his mind and said to Linda calmly, I'm sorry, Director Lin. This is a spontaneous action by the fans, and I can't restrict it. Perhaps the program team or the amateur can speak up for themselves. Linda frowned slightly and tried to persuade. Teacher Song, you can reconsider it. After all, this program is also related to you. However, he was interrupted by Song Shio. Sorry, Director Lin, my son is still waiting for me. I'll go over first. After saying that, Song Shio stood up and walked out of the room. His capable agent quickly followed him, and Linda was the only one left in the room. Linda looked at Song Shio's back getting farther and farther away outside the window, gritted her teeth, and finally kicked the corner of the table angrily. It turns out that what kind of star you have, what kind of fans you have. The current madness of Song Shio's fans may be due to the indulgence of Song Shio himself. Although she was angry, Linda could not say or do anything. She still had to treat Song Shio as her master. Song Shio's status is not something he can easily manipulate. Even Xiang Tai is a little wary of him. So Linda can only swallow the bitter pill and swallow it herself. Linda was feeling angry when the phone beside her suddenly rang. When she picked up the phone, she saw the note was Director. Linda's face became serious. She knew what the call was about without even thinking about it. Raise an army to hold the culprit accountable. Although he said it lightly about suspending the S-grade programs, the station must definitely hold people accountable. And some people in the station may not be able to sit still. After taking a long breath, Linda answered the phone. Chapter 19, What's My Business? While Linda was trying to figure out how to deal with the online public opinion, at this time, in an office building in Shanghai with the sign of EMI Records hanging on it. In a spacious and bright office, Olivia was sitting at the head seat in a neat professional suit, her bright face looking extremely stern. There were several people sitting below, and one of them was reporting in a deep voice. It has been confirmed that on July 4th, which is tomorrow, Su Qing from Tianyu Media will also release a solo album. It will be available on all platforms by then. The others frowned upon hearing this, and said angrily, Tianyu is coming for us. This is simply disgusting. Why did you have to send on the same day as Liu Yao? It's obvious. Is Chan Yu planning to snipe Liu Yao? It shouldn't be. Su Qing and Liu Yao are both second-tier stars. I think this is probably because Chan Yu wants to fight us head-on and step on Liu Yao to get to the top. Several people in the office looked unhappy. Liu Yao was the new artist that EMI Records had focused on promoting in the past 2 years, and they had invested a lot of resources in it. The personal album that will be released tomorrow has cost a lot of money, just to help Liu Yao successfully become a top star. Unexpectedly, Tianyu Media suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Tianyu Media is larger than EMI Records, with a nationwide coverage, covering multiple fields including film, television, entertainment, and music. It is considered a giant in the media field. Su Qing is a new singer launched by Tianyu Media, and she has reached the second tier within 1 year of her debut. What's more important is that Su Qing from Tianyu Media is somewhat similar to Liu Yao from their company in terms of voice, singing style, and direction. The two have had friction from the beginning. The fans of the two are fighting each other like water and fire. After all, the market share is limited, and between Su Qing and Liu Yao, only one of them is destined to take the position of a first-line singer. Their company is so anxious to get Liu Yao to the front line because they also feel the threat from Su Qing, a latecomer. So this time, a huge amount of money was spent on this album. Unexpectedly, everything went smoothly. However, just 1 day before the album was released, Tianyu Entertainment issued an announcement that Su Qing will release an album tomorrow. What followed was overwhelming publicity. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Tianyu is planning. This is planning to step on Liu Yao from their company and rise to the top of the list in one fell swoop. This made everyone at EMI panic and angry. Tianyu is such a big company. They shouldn't bully people like this. In the field of interests, who will tell you about fairness? This is too much. After everyone cursed a few times, Olivia, who was sitting in the first seat, finally spoke in a clear and cold voice. Everyone has listened to Liu Yao's album. What do you think of it? People in the office responded. Good. I feel great. As expected, the lyrics were written by Teacher Su. Very good. The title song should dominate the charts. Liu Yao's company spent a lot of money on this album. The lyrics of the title song were written by Mr. Su, the golden songmaker, and the quality is very high. The other songs also cost a lot of money. It is considered the album with the highest production standards of the company, and everyone has listened to it. It sounds great. So everyone is quite confident about the album. Olivia nodded and arranged with a stern look. From now on, we will increase the promotion of the album and raise the promotion level to level 3. Contact the TV station and get a few variety shows. Let Liu Yao free up all of her time in the next month to increase her exposure. At the same time, we contacted all the major music platforms, communicated for resources, and took down all the promotional positions we could and promoted it across the entire network. Several people in the office responded. Olivia snorted coldly at last, with anger rolling in her eyes. Since Tianyu wants to fight, let's continue. Even a clay man has some clay nature. Although the scale of EMI cannot be compared with that of Tianyu, if EMI gives in this time, from now on, all kinds of monsters and demons will be able to jump around over her head. After the meeting, people in the office left one after another. After everyone left, Olivia's stern expression relaxed a little. It's like an iceberg melting, revealing a few rays of sunshine. After a moment of distraction, Olivia's eyes showed a hint of worry and irritability that was not present in the meeting just now. Liu Yao has high hopes for this album. After so many years of development, EMI Records has established a firm foothold in Shanghai and even in the Southeast, and has a certain reputation in the entire music scene. But the company now has a serious problem. The problem is that there are too few singers in the company who can stand on their own, and there's a lack of young singers. Except for a few singers signed in the first 2 years after she joined the company, and who have developed well, the singers signed in recent years are almost useless and have not achieved any results. There's a gap between the old and the new. As for the singers at that time, either they have already received their contracts or have found their next artists. After all, people always strive for higher goals. So although EMI looks prosperous on the surface, it is already facing many crises inside. If the company has not found a singer who can take on the leading role before those veteran singers leave, then there is no hope of development. I'm afraid we'll have to go back a few years. And Liu Yao was the seedling signed under this background. It took him more than 2 years to reach the second tier. Although it is not fast, It is already very good compared with the company's singers of the same period. So Olivia tilted resources towards Liu Yao. If Liu Yao can successfully make it to the front line, then the company's future development will not encounter too many problems and may even reach a higher level. But if you fail, she can't fail. Olivia bit her lip and suppressed the thoughts churning in her heart. At this moment, a ringtone pulled Olivia's wandering thoughts back. Olivia checked her phone and saw it was a call from her college roommate and current best friend, Shinyueru. Olivia answered the phone casually and heard Shinyueru on the other end say in surprise, "You and George are divorced?" Olivia frowned slightly. "How do you know?" Her divorce from George was not widely publicized, and even her friends are not aware of it. Shinyueru's voice also sounded somewhat puzzled. "Don't you know yet? George now. Hey, I'll send it to you to see for yourself." Soon, Olivia saw a bunch of content sent by Shinyueru. Olivia finally understood what had happened. Looking at the contents on her phone, especially the photos that had been exposed, her expression gradually turned cold. Shinyueru, on the other end of the phone, was still chattering. "Although I don't know why you and George divorced, but George is a nice guy. Do you want to explain it for him?" Olivia replied calmly. "What does it have to do with me?" Chapter 20 Jiang Runin. "Olivia, you know George is not as bad as people say on the internet. He has been with you for so many years. As long as you come forward." Olivia interrupted Shinyueru's words lightly. "I can't and won't manage his affairs." Shinyueru looked anxious. "Olivia, why are you so—" The last two words were not uttered. Shinyueru sighed and said, "You have been together for so many years. Can you bear to watch him being slandered and defamed?" Olivia curled her lips with a cold sneer on her face. "It's his own choice of path. Who can he blame?" Shinyueru listened to the cold voice on the phone and knew that Olivia was determined not to help George. She could only sigh in her heart and hung up the phone. After Olivia hung up the phone, she thought about it and quickly made another call. "Hello, Attorney Zhang. I want to appeal again regarding the custody of my daughter. I don't think the child's father is capable of raising a daughter. Here's the proof." As she spoke, Olivia forwarded all the content sent by Shinyueru to Zhang Lu. As the online public opinion intensified and its influence continued to expand, more and more familiar people saw George's public opinion news. At this time in Jiangnan Film and Television City, the popular young actress Jiang Runin was taking a rest in a nanny car. The new drama she is currently starring in started filming at around 4 o'clock this morning and continued to shoot until noon, and there are still night scenes to be filmed in the evening. So Jiang Runin took advantage of the free time in the afternoon to catch up on some sleep. There are several people sitting in the nanny car, including Jiang Runin's agent, assistant, and makeup artist. At this moment, the assistant was gossiping with the makeup artist in a low voice. "This amateur is pretty good looking. He doesn't look like a gigolo." The makeup artist curled her lips. "His information has been exposed. His name is George. He graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I heard he was kept right after graduation. Look, he was dumped a while ago. This is a divorce photo." The assistant was shocked. "It's a pity that he's so handsome." As the two were talking, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the back row. "Madoka." When her name was called, Assistant Xiaoyuan turned around immediately and saw that Jiang Runin, who was catching up on his sleep in the back row, had woken up and was slowly getting up with the support of her arms. Xiao Yuan said with some concern, Nan, did I disturb you?" Jiang Runin shook his head and stood up, rubbing his still confused head, and then asked, "Who were you talking about just now?" Madoka simply said, "Xiang TV launched a variety show, and some of the amateurs who participated in the show were exposed for their dirty laundry, saying that they were being kept by someone." Jiang Runin thought of the name she had just heard in a trance and asked uncertainly, "What's his name?" Xiaoyuan was stunned for a moment. "It seems to be called," the makeup artist added, "George." "Yes, that's the name." Xiaoyuan nodded. When Jiang Runin heard the name, she stopped moving her hands, sat up straighter, and frowned tightly. "Do you have any photos? Let me take a look." Xiaoyuan and the makeup artist looked at each other, somewhat puzzled by Nan's reaction. Nan was usually not interested in such entertainment gossip, but today, in doubt, the makeup artist sent Jiang Runin the divorce photos that were circulating online. When Jiang Runin saw the familiar face in the photo, her expression froze. The face in the photo gradually overlapped with the face in her memory. Jiang Runin exhaled lightly and asked slowly, "What's wrong with him?" The voice that came out was a little hoarser than when he had just woken up. Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist looked at each other and sent some online revelations to Jiang Runin in confusion. Jiang Runin looked at the online revelations and gradually pursed her lips. The fingers holding the phone turned white from the force. Looking at Nan Nan, who was silent for a long time, Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist looked at each other, and the doubts in their eyes deepened. The agent's sister Sue also noticed the difference and frowned and asked, "Runin, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Jiang Runin raised his head and said, looking at Xiao Yuan, "Give me your work phone." Jiang Runin's social media accounts are all managed by Xiao Yuan. Although Xiao Yuan was confused, she still handed the phone to Jiang Runin. Jiang Runin logged directly into the social media and started editing the text. Agent's sister Sue looked at Jiang Runin's phone with a puzzled look. When she saw the text edited by Jiang Runin, her pupils trembled and her face changed drastically. "Runin, what are you doing?" As he said that, he was about to take the phone from Jiang Runin's hand. However, Jiang Runin was prepared and avoided Sister Sue directly, then looked up at Sister Sue. "Sister Sue, don't stop me." Sister Sue looked anxious and panicked as she looked at Jiang Runin. "Are you crazy? What does this George have to do with you? Why are you speaking up for him? He is now the center of public opinion, and the entire internet is full of bad reviews. Do you know what consequences your actions will bring?" Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist were still a little confused at first, not knowing what was going on, but then they heard what Sister Sue said. Their faces changed, and they looked shocked. "Nan Nan, now everyone knows that George is the center of public opinion, and the entire internet is full of bad reviews. Speaking up for him at this time, this..." Jiang Runin bit her lip and looked directly at Sister Sue. "He's my friend. He is not what people say on the internet. I can't let anyone slander him like this." Sister Sue advised with a worried look. "Even if he is your friend, you can't do this. Do you know what consequences you will face if you speak out? You have been in the industry for 5 years and have never had any scandals or been paired with anyone. You are the white moonlight in the hearts of your fans. If you suddenly speak up for a member of the opposite sex, your personality and the image you have cultivated for so many years will be severely impacted." "And I know people well." Jiang Runin interrupted Sister Sue and said firmly, "He is not that kind of person. It doesn't matter if my image is damaged. I must help him." As she spoke, Jiang Runin pulled Sister Sue's arm and said pleadingly, "Sister Sue, I haven't asked you for anything in all these years. This time, please let me be willful." Sister Sue lowered her head and saw that Jiang Runin's eyes were already misty and wet, which made people feel distressed. Sister Sue and Jiang Runin persisted for a few minutes. Finally, he sighed. "Who is he?" Jiang Runin was stunned for a moment and said slowly, "Without him, there might not be who I am today." Sister Sue was stunned for a moment and finally waved her hand, indicating that Jiang Runin should handle it herself. Jiang Runin thanked him, then lowered her head to quickly edit a paragraph of text and posted it on her social account without any hesitation. At this time, in the Xiaobu ancient village, in the temporary office where the program crew was located, Linda hung up the phone with a very ugly look on her face. Because his debut show was suspended, he was scolded by the director of the Arts Center. The director also revealed that because the suspension caused losses in profits, the station will reevaluate the rating of the program. Where are we going, Dad? That means downshifting. Chapter 21. Don't spread rumors. Today, public opinion is still as strong as ever, with no sign of abating. The program has already suffered a serious impact. If it is downgraded again at this time, without resource support, I'm afraid the show will be doomed. Linda, even more, is that a group of people online, mainly Song Shio's fans, have already called for a boycott of bad actors. The purpose is obvious, which is to make George quit the show. Moreover, during the phone call in the afternoon, the director also told him clearly that if the situation continued to get worse, the station would terminate the contract with George. By then, even he won't be able to save George. This made Linda feel even more upset and guilty. George was the brother she called over to help, but in the end it ended up like this. Moreover, he is in a difficult situation now. If something went wrong with the S-grade program in his hands, he will be punished even if he is valued by the station leaders. Don't think about S-grade programs for a while. Linda cursed. What the fuck? He really couldn't understand whether these celebrity fans were just bored and were causing such a bloody storm just for a face issue. I wish I could kill him right away. There are also some celebrities who are aiding and abetting the evil. Just as Linda was thinking anxiously, someone knocked on the office door. Linda took a deep breath, suppressed her annoyance, and said with a serious face, "Come in." A figure pushed the door open and walked in. Linda looked up in surprise. The person who came in was George. George looked at Linda, who looked unhappy, and asked with a sigh in his heart, "What happened?" He noticed something was wrong when the show was suspended at noon. Everyone in the production team looked unhappy, and George vaguely noticed that some people in the production team looked at him with something wrong in their eyes. This made George more cautious, and a whole afternoon of observation made him even more certain. Something went wrong with the show. Maybe it has something to do with him. So after helping Angela clean up the room, George went straight to Linda. Linda was the program director and naturally knew everything. Linda didn't expect that it was George who came in and was stunned for a moment. Nothing. Linda couldn't hide her expression at the moment. George raised his eyebrows, pulled out a chair, and sat next to Linda, smiling. "When did you learn to hide things from others? Just tell me what happened." Linda sighed in her heart. It was because of him that George participated in the program, which led to the current public opinion. Therefore, Linda felt guilty. "This matter has nothing to do with you, I will." However, George knocked on the table directly. The thumping sound interrupted Linda. Linda looked up and met George's gaze. Linda finally sighed. "Brother June, I didn't handle it well. The show started this morning, and because your traffic was too high, you were blackmailed by Song Shio's fans. Now, the whole internet is talking about this. The suspension was also due to this reason." Having said that, Linda returned the phone to George. George frowned when he heard that and immediately picked up his phone to search for it. With so much public opinion online now, George found it out easily. When he saw that he was being slandered, his expression remained calm. But when George saw Song Shio's fans starting to spread rumors and insult Angela, his face suddenly turned pale. George suppressed his anger, read the public opinion, and put down his phone. Linda felt a little guilty and apologetic. "Brother June, it's my fault. I didn't handle this matter properly, and I got you and Angela implicated." George took a deep breath. He was well aware of the intrigues in the entertainment industry, so he had been relatively low-key during today's broadcast. He didn't expect that he would be targeted like this. And George can remain calm and composed even when rumors and slanders are spread about him. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of storms and all kinds of rumors, so he had become indifferent to all of them. But they should never, ever involve Angela. Angela is George's treasure, and he normally wouldn't even say a word or scold her, but this group of people actually spread rumors and caused trouble. Thinking of this, George's face turned pale. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and a staff member from the program team rushed in, shouting, "Director, good news. Public opinion is beginning to reverse." The staff didn't expect George to be there. They were stunned for a moment, while Linda stood up with a look of surprise. "Reversed? Yes, someone helped." Linda took the phone from the staff member in surprise and quickly looked through it. When he saw the contents on the phone clearly, he was stunned. Taking a deep breath, Linda quickly finished reading the content, then looked at George sitting in front of her with a complicated expression. "Brother June is very secretive. When did you become so close to Jiang Runin?" Thinking back to what she had just seen, Linda was a little shocked. Jiang Runin, a popular young star in the entertainment industry, is called the White Moonlight and Pure Goddess by countless people and has an astonishing number of fans. An absolute top-tier presence. Her fan base and status are not inferior to Song Shio at all. Strictly speaking, Jiang Runin is even better. After all, Jiang Runin is very popular now. Since his debut, he has produced a hit TV series almost every year, which is unmatched in the film and television industry. Linda also knew Jiang Runin. The actors he invited for his graduation project were George and Jiang Runin. At that time, Jiang Runin was a junior at the Shanghai Film Academy. However, as Jiang Runin's status rose, the two gradually lost contact. Linda didn't expect that George was still in contact with Jiang Runin, and judging from the situation, the relationship was quite significant. After all, being able to let a top star speak publicly was... Linda couldn't imagine what kind of relationship could allow a top star to do this. In his eyes, Jiang Runin's behavior was almost a way to destroy her own future. So Linda looked at George in an even weirder way. George heard Linda's words. He raised his head from his anger and frowned in surprise. Jiang Runin, George hadn't seen in years, emerged in his mind. Seeing George's surprised look, Linda screamed, "Brother June, don't say you don't know each other well. They have spoken up for you publicly." Then he handed the phone to George. The mobile page was Jiang Runin's social media homepage, which contained the content Jiang Runin had just posted 10 minutes ago. "George is my friend, and the other lady in the photo is George's wife. There is no such thing as the rumors circulating online between the two of them. They knew each other during college and went from wearing school uniforms to wearing wedding dresses. George is a very good person who has helped me a lot. Please treat public opinion rationally. Don't make rumors. Don't spread rumors. After reading this, George's eyes fell on the account avatar. The avatar is of a pure and sweet girl with a smile on her face, looking into the distance. George's memory gradually overlapped with the girl in the avatar, and the girl's voice, appearance, and smile suddenly became vivid. He also didn't expect Jiang Runan to speak up for him. After all, the two haven't seen each other for many years. Ever since he married Olivia, all they have exchanged are New Year greetings. Chapter 22, Clearing the Way. Unexpectedly, George sighed softly. Having been in the entertainment industry in his previous life, he naturally knew how much it would cost for a top-tier young actress to make such a statement. At the very least, it can result in the loss of fans, and at worst, it can lead to the collapse of personal image and damage. After all, no fan would like to see their favorite goddess publicly support a person of the opposite sex and trust them so much. While George was thinking, Linda beside him suddenly yelled again and looked at George in shock. Golden Melody producer Mr. Shun has also spoken for you. He handed the phone to George, and George took a look and saw a social media account with a certification of Golden Melody producer. Shun Yinqing posted a message. George is my student. He is a very good person. Please don't spread rumors. The message was short, but very meaningful, and many musicians in the circle took the initiative to help forward it. Shun Yinqing, Mr. Shun. Chinese contemporary female composer, Lifetime Achievement Music Artist, Chinese Music Chart Lifetime Achievement Award, Chinese Pop Music Lifetime Achievement Award. A music industry leader. This is the kind of person who can shake up the music industry with just one sentence. And now he's speaking out publicly for George. Linda didn't know what to say anymore. Are you Mr. Shun's student? George looked at Mr. Shun's words, and warmth appeared in his eyes. She was my professional teacher at university, and she took good care of me before. Linda hasn't recovered from the shock yet. Is this taking better care of you? This is taking such good care of you. It's like I'm treating you like my own student. Linda was talking. George's cell phone suddenly rang. The incoming call message was Teacher Shun. Before George could say anything, Linda said anxiously, You take it. Having said that, he walked out of the room, closing the door considerately. George shook his head and answered the phone. Teacher. There was silence on the other side for a moment, and then a kind voice sounded. Do you still remember me as your teacher? Hearing this kind voice, George's dull expression slowly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. I can forget you no matter who I am. After a pause, George thanked him earnestly. Thank you, teacher. The voice on the other end was a little angry. Why are you thanking me, kid? Linda was right about one thing. Shun Yunqing's care for George was not just good, but very good. By chance during his senior year, Shun Yunqing discovered that George had an amazing talent in writing lyrics and composing music, and later he even wanted to take George as his last disciple. Sighing, Shun Yunqing asked, How did it become like this? George also sighed. I was on a show, and I just found out about the situation. I didn't expect it to turn out like this and make the teacher worried. Shun Yunqing's voice was somewhat worried. You and Xiao Zhao? George and Olivia's wedding. George simply said, Divorced. The other party was silent for a few seconds, and then comforted. You are still young. It's okay to get divorced, and you will definitely find a better girl with your conditions. George's expression softened. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Shun Yunqing on the other side of the phone said slowly. You kid, I think the online public opinion has not ended yet. I'm also aware of the dirty things in the industry. I will let Man contact you. Whatever you want to do when the time comes, let Man help you. George quickly refused. Teacher, no need to numb. However, he was sternly interrupted by Shun Yunqing. You still think of me as your teacher, so just listen to me. After so many years, I'm finally happy to see you willing to step into this circle. I know you hate the dirty things in this circle, but it doesn't matter. Just like I said before, as long as you are willing, the teacher will pave the way for you. Hearing Shun Yunqing's words, George's emotions surged and his eyes became red. Shun Yunqing finally said, I think Angela is old enough now. I'll bring her to see me when I have time. George took a deep breath and nodded. Must. In a teacher's apartment at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Shun Yunqing hung up the phone with a look of emotion and joy. A voice came from beside me. Why do you take it so seriously? The person who was speaking was a woman with a graceful figure and excellent temperament. She was wearing a professional suit, and her two long legs and black stockings were straight and slender under her hip skirt. Kinmun, Shen Yunqing's granddaughter. Qin was a little confused at this time. She was busy in the company in the afternoon, but was suddenly called back by the old man. She thought it was something important and hurried back, only to find out that the old man asked her to help a student. Qin almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. She is the boss of Hanshi Music Company, earning tens of thousands of dollars a minute, and yet she is asked to help a student? Shen Yunqing ignored her granddaughter's strange tone, but slowly sat on the balcony, drank a sip of tea, and then said slowly, "You don't understand." Shen Yunqing suddenly changed the subject. "Isn't your company in need of composer?" Kinman nodded. Hanshi Music is one of the top music companies in the industry. It has many singers under its banner, and many well-known singers are from Hanshi. There are 3 first-line singers in the company now. With more singers, there is naturally a shortage of songs. In recent years, one of the main tasks of Hanshi Music Company is to find composers, especially top composers. Shen Yunqing smiled, motioned for her granddaughter to pour her some tea, and then slowly said, "As long as you can take down George, none of this will be a problem." George's talent for music composition is the most amazing I have ever seen. Sometimes I even feel that George's talent in music is better than mine. Shen Yunqing's tone was filled with emotion and sigh, and his expression was lost in memories. Qin was shocked when he heard Shen Yunqing's words. How was this possible? Qin is very aware of her grandmother's status in the music industry and her musical talent. She is one of the leaders of Chinese pop music, the kind that will go down in history. From birth to now, Qin has never seen anyone with more amazing talent than her grandmother. But now her grandmother said that there was a student whose musical talent was even stronger than hers, and Qin couldn't believe it at all. Shen Yunqing sighed and said to himself, "Back then, I actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. But unfortunately, Xiao Shun seemed to be very resistant to our circle and was unwilling to become his disciple. Later, I also thought about letting him join your company, but I didn't expect that this little guy got married right after graduation. Later, I heard that he was a full-time babysitter. I thought he was going to waste his talent. I didn't expect. It's fate. It seems that God doesn't want him to live an ordinary life, and they're getting divorced." He was finally willing to give up his little family. George's talent best, and she was extremely sad when she saw that George chose to stay at home to take care of the children, because she believes that if George is willing to display his talents, Chinese music may usher in a new impact. But this child is willing to be ordinary, unexpectedly. Now, there is a turning point. George on the internet. Even though he saw negative information about him, Shen Yunqing was still very excited. This means George is willing to step into this circle. So when Shen Yunqing saw George's situation, he directly posted a statement to protect his son on the social media platform that he hadn't logged into for many years. At the same time, he called Qin back from the company. Shen Yunqing had only one idea. Since George was willing to step into this circle, she must help George clear the way forward. Chapter 23, Hanshi Music. George hung up the phone, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Faced with Mr. Shun's sincere love and care, George was deeply moved. He had seen all kinds of meanness in his previous life, but in this life, he got to know so many kind people. Thinking of this, George thought of Jiang Runin, who also spoke up for him. George quickly opened WeChat and found Jiang Runin's WeChat. The same profile picture as on social media. George clicked on it and saw that the last chat message between the two was during the Chinese New Year. Jiang Runin sent him a New Year's greeting at midnight. George also replied. Further up are last year's New Year's greetings and those from the year before last. There was also this a few years ago. After George and Olivia got married, the only thing they talked about was New Year's greetings. Every year after midnight, Jiang Runin's blessings would be sent on time. It should be a group message set up by this girl in advance. George thought about it and quickly typed, "Thank you, girl." When George met Jiang Runin was only a junior in college, innocent and childish. At that time, George had just traveled through time, and his mental state was still the mature state of his previous life. Looking at Jiang Runin was like looking at a little girl. When taking photos of Linda's final set, George once casually called out, "That girl." Later, after calling it that many times, I got used to it. The other party didn't reply, probably because she was filming. George occasionally saw news about Jiang Runin on the internet in recent years and knew that this girl was becoming more and more popular. He knew the situation too well. His schedule must be packed, and he had no free time at all. I didn't think much about it. George had no idea that at this moment, Jiang Runin in Jiangnan Film and Television City was looking at the message on her phone, her palm-sized face already twisted into a ball. The already rosy lips were bitten to make them look even more tender and tempting. George hasn't sent her a message in 5 years. Since George got married, the distance between them has become farther and farther. George had sent her in 5 years. Although this message was just to express gratitude, it still made Jiang Runin excited, especially the familiar name, which made Jiang Runin's heart beat faster. Jiang Runin hesitated for a long time in the nanny car until the makeup artist asked her to touch up her makeup. Jiang Runin then deleted and revised the sentence and sent it over. I'm very happy to be able to help my senior. George hung up the phone. Linda rushed in from outside the door. As soon as she came in, she started gossiping about the relationship between George and Shun Yinxing. George briefly explained it. As he was speaking, the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number, but the caller's address was from Shanghai. George thought of something and answered the call. A hoarse and tender female voice came from the other side, with a smoky texture. George. George nodded. It's me. The other side said bluntly. I'm Qin Man. This is my personal phone number. Call me if you need any help. Qin Man is Teacher Shun's granddaughter. George has never met her, but he heard Teacher Shun talk about her a few times. George thought, thank you, Sister Qin Man. Qin Man responded indifferently and then hung up the phone. George could guess something from Qin Man's tone of voice. He thought that Qin Man might have some complaints about Teacher Shun's arrangement, and George understood that. After all, I have no relatives or friends. Qin Man was fine, so she called him specially. George thought about this and then looked up at Linda, who was sitting next to him. Do me a favor. Help me check what Hanshi Music is doing recently, or what they need. Hanshi Music Company is Qin Man's company. George knew about it before he graduated. Teacher Shun wanted him to work at Hanshi, although Teacher Shun asked him to speak freely. But Hanshi is not the company headed by Mr. Shun after all. Mr. Shun can say this, but I can't do it. If he really asked casually, Qin Man might help him for Teacher Shun's sake, but Teacher Shun's network would be over. So George must have the capital to speak. Hanshi Music? Linda was shocked again. Hanshi Music Company is one of the top music companies in China and can even be considered the industry leader. Linda had never imagined that George had any connection with Hanshi Music, but she didn't ask any more questions and just agreed. Wait for my news. Linda works at Hunan Provincial Television Station. As the most popular provincial satellite TV station in China, Hunan TV Station has an extensive network of contacts that covers the entire Chinese entertainment industry. This is not a difficult task for him. George looked up and out the window. Song Zheng was standing in the distance, talking and laughing with his agent. George's eyes flashed with coldness. The public opinion storm was caused by Song Xiu's fans. In addition, Linda has already told him that Linda has contacted Song Xiu, but Song Xiu is unwilling to settle the matter. And this group of people should never, ever touch Angela. This is a taboo for George. Whether in his past life or this life, George has never been a tolerant person, let alone a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied. If you dare to provoke him, you must be prepared for his revenge. After an afternoon, public opinion on the internet has gradually reversed as Jiang Runin and Mr. Shun spoke out. George's reputation is gradually improving. In fact, it mainly depends on Mr. Shun. Once Mr. Shun speaks, many musicians and big names in the industry take the initiative to help forward it, which directly suppresses the boiling public opinion. As for Jiang Runin's statement almost made public opinion even more heated. After Jiang Runin spoke, the entire internet was shocked. Jiang Runin has a pure and sweet appearance and has starred in many hit film and television dramas. She is definitely one of the hottest young actresses in the film and television industry today, and a top star. And what about George? An ordinary person who is deeply trapped in public opinion. Mr. Shun spoke for George because of their teacher-student relationship, and the whole network knew that George graduated from Shanghai Conservatory of Music, while Mr. Shun was a student of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Then why Jiang Runin? Friend? Who would believe that? Jiang Runin's statement is obviously disadvantageous to her. It can even be said to be damaging to her future. Jiang Runin has never had any scandal since her debut, but now she suddenly speaks up for the opposite sex, and her fans are going crazy. Even so, Jiang Runin still spoke. What does this prove? This shows that George is very important to Jeong Runin. The relationship between the two is definitely not just ordinary friends. And look at this sentence. George is a great guy. This sentence is too problematic. If the two of them have nothing to do with each other, I would do a live broadcast of washing my hair upside down. So public opinion gradually went astray. However, this also suppressed the negative public opinion about George once again. In addition, after Mr. Shin spoke out, a topic was inexplicably ignited by countless netizens. The topic is called Angela's fairy tale. It turned out that a netizen watched the live broadcast of the noon program with his child. The child liked the fairy tales told by Angela very much and kept shouting and clamoring to listen. But the show was suspended and he couldn't find any other stories online, so he had to turn to the internet for help. As a result, a bunch of similar netizens came up with this story, all saying that their children wanted to listen to this fairy tale again after hearing it, but they couldn't find it on the entire internet. Many parents also think that this fairy tale is easy to understand, simple and interesting, and can help children understand the truth. So I wanted to look for something similar online and use it as extracurricular reading or bedtime story for my children in the future. After searching for a long time, nothing found. Chapter 24, The Small Bench, is ready. The fairy tales on the internet are all the traditional stories that they are familiar with. As for the Little Red Riding Hood that Angela mentioned, there is no such thing. This topic just snowballed, getting more and more people talking about it. Finally, it became a hot topic. Countless netizens participated in the discussion and search for Angela's fairy tales, and even big names in the fields of early childhood education and fairy tale showed up. I can't praise the story of Little Red Riding Hood enough. So in the end, the whole internet was begging for Angela's fairy tale story. Since it couldn't be found on the internet, everyone could only look for the maker of the fairy tale, Angela's father. As a result, George and Angela's live broadcast accounts began to gain followers like crazy, and countless people flocked to the Where We Going, Dad? Media account to watch the show crazily. Linda never expected that the matter would be resolved like this. What's more, I didn't expect that after all this commotion, the attention to the program didn't decrease, and it seemed to have increased a lot. This made Linda breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the haze in her heart had finally been swept away. After readjusting her state, she immediately shouted, "Get ready to go live." George was chatting with Jeong Runin. After hearing the news of the show starting, he sent Jeong Runin a message. "It's ready to go live, we'll talk later. Remember to come to Shanghai when you have time. I'll treat you to a delicious meal." The other side quickly replied, "Come on, senior. It's settled. I'll definitely go when the time comes." A cartoon emoticon with glowing eyes. George smiled, sent a cool expression, put down his phone, and then went to pick up Angela, the mud monkey who was having fun in the field. In the dressing room of Jiangnan Film and Television City, Jeong Runin patted her cheeks, which were a little hot due to excitement and happiness. Before she could calm down, the door of the dressing room was swiped open. Agent Sue looked helpless. "My dear aunt, your fans are going crazy, and you still have the mind to chat here." The happiness on Jeong Runin's face suddenly stopped. It was getting dark. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program, which had been off the air for the whole afternoon, resumed broadcasting, and the number of viewers began to soar as soon as it started. There are still 5 live broadcast rooms and 5 groups of guests. According to the back-end data of the program team, Song Show's live broadcast room had the highest traffic, which reached its peak the moment the show started. The screen of the live broadcast room was full of comments supporting his brother. However, not long after, George and Angela's live broadcast rooms came from behind and instantly surpassed the traffic of Song Show's live broadcast room. And as the news of the launch spread, the influx of traffic has been nonstop. George's live broadcast room quickly widened the gap with the other live broadcast rooms and was far ahead, even almost reaching the total traffic of the last 3 groups of live broadcast rooms. All the staff of the program were stunned. Everyone thought that after this wave of public opinion, George might become silent. But unexpectedly, the traffic increased. George's live broadcast room is from passers-by fans who like Angela and George very much. Another part is fairy tale fans. This group of people came here just to listen to fairy tales. Another part, which also accounts for the largest share of traffic nowadays, is Jeong Runin's fans. Ever since Jeong Runin spoke out in the afternoon, her fans have been going wild. As a popular young actress, Jeong Runin's fan base even exceeds that of Song Shio, and there are countless male fans among them. After hearing Jeong Runin's statement in the afternoon, These male fans were all filled with curiosity and hostility towards George. So when they heard that the show was about to start, a bunch of people rushed over directly. They want to see what kind of man their goddess values. This has resulted in a surge in traffic in the live broadcast room. This terrifying traffic even alarmed the Hunan TV station. At this time, the 5 groups of guests who received the notice to start the broadcast have gathered at the recording point. George came over carrying Angela and met Song Shio, who was holding a stone in the distance. George's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked straight at Song Shio. Song Shio curled the corners of his mouth with a look of disdain. Song Shio felt quite sorry that he didn't kill this amateur in the afternoon. All we can say is that this amateur is very lucky, but Song Shio doesn't think that this amateur can create any big waves. You can never survive in this circle just by luck. The two glanced at each other and then looked calmly at the camera in the distance. At this time, Linda had already called on several groups of guests to greet the camera. George hugged Angela and said hello to his live broadcast room. The live broadcast room suddenly flashed. Angela's dad is so handsome. I want to listen to Angela's fairy tale. Who is this mud monkey? Where's my lovely Angela? After public opinion calmed down, George's live broadcast room became less hostile and filled with laughter. After the guests were introduced, the staff guided them to finish the accommodation rooms that had not been prepared at noon, allowing the audience in the live broadcast room to see the difficult accommodation environment for each group of guests. After seeing the paper-pasted window frames in the old, shabby room that looked like it was from the 1970s or 1980s, countless viewers in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "The best room is Song Shio." Compared with the other 5 rooms, Song Shio's room is closer to a modern room. Countless fans in the live broadcast room exclaimed that my brother is awesome. The person who stayed in the worst room was director Wang Hai. Because he gave the worst self-introduction, the worst rooms were left when it came time for him to choose. The wooden door was shaking and the thatched roof was rustling in the wind, which made George frown. Wang Hai's accommodation also aroused the sympathy of many viewers, and many viewers said that this program was too real. As for George, he followed his previous choice and chose a middle-level room, which was neither good nor bad, with nothing special about it. They had dinner live. This time, they didn't have to cook dinner, but the program crew prepared the meal in advance. Whole grains, corn, sweet potatoes, and steamed cornbread. The program team wants everyone to feel that life is not easy and recall the good times. This meal was not a pleasant one. Even George and Angela swallowed the food with frowns. In his 2 lives, George had never been short of money, and he also had cooking skills. His mouth has been spoiled for a long time. As for Angela, she became even more cunning because of George. When eating, his little face was almost wrinkled like a bun, and it took George's coaxing before he ate a little. As for the other groups of guests, it was even more lively. The sounds of crying and shouting echoed all night long, and the fathers all looked tired. It was almost 9 o'clock by the time we finished our meal. There were no more arrangements after that, and each group of guests went back to their rooms to prepare for bed. When I saw this, a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room had left, and the current traffic was only half of what it was when the show first started. Many viewers in George's live broadcast room commented, "That's it. There's nothing special about him other than he's handsome. Let's go. I thought it was something great. It's just ordinary. I don't know why the goddess cares so much. This is no different from ordinary people." Most of the people who said these things were Jiang Runnan's fans. They wanted to see what was so special about George, but ended up watching for over an hour. Apart from being handsome and having a cute daughter, there is nothing different about him. So they all prepare to leave. However, those old fans who have been following since morning said lightly, "Why are you in such a hurry? It hasn't even started yet." At this time, George had already finished taking Angela to take a bath. Now the big and the small were lying on the bed wearing a set of cute father-daughter pajamas. Angela rested her head on George's arm, her eyes feeling a little sleepy. "We got up early today and played all day." Now the little one can't hold on as soon as he gets into bed, but Angela tries to open his eyes and says in a soft voice, "Daddy's story." As soon as these words came out, the originally somewhat calm live broadcast room suddenly became boiling. "Here it comes. The little bench is ready. Front row, get ready. I've been waiting all night, and it's finally here." My son stopped playing with his toys when he heard we were going to tell a story. Chapter 25, The Magical World. There were passers-by who had just arrived in the live broadcast room. These people had no idea what was going on. They saw that the guests were going to sleep, and thought the show was about to end. Unexpectedly, the live broadcast room became even more lively. At this moment, everyone looked puzzled. What's going on? Aren't you going to bed? I don't understand. What are you looking at now? Those old fans replied. It's only show time now. Don't ask, just sit back and listen. Sure, I've been waiting all night for this party. At this time, in a villa in Beijing, an old man with a kind face turned up the volume of the live broadcast on his mobile phone to the maximum. If there were anyone here, they would recognize that this kind-faced old man is the Chinese fairy tale master, the famous domestic fairy tale writer, Sun Dawei. Sun Dawei's actions caused some surprise to the people on the other side. Old Sun, when did you become so trendy and watch live broadcasts? Sun Dawei laughed. What's the point of me being trendy? I'm half buried in the ground. My grandson heard a fairy tale while watching short videos this afternoon and couldn't forget it. He asked me to learn it. The person on the other side was surprised for a moment, then laughed. You're allowed to study? Don't you know what you do? I'd like to see what kind of story can make our fairy tale master learn humbly. While they were chatting and laughing, George had already discussed the content of the bedtime story with Angela. Angela's favorite thing recently was to listen to Harry Potter. So tonight's bedtime story is still Harry Potter. But before he spoke, George's expression changed slightly. There was a camera in the room, so he was obviously aware that the show was still being broadcast live. Therefore, the audience in the live broadcast room can also hear the stories he tells. If it was before, George would not care whether the audience could understand or not. But now, since George has decided to take revenge on Song Xiao, he has an extra consideration in his mind. Since Song Xiao's fans think that he has seized Song Xiao's traffic, then George will let Song Xiao's fans see what it means to seize traffic. George had an idea in mind and started again from the beginning of Harry Potter. As for Angela, Angela couldn't remember the plot at all. She just wanted to hear about the magical and fun magic world and the super powerful magic. At this time, the traffic in the live broadcast room began to increase again, and most of them were curious about what bedtime story George was going to tell. Through word of mouth among many netizens, everyone knows that Angela's father can tell fairy tales, and many of them are stories that no one else has ever heard of. When I heard George and Angela discussing, the live broadcast room was also discussing. Harry Potter? Did I make a typo? What kind of story is this? It sounds like a name, and a foreign name at that. Is it a foreign fairy tale? I want to hear Little Red Riding Hood. Isn't it said that George has a lot of stories that no one else has heard? Where are they? I don't like foreign stories. I prefer stories from our country. I don't feel I can relate to them. I waited in vain. Hey, sleep, sleep. The name Harry Potter discouraged many people. After all, everyone wanted to listen to George's fairy tales, not foreign stories. Especially the name is difficult to pronounce, and there is no sense of immersion at all. George didn't know the reaction in the live broadcast room. If he knew, he would just smile. Those who leave now will regret it later. Patting Angela gently, George's low voice slowly rang out. Mr. and Mrs. Dudley think they're normal people. They hate to see, but they have a secret. The story was told slowly, and many people in a live broadcast room initially found it a bit boring, or when they heard that it was a story from abroad, they didn't want to listen anymore. However, when a mysterious owl and cat appeared and the mysterious magical world slowly unfolded, everyone's eyes widened. There were originally quite a few people complaining or chatting in the comment section of the live broadcast room, but soon became quiet. The number of people in the live broadcast room is still increasing. It seemed that everyone was immersed in the magical world woven by George, until George slowly said, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor House and became good friends with Hermione and Ron. When I looked down, Angela had fallen into a deep sleep. Angela's brows were still furrowed, and I wonder if she was fighting monsters in a magic world in her dream. George smiled and smoothed Angela's brows. As soon as the story stopped, the audience in the live broadcast room all came back to their senses, and the originally quiet comment area instantly became boiling. Angela, Dad, don't listen. Keep talking. I haven't heard enough. What a magical world. It seems to exist in reality. Is this the end? Angela, Dad, Ancestor, tell me more. It's over. I wanted to fall asleep listening to a story, but now I can't fall asleep. No, what kind of story is this? It's so good. Why haven't I read it before? Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed, but all the viewers in the live broadcast room were still not satisfied. The story just told by Angela's father was really too exciting. Especially the magical and magnificent world, which seems to be real, makes everyone yearn for it and wants to know the next story. However, When everyone was immersed in it, it came to an abrupt end, which made countless viewers cry out in discomfort. Angela, you can't sleep. I haven't finished listening to my sister's story yet. Angela, get up quickly and let Daddy continue telling stories. I envy Angela and want to be Angela. At this time, in the villa in Beijing, fairy tale master Sun Dawei and his friends also came back to their senses from the story and looked at each other. Sun Dawei frowned and asked, "This is obviously not a fairy tale. It reads like a novel. Have you heard of it?" The person sitting opposite Sun Dawei thought for a moment and shook his head. "I have read almost all the literary works published in China and even abroad, but I have never heard of this story." Sun Dawei's expression froze. "You mean to say this is original?" The person on the other side took a deep breath and said with a similarly shocked look, "I have to go back and confirm it, but it's pretty close." Sun Dawei recalled, "This story is quite interesting." The person on the other side said, "This story, Tisk, it's quite interesting. I didn't expect that when I came to you to urge you to submit the manuscript, there would be an unexpected surprise. Thank you, grandson, for me." As he spoke, the person opposite him stood up. Sun Dawei was stunned for a moment and said, "Will you sit for a while?" The person on the other side shook his head and said, "No, I have to go back and confirm this story. If it is confirmed to be original, I may have to go to Hunan province." Then he put on his coat and quickly left Sun Dawei's house, leaving Sun Dawei in the house with a sigh of regret. Young people today are incredible. Chapter 26, Awakening. It was already dark inside the EMI Records building, but the lights were still on inside. Liu Yao's new album will be available online tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Since Liu Yao is the artist that the company is focusing on promoting now, the company has high hopes for her. In addition, Tianyu Media released an album at the same time. Therefore, EMI Records has attached great importance to the release of Liu Yao's new album this time, and all relevant staff of the company are checking and coordinating the album release matters tomorrow. Make sure everything is foolproof. Strive for a higher status as soon as the new album is released. Olivia, who was wearing a black dress, had a sad face because she'd been busy all day with the release of her new album. Still busy till now. Now that everything was settled, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Olivia turned off the computer and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. On the phone, Mr. Sun sent her a message. "Olivia, let me know when you're done, and I'll pick you up for dinner." Olivia thought about it, and then she tapped with her slender fingers and replied, "I'm done." The other side quickly replied, "Give me 15 minutes. I'll be there soon." Mr. Sun, Sun Yaowen, the boss of Yaowen Film and Television Media Company, whose market value is estimated at over 1 billion, is a company larger than EMI Records, specializing in film and television investment, production, and distribution. Moreover, Sun Yaowen is only 30 years old, but he has already taken charge of such a company. He deserves to be called a young and promising person. Even Olivia admires it. More importantly, Sun Yaowen has been pursuing Olivia. The two met at an evening party. At that time, Sun Yaowen was shocked when he saw Olivia. He immediately began to pursue Olivia madly. This pursuit lasted for a year, and even Olivia's company employees and Zhao's father and mother knew something about it. It's quite sincere. Just like what Sun Lanfang said, Mr. Sun is a good person with both good character and ability. Olivia had some feelings for him, and after Sun Yaowen heard that she was divorced, he pursued her even more enthusiastically. Then, there was the dinner appointment tonight. Try contacting first. Olivia withdrew her thoughts. There was still more than 10 minutes before Mr. Sun arrived. After thinking for a while, Olivia clicked on short video. In her spare time at work, she also watches short videos, which allows her to relax and learn about current entertainment trends. However, as soon as Olivia clicked on the short video, her brows furrowed. Because the video she saw was the scene where George called Angela to get up in the morning, and the number of likes on this video has now exceeded 3 million. Looking at the intimate movements and expressions of love between the father and daughter in the video, Olivia felt extremely irritated and her face immediately darkened. His eyes were cold. She had learned that evening that George had gotten out of the public opinion. Olivia originally wanted to use this public opinion to turn George into a complete waste, so that it would be easier for her to get the custody of Angela. Unexpectedly, George actually reversed public opinion. Thinking of this, Olivia recalled the news she saw in the afternoon, that Golden Melody Award producer Mr. Shun and popular young actress Jiang Runin both spoke up for George. George, as professional teacher, is Mr. Shun. Olivia knows it, because when they got married, Mr. Shun attended their wedding. but they had no contact afterwards. And after Olivia became the president of EMI, she asked George to play the emotional card and ask Mr. Shun to sing a song for him. As a top composer and a leading figure in the music world, every musician longs to sing a song written by Mr. Shun. But Mr. Shun retired 5 years ago and no longer commissioned songs. Olivia was thinking at the time, George is Mr. Shun's student. Let's see if she can play the emotional card and ask Mr. Shun to sing a song for her. Just one song will do. Maybe it will take the company to the next level. However, George told her at the time that he and Mr. Shun were just normal university teacher-student relationships, and they were not particularly close, so they could not make an appointment. Thinking back to this incident, Olivia felt a surge of anger in her heart. She actually believed it at the time. After all, judging from George's behavior after marriage, he didn't seem like someone who could know such a top boss. Results now. Normal university teacher-student relationship? What kind of teacher-student relationship could make Mr. Shun, who is not very good at using social media software, speak out to defend it as soon as the incident happened? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is not a normal teacher-student relationship at all. And since George had this relationship, why didn't he help her before and never told her about it? Trash is trash. Olivia thought about it. The angrier she became, and she cursed in a low voice with a cold expression. Besides Mr. Shun, the popular young actress Jang Runin made Olivia look even colder. She never knew what the relationship between George and Jang Runin was. As someone in the entertainment industry, Olivia knew too well how big a risk Jang Runin took by speaking out. George, even at the cost of your own interests? Looking at Jang Runin's pure, sweet, and delicate little face on the internet, Olivia pinched her red nails into her palms unconsciously. Just as Olivia's expression became increasingly cold, the cell phone in her tightly clenched hand rang. Sun Yaowen called to say that he had arrived downstairs. Olivia hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and suppressed the fluctuating emotions in her heart. Before going downstairs, Olivia took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. Looking at the bright and beautiful face in the mirror, Olivia's expression gradually returned to calm. George tries, he is still a waste. There will always be a world of difference between me and her. Olivia curled the corners of her mouth with a hint of disdain on her face. Then she tossed her wavy long hair and walked downstairs in a free and easy manner. There was a Maybach parked downstairs. Mr. Sun Yaowen, dressed in a neat suit, leaned against the car. When he saw the bright and beautiful Olivia coming downstairs, he immediately took out a bouquet of flowers from behind and walked forward. Good job, Olivia. There were employees and passers-by walking downstairs of the office building, and many of them showed envious looks and cheered softly when they saw this scene. Olivia's annoyance suddenly dissipated and a smile appeared on her face. This is the life she wants. Olivia accepted the rose that Sun Yaowen handed to her with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Then Sun Yaowen opened the car door considerately, and Olivia got in the car, holding the flowers. The luxurious and dazzling Maybach drove towards the neon lights of Shanghai. At the same time, when Olivia got into Sun Yaowen's Maybach, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded in the night sky of Lingnan City. There were flashes of lightning and thunder in the night. The several groups of guests who were recording a program in Xiaobu Ancient Village were all shocked. What followed was the heart-wrenching cry of a child, or the whining sound of asking for his mother. In the room, George sighed softly. He finally managed to talk Angela to sleep and was ready to end the live show. Before he could say anything to the staff, a sudden thunder instantly tore the sky and earth apart, and then a crackling rain curtain fell. Then, Angela was awakened. Chapter 27. Insects Fly. Angela has been afraid of thunder since she was a child. Whenever there is thunder, she cannot sleep well, and someone must watch over her all night long. Especially after being frightened awake. If I can't find my father, I will cry and collapse. Sure enough, after the thunder, George saw the little person in his arms move. First, his little face wrinkled, and then his legs kicked. The big eyes opened immediately. Unlike her usual cute look, Angela's eyes were now filled with fear. George felt a pang of pain when he saw this. He immediately embraced Angela, patted her gently, and coaxed her softly. Don't be afraid. Angela, Daddy is here. Angela was awakened by the thunder. Fortunately, she saw George as soon as she opened her eyes. The fear in her big eyes was reduced a little, but she was still scared. She trembled and leaned into George's arms, crying out in grievance. Daddy, I am scared. There were still quite a few people in the live broadcast room at this time. Although it was almost over, everyone was already in high spirits because of the story George had just told. Even though the show was about to end, there were still quite a few people in the live broadcast room. Many people wanted to continue listening to the story and kept refreshing the screen in the live broadcast room, hoping to attract George's attention. And then there was the thunder just now. When everyone heard George coaxing Angela in a soft voice, many people in the live broadcast room commented crazily. Angela, Dad, are you still in need of a 6-year-old and 204-month-old lovely daughter? Oh, the sound is so sweet, it's killing me. Angela, give your seat to me and let me lie down for a while. Then when everyone heard Angela say that she was scared, they all felt distressed. In particular, the program live broadcast set up multiple camera positions, one of which was a close-up of Angela's face. When seeing that frightened little face, a bunch of mother fans in the live broadcast room immediately said distressfully, "Don't be afraid. Angela, Mom, is with you. Oh, poor thing. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Angela, leave a place for Mommy. Mommy and Daddy will protect you together." I can hear the abacus upstairs, clearly from the northeast. The situations of the other groups of guests were similar to Angela's. They were all ready to end the live broadcast and hug their children to sleep. Unexpectedly, there was a loud thunder, and all the children who had been coaxed to sleep with great difficulty woke up. The other groups of guests usually have fewer children to take care of, and most of them are boys, who are even more noisy, so the process of coaxing them to sleep almost cost several fathers their lives. The children finally fell asleep, but before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they all woke up again. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed wildly. I felt like Zhang Shui was about to burst. I finally managed to coax this little devil Guangzai to sleep, but it was all in vain. The moment Guangzai was frightened awake, Zhang Shui subconsciously showed an expression of despair, as if he had seen a ghost, and they were all captured by the audience. Some viewers even put together Zhang Shui and Guangzai's emoticons, calling it shocked father and son. This caused everyone in the live broadcast room to laugh wildly, and the number of people watching the live broadcast increased again. Linda saw that all the guests had woken up and were busy coaxing their children. The topic of the show came up, so she waved her hand and said, "Keep on broadcasting," just in time to make up for the afternoon suspension time. The staff continued to work, diverting traffic from the trending searches and pushing the program, which had just cooled down a bit, back to the hot list. More and more viewers flocked to the live broadcast room. Then I saw 5 fathers busy coaxing their children. The thunder outside the window came one after another, almost without stopping, and the rain was pouring down. There was also the cry and howl of unknown wild beasts and birds in the night rain. Moreover, the ancient village is not like a city with flashing neon lights. Outside the windows of the ancient village, there are only swaying shadows of trees, bearing their fangs and claws. The audience in the live broadcast room all cried out in horror, not to mention the children, who were all awakened from their sleep and burst into tears. George could even hear Guangzai crying not far away next door. Angela is not much better. Angela is well-behaved and obedient. She cannot control herself when faced with something that scares her from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, the ancient village is different from home. It will be much better if you draw the curtains and do some sound insulation at home. At this time, Angela had been crying in George's arms for a while. The cute little face was covered with snot and tears, and he used George's pajamas as snot tissue. The audience watching the live broadcast wanted to laugh, but also felt sad. George sat up and coaxed Angela gently. Angela just cried out, and her voice was a little hoarse. Now she was sobbing, and her eyes were red, which made George feel uncomfortable. Especially if there is any movement outside the window, the little person in my arms will tremble, and my whole body will be in a state of nervous tension. This is not a solution, George coaxed Angela and said, "Daddy, can you please continue telling Angela stories?" George tried to coax Angela to sleep again, or let her relax a little, but Angela shook her head with red eyes. At this time, there was another thunder outside the window. Angela was frightened again and cried for a long time before being coaxed by George. My voice is hoarse and my eyes are swollen. George felt very distressed when he saw this. The audience watching the live broadcast were equally distressed, as George and Angela clearly did nothing and didn't even pay attention to the camera. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room is constantly increasing. There were no jokes in the live broadcast room. Everyone was feeling sorry for Angela, or giving advice and suggestions to George's father. George added, "Angela, do you want to listen to some music?" He had to find a way to make Angela relax. Fortunately, this time, Angela nodded under George's nervous gaze and hummed in a hoarse voice. "Daddy Gidge." George looked delighted and said immediately, "Daddy, can you sing for Angela?" Angela nodded with red eyes. George half sat up and held Angela directly in his arms, so that Angela felt safer and it was also convenient for him to sing. While George was adjusting his posture, many people in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "Angela's dad can sing. Wow, what a perfect dad Angela is. He could do all the housework, tell stories, and sing songs. Perfect husband." Another day of wanting to be Angela's mom. I was just about ready to go to bed, and thanks to Angela, someone sang a lullaby for me. Smirking, "The one upstairs. Aren't you afraid that Angela's father will scare you to death with a shout?" Although I trust Angela's father, singing is different from telling stories and doing housework. The key is talent, and there's no background music, so it's too difficult to sing a cappella. Angela's father is just an amateur and has never practiced before, so don't have too high expectations. The requirements are not high, as long as you can listen. The traffic in the live broadcast room was very high, and the comment section was full of people arguing about Angela's father's singing level. At this moment, George had already adjusted himself. Then, tapping Angela, George's voice slowly began to sing. "The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. Insects fly, insects fly. Who are you missing?" Chapter 28, The Mute Bride. George's soothing and gentle singing slowly rang out in the dimly lit room. As the song started, the live broadcast room, which had been filled with endless debate, instantly became quiet. The comments that were already flooding the screen suddenly stopped. Everything seems to have been paused. George paid no attention to what was happening in the live broadcast room. He was already immersed in the singing. "The Insects Are Flying" was a song that George liked very much. He grew up listening to this song when he was a child, and when he grew up, he listened to this song to find his childhood. It can be said that it runs through his life. This song, "The Insects Are Flying," was a very popular ballad in the previous life. Because the melody is very simple and soothing, and the lyrics are very warm, it was almost known to everyone in the previous life. Almost every kid has heard it. Having Angela, George would sometimes sing some songs to her to coax her sleep. "The Insects Fly" is also Angela's favorite song. George recalled some scenes from his life with Angela. He remembered one time when they were sitting on the balcony, looking at the stars outside the window. George held Angela in his arms, and the two, big and small, sang "A Bug Is Flying" together. The moonlight was shining, the stars were shining. Angela was calling Daddy with a smile on her face, and George felt that life was so happy at that time. Thinking of this, George's face showed a touch of tenderness, and a happy smile overflowed from the bottom of his heart. The singing voice became softer, deeper, and more emotional. "The stars in the sky are crying. The roses of the earth wither. The cold wind blows, the cold wind blows. As long as you are with me. In this life, as long as Angela is with him, he will be satisfied." George was immersed in his emotions and had no idea that as he sang slowly, the live broadcast room was already boiling. When George first started speaking, there was silence in the live studio for a while. But not long after, a large number of comments suddenly poured out of the silent live broadcast room, one after another, almost flooding the screen. "Angela's father sings so beautifully. This song and this voice are amazing. I want to praise Angela's dad so much. His singing touched my heart as soon as he opened his mouth. It's over. I'm completely in love with Angela's dad." That sounds good. It sounds so simple. Why is the song so touching? I instantly thought of my childhood, when the moonlight was bright, the rice fields were swaying, and everyone in the village sat under the street lights chatting and playing cards. I suddenly want to be a kid. The song is beautiful, but why do I feel a little sad? Growing up isn't fun. I don't know why, but I suddenly miss my grandpa. I wonder how he is doing in heaven. I miss my grandma. When I was a child, she would sing to me with a palm leaf fan and coax me to sleep. I'm sad and want to cry. I just want to watch a variety show before going to bed. Why do you want me to cry? Can anyone tell me what lullaby this is? Oh, why is it so beautiful? Will you please stop singing it? The comments in the live broadcast room were overwhelming, and I couldn't tell which was which. I was overwhelmed as soon as I took a look at them, and the traffic in the live broadcast room was still skyrocketing. The short video platform has already made it into the top 10 of the hot list. At this time, In the game live broadcast area of the short video platform, a live broadcast room was very popular and ranked first in the game live broadcast area. In a live broadcast room, a beautiful female anchor is broadcasting a very popular game. The female anchor is very beautiful and has a great figure. Her eyes are sharp when she plays games, and she looks heroic, making people want to click on the live broadcast to watch it. But as soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I heard a lot of sweet words. What a psycho. Death to your father. The voice was so violent and rough that it stunned everyone who had just entered the live broadcast room, not knowing what to do. The old fans in the live broadcast room have been frantically commenting. Sister Joe, don't talk. Damn it, I forgot to watch it on mute. I'm willing to pay a large sum for poison. Who can poison Sister Joe's voice and make it mute? When Sister Joe doesn't speak, she's as beautiful as a fairy. When Sister Joe opens her mouth, the sky collapses and the earth cracks. The female anchor in the live broadcast room is the popular game anchor on the short video platform, Zhou Wenhui, also known as Sister Joe. Sister Joe is beautiful and has a good figure. The key is the contrast of the mouth, which has attracted countless fans. The number of fans on the entire network even exceeds 10 million. She is one of the most popular anchors in the gaming area and is known as the Mute Bride. At this time, accompanied by Sister Joe's ghostly howling. How the hell can I win with teammates like this? How can I win if you sue me? Then the game ends. Sister Joe slammed the keyboard, her pretty facial features showing signs of gritting her teeth. She had no image at all. Damn it, Sister Joe. Can't you be a little gentler? Look, Sister Joe can only mute. Someone can calm Sister Joe down, please. You want Sister Joe to be quiet? You might as well ask a sow to climb a tree. It's still poisonous and mute. I'm buying medicine now, and I'll be ready to act soon. Add me one. Add me one. Mute Bride. Love, love. Sister Joe had calmed down by now. When she saw the comments in the live broadcast room, she immediately widened her eyes and shouted, I'm so beautiful. Why are you comparing me to a sow? Someone immediately commented in the live broadcast room. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We insulted the sow. Sorry, sow. Sister Joe, with her mouth, is no better than a sow that can climb a tree. The comments in the live broadcast room made Sister Joe glare at them, gritting her teeth and saying, Okay. You said I'm not as good as a sow? Then tomorrow's cosplay benefit is canceled. Go watch your sows. Fans in the live broadcast room responded. Cancel it. Just remember to update the photos. Aren't photos better than videos? I love you even more. Sister Joe has long been accustomed to the teasing in the live broadcast room. This is her style, so she quarreled with fans for a while, and when she was tired of scolding, she said, Come on, brothers, Sister Joe will take you to the ward. Don't blame Sister Joe for not giving you food. Sister Joe will take you to eat together. After saying that, she exited the game page and opened the live broadcast area of the short video. Sister Joe habitually glanced at the hot list to see if there was any new gossip today. Just as she was about to take her brothers to watch the young lady dance, an entry on the hot list suddenly caught her attention. Today, I know what a perfect husband is. Sister Joe paused and subconsciously clicked on this entry. Fans in the live broadcast room all saw Sister Joe's actions and burst into laughter. The comment section joked crazily. We agreed to take the brothers out to eat something good, but Sister Joe wanted to eat secretly. Perfect husband? Could it be that Sister Joe is also in love? Sister Joe, don't even think about it. Unless you poison yourself to mute yourself, you won't be able to find a husband. Sister Joe's eyes are full of her husband. Sister Joe also reacted quickly. She immediately pretended to be shy and patted her hand holding the mouse, then said angrily, Oh, it's all this hand's fault. I clearly didn't want to watch it, but this hand insisted on clicking it open. Chapter 29, Shut Up, Sister Joe. The live page loaded for a moment, and then the topic live room opened. Sister Joe instantly saw the title corresponding to this topic live room. Where are we going? Dad, Angela, Dad. Sister Joe also saw the cover of a live broadcast. In the cover, a boy who looked more handsome than a star was holding a cute little girl with a gentle look on his face. When Sister Joe saw the boy's appearance, she was stunned for a moment. This scene was also observed by her fans in the live broadcast room, and the comment section once again made fun of it. It's over. Sister Joe is really in love. My goodness, this dad is only slightly more handsome than me. The guy above is so shameless. This dad is obviously as handsome as me. Sister Joe quickly came back to her senses, her cheeks a little hot from being caught, and she immediately cleared her throat to cover it up. Isn't this the show that was so popular today? This guy should be the amateur who was slandered, right? He is indeed quite handsome. I was stunned just now because I remembered this incident, not because of anything else. Brothers, can you please stop making random guesses? Crazy comments in the live broadcast room. Yeah, what do we say? Sister Joe, you were just trying to cover up your mistake. I'm not thinking about anything. Why are you blushing? After seeing this comment, Sister Joe subconsciously touched her face, which caused the fans in the live broadcast room to make fun of her crazily. Sister Joe just gave up. I just like looking at handsome guys. What's wrong with that? This is the blessing I got from working like a slave in my previous life. Perfect husband? I want to see what it is like. Let me taste it for my sisters first. Having said that, Sister Joe directly clicked on Angela George's live broadcast room. At this time, George had finished singing A Bug is Flying. Angela liked listening to it very much. The fear on her little face was much less, and her eyes were not so red anymore. George didn't stop. He patted Angela again and started singing. The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. Insects fly. Sister Joe's account level is very high. When this kind of account enters the live broadcast room, there will be a system prompt, which makes it convenient for the anchor to know that a big shot has entered the live broadcast room. Normally, when Sister Joe enters the live broadcast room, the anchor who is broadcasting live will be stunned and then shout with a look of surprise. Thank you for your support, Sister Joe. Welcome to visit us often. Although Sister Joe has no image and is always noisy with her fans, having tens of millions of fans is very impressive for most anchors. An existence that needs to be looked up to. But this time, when Sister Joe entered the live broadcast room, it did not cause any ripples. The handsome man holding the child in the camera did not even raise his head. Faced with the handsome guy ignoring her, Sister Joe was naturally a little frustrated. But the next second, Sister Joe was attracted by other situations. She looked at the exploding number of viewers in the live broadcast room and the overwhelming and dense comments. Sister Joe's eyes widened, and she even stuttered subconsciously. This fuck, am I dazzled? As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes and looked at the live broadcast room. The number of viewers was still so explosive, and the number of people online at the same time had exceeded 1 million. I can't even make out a single word in the comment section. Sister Joe took a deep breath. She had seen many big scenes, but at this moment she felt extremely shocked. No wonder no one else brags about her. Her account is only at the level of a small Karami. In this short period of time, she has seen many familiar Big Boss accounts. Sister Joe's voice was a little hoarse. This is too awesome. The fans who were watching Zhou Jie's live broadcast room also saw what was happening in Angela and George's live broadcast rooms and were equally shocked. Then someone said, Sister Joe, it seems that this man is not your turn. My goodness, I can't even read a single comment in that section. Every time I take a glance at it, I want to be a mom. I started watching the show in the evening. The traffic in the live broadcast room was quite high then. I didn't expect it to be even higher now. Sister Joe had come back to her senses at this time and said, Brothers, this is incredible. Watch the live broadcast carefully. I want to see what's so awesome about it. As soon as Sister Joe finished speaking, a soft and clean male humming sounded, and this humming sound went straight into people's hearts. Sister Joe was stunned. The fans who came with Sister Joe were all stunned, and the comment section that was originally full of jokes and funny things became visibly quiet. Sister Joe looked towards the live broadcast room following the sound of the song, and saw a handsome man in the room holding a little girl sitting on an old bed. The man had a kind and gentle look on his face. The light in the room was dim, like the light at home when I was a child. Outside the room, the shadows of trees are swaying. The sound of rain and wind can be faintly heard, and the night outside can be vaguely seen through the old window glass. Plus that soft humming. Sister Joe just felt that the scene in front of her made her feel very warm. And as the lyrics slowly sounded, the low, soft, and emotional humming made Sister Joe feel dazed. Sister Joe seemed to see her home as a child. She saw her mother fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, her father busying around, and even the old house that had been demolished in her childhood appeared in front of Sister Joe. The scenes from my childhood are still vivid in my mind. Sister Joe suddenly felt very tired. She wanted to go back to her childhood, to the childhood when her mother loved her and her father cared for her, and she was carefree and happy. No need to hustle for a few coins anymore. No need to do things you don't like to do just for a living. There's no need to force yourself to smile every day and turn your life into a drama. As Sister Zhou listened to the song, her expression became more and more dazed. She no longer chatted with fans and no longer joked with fans in a carefree and sweet-mouthed manner. Sister Zhou curled up in a ball on the gaming chair, hugged her knees with her hands, and rested her chin on them. Listened quietly to the singing in the live broadcast room. The fans in Sister Zhou's live broadcast room had long noticed something was wrong with Sister Zhou. Seeing Sister Zhou sitting so well and quietly, all the fans felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Sister Zhou became popular because she talks too much, always has something to say, and has a foul language that makes her look terrible. Some people say that it is harder to make Sister Zhou shut up than to climb to the sky. Many fans said that the best way to make Sister Zhou silent is to make her mute, or just have a mute bride. It can be said that since Sister Zhou started live streaming, no one has ever seen Sister Zhou so quiet and well-behaved over the years. When Sister Zhou calmed down, her eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as a painting. Many fans were moved. Oh my god, this is so scary. I actually have a crush on Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou is indeed a mute bride. As long as she doesn't speak, she is the most beautiful esports live broadcast. I suddenly realized that Sister Zhou is actually quite pretty. Brothers, what should we do if we feel a little moved? Sister Zhou, please open your mouth and speak. Don't play this trick on us, brothers. We are really tempted. This is so scary. Has Sister Zhou been possessed by another spirit? While many fans were complaining and making fun of her, no one noticed that Zhou Jie's eyes were getting redder as she was listening to the song. And then suddenly, a tear fell. Chapter 30, I can't hold it anymore. The crystal tears streaked across Sister Zhou's pretty face, adding a unique charm to her already beautiful facial features, making her look so pitiful. Fuck, Sister Zhou is crying. Am I seeing things? Sister Zhou is crying. Damn it. What the hell is this inexplicable heartbeat feeling? It's killing me. I suddenly want to hold Sister Zhou in my arms. It's scary just thinking about it. What's the difference between this and hugging the monkey on MANHWA? I just discovered how pretty Sister Zhou is today. As expected, the mute bride is more beautiful. As long as Sister Zhou doesn't speak, she is my goddess. Love it, love it. Is Sister Zhou going to switch to being a beauty anchor? Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. The fans in the live broadcast room were already used to jokes, so when they saw Sister Zhou crying, they subconsciously commented, but before they could say anything more. Sister Zhou's eyes became redder and redder. More and more tears flowed, and she even started sobbing. Sister Zhou, don't scare me. Sister Zhou, what's wrong? Sister Zhou, don't cry. My eyes are itchy too. What's going on? Hug Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou, don't cry. I just said you look like a monkey from MANHWA. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? I suddenly feel sorry for Sister Zhou. What's going on? In the eyes of all her fans, Sister Zhou is always carefree and always has a smile on her face. Even if she encounters something unhappy or unpleasant, she will just say a few sweet words. Afterwards, he happily joked and argued with his fans. What a big heart. Many people like Sister Zhou because of this feeling of her good temper, open-minded, and not shy or pretentious. No one has ever seen Sister Zhou cry. So when they suddenly saw Sister Zhou crying and crying harder and harder, all the fans in a live broadcast room were a little panicked. They stopped teasing Sister Zhou and started to find ways to comfort her. Moreover, Sister Zhou's crying made many old fans in the live broadcast room suddenly feel itchy in their eyes, and they inexplicably wanted to cry too. Sister Zhou also knew that she was emotionally broken at this time, and she wanted to hold it back. After all, she was still live streaming, and she would never show such emotions during a live broadcast. No matter how aggrieved or angry I am, I will process it all by myself after the show ends. But at this moment, Sister Zhou couldn't help herself. She couldn't control herself at all. The soft humming sound was like a sharp blade, cutting out all the grievances and pains in her heart for so many years. Sister Zhou was sobbing and shaking all over. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and said to the live studio with sobs, "Sorry guys, I feel a little uncomfortable, so I'll go offline first." Sister Zhou wanted to put on a bright smile like usual, but the forced smile was uglier than crying, and all the fans in the live broadcast room felt heartbroken. Sister Zhou, are you okay? Sister Zhou, please stop crying. It hurts me so much. It's over, Sister Zhou really stopped talking. I'm still a little uncomfortable with what's going on. Who understands this feeling of being broken? Sister Zhou is simply my god. Is Miss Zhou okay? I usually watch Sister Zhou drain my negative emotions. This is the first time I see Sister Zhou collapse like this. I feel sorry for her. Before the fans in the live broadcast room had time to say a few more words, the room was quickly closed by Sister Zhou. In the room that suddenly became quiet, Sister Zhou's sobbing gradually became louder. At this time, there were many people in George's live broadcast room who were in the same situation as Sister Zhou, and many viewers said that it was very uncomfortable to listen to. Many viewers even shed tears. Who knows? I just wanted to watch some variety shows before going to bed, but now I'm crying in my bed and can't take care of myself. I miss my grandpa so much. My roommate asked me why I cried so hard, and I was embarrassed to say that I saw it while watching a variety show. Angela, Dad, you were trying to kill me. Stop singing, I can't hold it anymore. In addition, many parents said that George sang very well and the children who watched the variety show with them were coaxed to sleep. One viewer even commented, I've decided, from now on, I will watch this variety show before going to bed and let Angela as Daddy put me to sleep. This comment has countless supporters, and many people think it is a practical method. They really think George is very good at coaxing children. There are even marketing accounts online that have started posting Learn George's 3 steps to soothe your baby. At this time, George had sung A Bug's Flight several times. Angela, who was a little afraid of thunder, finally calmed down and stopped shaking. The redness and swelling of the eye sockets have subsided. At this time, Angela was already feeling sleepy again in George's arms. Her big eyes began to blink weakly, and George whispered in Angela's ear, Angela, go to sleep. Daddy will stay with you. Angela was a little confused and mumbled vaguely, Daddy. She twisted her little body in George's arms, found the most comfortable position, and slowly closed her eyes. George continued to sing A Bug is Flying. It is not about the number of songs or the complexity of songs that can lull you to sleep that you want to be. The key is simplicity. A simple rhythm, repeated and humming, has the best effect. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Angela finally fell asleep and even started snoring softly. George looked at the baby in his arms with tenderness in his eyes, then carefully put Angela into the quilt and patted her gently for a while. Making sure Angela had fallen into a deep sleep, George stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. It sounds easy to coax a child, but it is actually very difficult to do. Not only is it mentally tiring, but it is also physically tiring. Who can stand sitting still for half an hour? Seeing that George finally coaxed Angela to sleep, the audience in the live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief and commented, Angela, Dad, thank you for your hard work. It's so hard. It's not easy to take care of kids. Angela's father works so hard. Please find a mother for Angela as soon as possible. When the audience was commenting, George also walked in front of the camera. Linda had already informed each group of guests that they could choose to turn off the broadcast according to their own circumstances. George was too busy just now, but now that Angela has finally been coaxed to sleep, George is ready to stop broadcasting. So George said his last hello to the camera. Thank you for your company. Everyone go to bed early. After saying that, he ended the live broadcast amid a series of good night comments in the room. After turning off the live broadcast, George did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he came to the next room. At this time, Linda was already waiting with a stack of documents. When she saw George come in, she immediately handed all the documents in her hand to George. These are the recent movements of artists under Hanshi Music. I have found them all for you. Linda started working on the tasks George assigned to her in the afternoon and has only just finished them. George took the materials with a touched look on his face. Thanks, brother. Hey, what's the word thank you for, brothers? Chapter 31. Are you in a hurry? Brother June, what are you going to do? In the room, Linda looked at George, who was looking through the documents carefully, and asked puzzledly. He probably already knew George's plan and knew that George wanted to use the power of Hanshi Music to attack and retaliate against Song Xiao. Although Song Xiao is considered a top star, but it is still not enough when facing a behemoth like Hanshi Music. If Hanshi Music is willing to help George, it would not be difficult to completely eliminate public opinion or punish Song Xiao. But how to get Hanshi Music to help? This is a big problem. Although George has Mr. Shin support, Linda knows that a giant like Hanshi Music will definitely not make a big deal for George. George doesn't have the capital yet. Linda was collecting information in the afternoon, She was thinking about how George could convince Hanshi, but she couldn't think of any solution. By this time, George had already seen the whole thing. After hearing Linda's words, George did not respond in a hurry. Instead, he went through the selected information again and then pulled out one of them. Placing the document on the table, George clicked on one of the lines of text. Linda immediately picked up the information on the table out of curiosity. The paper recorded some activities and projects of Hanshi Music this month. But it wasn't very important information, so Linda summarized it all on a piece of paper. Linda frowned when she saw the paper, then looked at the line of words George had just pointed at, and saw that the words on the line read, Hanshi Music singer song Hua-ying will participate in Peak Singer and may be eliminated in the 5th round. Seeing this, Linda raised her eyebrows. You want to start with song Hua-ying? George nodded and said slowly. According to the data, Hanshi Music Company now has 3 top-tier singers, and Song Hua-ying is one of them. The remaining 2 are Adu and Shue-wen-lu. As he spoke, George took out another piece of paper from the file, pointed at the content on the paper, and said, Here, Shue-wen-lu's contract will expire in 4 months. George then pulled out another piece of paper. Look here again. In May, Shue-wen-lu and her husband attended your Hunan TV station's May 4th gala as a couple. Linda knew about this. Shue-wen-lu and her husband attended the Hunan Taiwan May 4th gala. Linda wondered, what does this mean? George said slowly. According to the information, one of the founders of Hanshi Music is Zhang Haowei, and Zhang Haowei came from Dragon TV. Hanshi Music was initially started because of a talent show on Dragon TV. So Hanshi Music has a deep connection with Dragon TV, and according to the data over the years, the base of activities for Hanshi Music's artists is Dragon TV. Hanshi and Dragon TV have already formed a survival model of mutual dependence. George clicked on Linda. Your station and Dragon TV are almost incompatible. The competition is very fierce. Linda suddenly realized. You mean Shue-wen-lu might want to change jobs? George nodded slowly. It's very likely. There is no possibility of relief for Dragon TV and Hunan TV. Especially in the past 2 years, the competition has become more intense. Under such circumstances, Hanshi Music will not easily allow top-tier singers to participate in programs on Hunan TV to compete with the competition. Even if Hanshi Music wants to, Dragon TV will probably stop it. However, this situation has occurred, and the company behind Shue-wen-lu's husband has close ties with your station. So, Shue-wen-lu is going to change jobs. If this is the case, I'm afraid that Hanshi Music will not have an easy time in the second half of the year. In this situation, Hanshi Music should either train new talents to move up or push the veterans to the next level. The time left for Hanshi Music is too tight, and Hanshi Music currently has no plan to train new people. So Hanshi Music's choice is the second one. Push the veteran to the next level. It was probably under this background that Song Hua-ying participated in Top Singer. The first episode of Top Singer was broadcast in mid-May. That was not long after the May 4th party. So Song Hua-ying is very likely the veteran candidate chosen by Hanshi Music Company, and the company must have high hopes for him. However, at this time, Song Hua-ying will be eliminated before the finals. You say, is Hanshi Music in a hurry? George curled his lips and chuckled at Linda. Linda had understood it by now, and was even more shocked. He was quite often exposed to entertainment news, but he had never thought about it in this way. Even after collecting a bunch of information in the afternoon, I still couldn't figure out the internal situation of Hanshi Music. But Brother June only looked at the information he found for a while, and in just a few moments he figured out so much information and even figured out the development direction of Hanshi Music in the next 6 months. How could Linda not be shocked? Linda had nothing to say, so she could only take a deep breath and say, Brother June is awesome. If George knew how shocked Linda felt, he would definitely laugh. In his previous life, he had been in the entertainment industry for half his life and had experienced many things personally, so he could naturally see these things at a glance. Otherwise, my previous life would have been wasted. George waved his hand, straightened his face, and said, Help me find a recording studio. I want to record a demo. Simple. Linda nodded. George sighed lightly and said to Linda a little embarrassedly, Thank you for all the trouble during this time. When we are done, Angela and I will treat you to a delicious meal. Linda's face turned anxious. Brother June, if you say that, you don't consider me a brother anymore. You've helped me so much before. Now that I can finally use you, please don't hesitate to help me. And it's my fault for not handling this matter properly, causing both you and Angela to suffer. I've disliked Song Shio for a long time. George didn't say anything more, patted Linda's shoulder firmly, and then returned to the room. Angela was sleeping soundly. George kissed her head, causing her to scratch her hands in her sleep. George put his fingers there. Angela grabbed George's fingers and suddenly became quiet. George turned off the lights and fell asleep holding Angela. The next day, George woke up at daybreak and ran a few laps around the village as usual. The ancient village had already woken up in the early morning. The fields in the distance were shrouded in white mist, and smoke was curling up from the green bricks and black tiles. After running, George came back to shower. Seeing that the staff of the program crew had woken up, George began to complete the task. The morning task is to make breakfast. All breakfast ingredients are stored at a fellow villager's home, and breakfast is made on a first-come, first-served basis based on the selected ingredients. Now that he has been targeted, George no longer has any thoughts of hiding. Since some people are worried that he will steal traffic, he will make the worry become reality. Chapter 32 is finished. George was the first to start completing his task, and the staff followed him, somewhat sleepily. George's live broadcast room has accumulated a large number of fans at this time, and the account is very popular. People start to come in as soon as the broadcast starts. So early. Isn't it too cruel of the production team to start the show so early? It's Angela's father. When he assigned the task last night, I guessed who would finish breakfast first. George was dressed casually, having just finished a shower and with his hair not yet completely dried. He looked fresh and clean, yet exuding a hint of sexual tension. Many viewers who had just woken up were stunned. George quickly arrived at the food storage area and unceremoniously selected a number of ingredients according to Angela's eating preferences. By the time other groups of guests and babies woke up one after another, George had already prepared breakfast and called Angela to get up and eat. Because of the thunder last night, Angela didn't sleep very well and was a little grumpy when she got up in the morning. Finally, I finished washing up and was about to eat when Zhang Shui, who lived next door, knocked on the door and came in with his son Guangzai. Zhang Shui was still holding some unprocessed food in his hands, and his old face was a little red. I really don't know where to start. I'm afraid I might poison Guangzai to death. Xiao Shun, please help me. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw this. Zhang Shui is here to hug his thigh again. Fans in Zhang Shui's live broadcast room covered their foreheads. I said Zhang Shui was going the wrong direction. His home was clearly over there, so why was he heading straight this way? It's so funny. If it weren't for George, Zhang Shui would have starved to death in the ancient village. Guangzai also stuck out his tongue. Uncle, my father's cooking is terrible. I want to eat the food you cook. George, Zhang Shui is a nice person and Guangzai is also quite interesting. George likes them all. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Angela was sitting at the dining table. When she saw Guangzai, she stuck out her tongue. Stupid brother. Because Guangzai is a few months older than Angela, Zhang Shui and George pretended that the two kids were siblings when they were chatting. Zhang Shui was just about to say hello to the little cutie, and then he heard Angela continue. Stupid uncle. Forehead. George got up the earliest, and Su Hong, who was used to getting up early for training, followed closely behind him. Next came director Wang Hai and Zhang Shui. Wang Hai was old and slept less, while Zhang Shui woke up by the smell of George's meal next door. So actor Song Xiao and his son were the last group to wake up, and also the last group to get the ingredients. All the good ingredients were taken away. Plus, Linda deliberately wanted to mess with Song Xiao. So when Song Xiao arrived at the place, only a few of the worst ingredients were left. Looking at the wilted green vegetables and coarse flour, Song Xiao's face immediately darkened. Even if these ingredients were given to pigs, they probably wouldn't eat them. Song Xiao tried to communicate with the staff, but was told that this was a punishment for being late. This is the only way. Song Xiao looked as if he had been screwed. He had participated in countless programs and naturally knew that the rules were for the audience to hear. He had never seen a program crew so strict. Song Xiao wanted to find the director, but was told that director Linda was out for something. If Song Xiao had any questions, he could wait for the director to come back. But I'm afraid the director won't be back until noon. Song Xiao understood completely that this was what the director wanted to do to him. Song Xiao was so angry that he couldn't help but kick the table next to him viciously. The staff did not lie to Song Xiao. Linda did go out, and he went out to contact the recording studio for George. But it was done quickly. When they came back, several groups of guests had finished breakfast. When the show was off in the morning, Linda drove George and Angela directly to the recording studio. In the car, Linda asked in surprise, "Brother June, have you finished writing?" Linda knew that George was planning to write a song for Song Hwaying as a way of opening his mouth. The recording studio was prepared for this, but Linda thought George would write for a few days, so he scheduled the recording time for the next few days. "I'll talk about it after the show is over." As a result, when he came back this morning, George told him directly to start recording. It's not that he underestimates Brother June. Writing songs is a difficult task in itself, not to mention writing for a large company like Hanshi Music that has so many talented people. George's target was still Song Hwaying, a top singer. This kind of company and this kind of singer usually have no shortage of songs. There are plenty of good songs waiting for them to sing, so Linda was a little surprised at this time. In the car, George was playing with Angela and responded, "It's done." He finished writing the song after he got up this morning. Writing songs may be difficult for others, but for George, it is a piece of cake. Memories of past lives are a huge treasure trove, and George only needs to dig into them according to his needs. Last night, George read Song Hwaying's information and got a detailed understanding of her singing skills and style. Song Hwaying is able to secure his position as a top-tier singer. Needless to say, his singing skills are naturally very versatile, and he is better than many new generation singers. In addition, Song Hwaying's style mainly focuses on sad songs. When she was young, she was even called the love song princess by countless fans. So the style can be decided. In addition, Top Singer is a competition program. George watched it in detail and found it is somewhat similar to the previous lives, I Am a Singer. The competition is very fierce. All the participating singers are top-tier or first-tier singers. It's a fight between the masters. Therefore, the participating songs must have a certain competition style. This may also be the reason why Song Hwaying has not been able to get a ranking in the competition and is even facing elimination, because the style of sad songs is not suitable for competition. Bitter love song. Competition style. Secondly, George listened to a lot of Song Hwaying songs this morning and found that Song Hwaying's voice and timbre were somewhat similar to his previous life, Fei Wong, although not as extreme as Fei Wong. However, Song Hwaying's voice also tends to be ethereal and transparent, and he is better at using head and nasal resonance. It can be considered as a substitute version of Fei Wong. So after George read Song Hwaying's information, he made up his mind and wrote down the lyrics and music early this morning. Hearing George's firm answer, Linda hesitated. "Brother June, this is a song for Hanshi, so their requirements may be higher." Although he knew that George graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and was very talented, he had never heard George sing. "I have never heard of George writing songs." So Linda was still a little hesitant and nervous. George smiled faintly, gave Linda a reassuring look, and then continued to play with Angela. Linda asked a friend to hastily find a recording studio. Lingnan is just a fourth-tier mountain city, and the conditions of the recording studio are not particularly good. But George just recorded a demo, very simple. It took more than 2 hours to record, and that was because George hadn't practiced for a long time and was not familiar with the equipment. Otherwise, it would have been even faster. After listening to the demo recorded by George, Linda completely shut up. The worries in her heart had long since disappeared. She was even in shock on the way back. While George and Linda were recording the demo, EMI Records in Shanghai was already ready. Olivia specially changed into a bright red long dress for work today, hoping that Lu Yao's new album and company will be more prosperous. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yao's new album, Love 365, is available online. Chapter 33, One More Thing. EMI Records has been preparing for this for a long time. With the release of the album, the publicity department quickly took action, invested countless resources, and launched an overwhelming publicity campaign. This time, EMI Records is determined to push Lu Yao to the top of the charts. At the same time, when EMI Records released its album, Tianyu Media Company's new album was also simultaneously released online. Today's Tianyu Media has made it clear that they are planning to step on EMI Records to gain popularity and let Su Qing take over Lu Yao's position. Tianyu Media's publicity is equally crazy. All available resources were mobilized, and even Song Xiu from the same company helped to advertise during the live broadcast of the morning program. Song Xiu is also an artist of Tianyu Media. It's just that there are two branches with Su Qing. One is the film and television department, and the other is the music department. In addition, many Tianyu artists have helped to forward and support the promotion, and the publicity is overwhelming. You can see Tianyu's publicity almost at any time. EMI Records is not to be outdone, using variety shows, music platform recommendations, TV interviews, and internet celebrity promotions one after another. Anyone can see the smoke and war between the two companies. The two new albums also began to climb rapidly on the charts of major music platforms, becoming extremely popular. On that day, almost everyone's attention was attracted by the actions of these two companies, and more people paid attention to these two records. Some people in the industry have even started betting on which company will win in the end. However, no one noticed that just after all attention was attracted by the two companies, the popularity of the video on the short video platform began to slowly rise. If you often watch esports live broadcasts, you will recognize that the person in the video is none other than Sister Zhou, the internet celebrity anchor in the esports area. The video title is "A Man Who Made Sister Zhou Break Down and Cry." The corresponding video cover shows Sister Zhou with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful, pure, and seductive. In addition, a music recording that looked a bit rough and shoddy was uploaded to the Huala Music platform. Huala Music, the most popular music platform in China. For example, albums from both EMI and TE Music are all released on Huala, and all subsequent competitions are also carried out on Huala. Everyone has only one goal, and that is to be number one on the Chinese Music Hot Songs chart. If a song can reach this position, it is enough to prove the value of the song and the status of a singer. At this time, EMI and Tianyu are both on the charts. The competition is very fierce. And at the very end of the list, in a corner that you can't reach, even after turning a few pages, that crude and shoddy music recording began to slowly rise. This crudely made music is called Angela S. Sleeping Song. On the other side, Linda and George drove back, and George called Chin Man on the way. Hanshi Music is a leader in the industry and has been listed for a long time. The company is very large and is completely different in size from EMI Records. Even Tianyu Media is not good enough. As the president of Hanshi, Chin Man has busier affairs every day. He starts working in the morning and continues until after midnight. After taking a breath, Chin Man asked her assistant to make her a cup of coffee. If she is busy, she usually has a few bites of bread and a cup of coffee for lunch to save time. There are still a lot of things waiting for her to deal with in the company, such as the application approval she is holding now, which was submitted by Song Huaying's agent. It has been signed by the director and others. Chin Man took a quick look and understood what was going on. Song Huaying participated in the Peak Singer. Because he had ranked last in the previous episode, he may face elimination in this episode. So the singer himself and his agent want to pay a high price for the song. After reading it, Chin Man frowned, because Xue Wenlu had made it clear that she would not renew the contract. So Song Huaying and Adu would be the company's main singers in the second half of the year. It was decided at the meeting in May to increase the resource investment in Song Huaying and strive to raise Song Huaying's status to a higher level by the second half of the year. This is the only way to ensure that the company is not affected. Participating in Top Singer was the decision made at this meeting. The Peak Singer is a competition variety show launched by Dragon TV. Although it has only held one episode, it has already become very popular. It even has the potential to become a phenomenal variety show. The singer who wins the final of Peak Singer will be awarded the title of King of Singers. This title is very valuable and is deeply recognized by the audience. Even if you can't get the title of King of Singers, your fame will skyrocket if you can get to third place. The champion and runner-up of the previous episode of the Peak Singer were only first-tier singers when they participated in the competition, but now they have all entered the ranks of super first-tier singers. His popularity even surpasses that of veteran top-tier stars like Song Huaying. It just so happened that Hanshi had a good relationship with Dragon TV, so Hanshi arranged for Song Huaying to participate in the latest episode of the Peak Singer. The company's original plan was to let Song Huaying win the championship and the runner-up. As long as he can get to third place, Song Huaying's reputation will skyrocket, and he will be expected to reach a higher position. But unexpectedly, after 4 rounds of regular season, Song Huaying was already showing signs of being eliminated before even entering the finals, and the chance of being eliminated was very high. Chin Man frowned as he looked at the information collected by the company. The next issue of the Peak Singer will once again invite 2 top-tier singers to challenge. If Song Huaying gets the last 1 or 2 places again, she will be eliminated directly. If he is eliminated, all the resources previously invested by the company will be wasted. And if he is eliminated halfway, Song Hwaying's reputation will also suffer a serious blow. Neither Song Hwaying himself nor the company can bear this result. Chin Man sighed and signed the application. The assistant brought in the coffee. Chin Man drank it for a while and was about to continue working when the phone rang. Private call. Not many people knew her private phone number, and most of them were important people. So Chin Man picked up the phone first. A look at the communication notes. Grandma's student. Chin Man was stunned for a moment before she remembered that this was the person her grandmother asked her to help yesterday, and his name seemed to be George. This kind of thing was too trivial for her, so after the phone call yesterday, Chin Man left a note and forgot about it. If it weren't for the phone call today, she wouldn't even have remembered this person. Thinking of the old man's solemn tone yesterday, Chin Man sighed and answered the phone. She didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters, but after all, she was the granddaughter. George got through the phone. He said politely, "Hello, Sister Chin. I'm George." Kim Man responded calmly. "Hello." George sighed and said, "I recently participated in a variety show. You should have seen that the public opinion situation is a bit serious, so I may need your help to deal with it, Sister Chin. Especially some public opinions about my daughter. I hope you can help deal with it." Although public opinion has reversed and George's reputation has improved a lot, Song Shio's fans are still clamoring online, even affecting Angela. Kim Man nodded. Since she had promised her grandmother about this matter, she would naturally help. It would not be difficult to deal with public opinion. After agreeing, Chin Man was about to answer the phone, but unexpectedly the other party said, "There's another thing I need your help with, Sister Chin." Chapter 34, Prosody Enlightenment. When Chin Man heard this, she frowned subconsciously, and her impression of George dropped again. Pushing the limit, George on the phone continued to say, "I hope Sister Chin can help me get Song Shio to quit the show." Song Shio, top idol star. Let Song Shio quit the show. And she can do it, but it will cost a lot. This is totally incomparable with the cost of eliminating public opinion. Han Sure cannot possibly pay such a huge price for an insignificant person. Simply put, George has no such value, even though he is grandma's student. And how did my grandmother like such an unruly and greedy person? A series of thoughts flashed through Chin Man's mind, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. George continued to speak fearlessly. "I know this isn't going to be easy. I heard that Sister Chin's company is short of songs recently, so I wrote a song that may be able to help Sister Chin. In addition, if Sister Chin's company needs it later..." Arrogant. Don't know your place. Chin Man's impression of George dropped to the lowest level. He snorted and interrupted George. "Thank you, but no thanks." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chin Man held his forehead in silence. Hanshi Company has more than a dozen composers under its umbrella and has collaborated with many top composers in the industry. When does it need a newcomer to write a song? George is not even a newcomer. At best, he is at the college level. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. Chin Man shook his head, threw his phone aside, and continued to process documents. George was caught off guard by the speed with which Chin Man hung up the phone. He thought he could chat a little longer for Mr. Shen's sake. And when he hung up the phone for the last time, he seemed to hear a light sigh. George frowned, but still sent the music demo to Chin Man. He added Chin Man's contact information after the phone call yesterday. However, no one responded after I sent the demo. George's hope plummeted. Looking at the current situation, he was afraid that he could no longer count on Han Sure. "You still have to figure out on your own." At noon, I returned to Xiaobu Ancient Village to continue filming and cooking. Because of yesterday's experience, and the production crew wanted to stir things up, so this time the cooking rules allowed us to only cook our own food. And the pot used for cooking is a stove hot pot. The show effect was at its maximum, except for George and Angela's group who were living a peaceful life. The other groups were all in chaos. When Zhang Shuai and Guangzai were cooking, they almost exploded the stove with thick smoke billowing. When the two rushed out of the smoke, both the big and the small were covered in clown clothes. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed wildly, and the father and son got a new emoticon package. After lunch, several groups of guests took a short nap because the children needed to rest. The show started again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the program team assigned new tasks to each group of guests. Herding cattle. Lingnan City is a famous buffalo breeding and breeding base in Hunan Province, so the program team prepared 10 buffaloes and distributed them to each group of guests. Then the guests were asked to take the buffaloes to the nearby mountains to graze. The buffaloes need to be well fed and also need to be driven back within the specified time. If they miss the return time, the guest dinner will be reduced. These buffaloes are all domesticated and have a mild temper and will not hurt people. Moreover, the buffalo itself looks sturdy and is quite popular among children. As soon as the buffalo came over, several children surrounded it, shouting and yelling. They were all city kids. They had never seen anything like this before, and they couldn't move their legs at all. It took me a while to finish the task. When we left, several children had already sat on the buffalo's back. The father was holding the rope in front, and the children were laughing on the buffalo's back. The picture looks very warm. However, the warm scene was broken as soon as they left the village, because the program team did not tell the guests where they could graze and only told them to find land themselves. However, the guests were unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where to graze their livestock. So they all wandered around the entrance of the village, not knowing which way to go. While other guests were hesitating, George had already calmly led the cow out of the village, walk out into the mountains. While jogging in the morning, he took a general look at the nearby terrain and remembered that there was a place with lush grass and trees suitable for grazing. So I just looked for it according to my memory. Perhaps because they were worried that the guests would let the cows run away, a bell was hung around the neck of each cow. When the buffalo moved, the bell would shake gently, making a crisp sound. Angela happily sat on the buffalo's back, shouting, "Go!" George walked in front with his morning glory in an upright posture. On his side were stepped terraced fields, green and beautiful like a painting, and behind him was an ancient blue brick town located in the valley, heavy with vicissitudes of life. The camera lens deliberately selected the best angle, so the pictures presented in the live broadcast are like walking in a poem. Many people exclaimed, "What a nice view! It feels so poetic." It's like the scene described in the ancient poem has come to life. At this moment, my desire to live in the South has reached its peak. While everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing, George had already found a place. It was a hillside, very open, with lush vegetation, very suitable for grazing. The most important thing is that the scenery is also very good. Standing on the hillside, you can overlook the continuous mountains and paddy fields of Lingnan. The scenery is very beautiful. George was leading a ride at the land. They lowered their heads and began to eat grass. Buffaloes are sturdy and there is plenty of food, so George is not worried that they will run away. He simply fastens the rope to a nearby tree. Then I started playing with Angela. Although Shanghai is a prosperous city, it lacks this kind of pure, natural, beautiful scenery and air. Although George takes Angela back to his hometown every winter, the winter in Shandong is always covered with snow and there is no green at all. So George and Angela both like the place in front of them. Have fun. While George and Angela were playing, the other groups of guests were still struggling to find a place to graze. There are so many difficulties. After walking for a long time, there was no grass. Or maybe the guests wanted to change places, but the buffalo just lowered its head and kept eating grass and refused to move. It was so stubborn. Songshio was like this. Originally, Songshio wanted to take Shurtu to another place. But the buffalo he was leading took a fancy to a patch of weeds on the side of the road, lowered its head, and refused to move forward. No matter how Songshio pulled, the cow wouldn't move away. The man and the cow were in a stalemate for a long time. And the group, led by director Wang Hai, actually let the cows directly into someone's vegetable garden, causing chaos. Zhang Xue's group was smart. When some fans saw George found the place, they immediately ran to Zhang Xue's live broadcast room to inform him and guided Zhang Xue to curry favor with the big shots. Zhang Xue's fans are already used to it now. In this episode, Brother Xue is here to curry favor with the big shots. Zhang Xue was also happy and relaxed, but he didn't expect that the more his fans pointed the way, the further he went astray. In the end, he got dizzy in a ravine and couldn't even remember the way back. The show's effects are simply endless, leaving the audience completely satisfied. On the other side, George had already accompanied Angela in chasing butterflies, catching grasshoppers, and weaving foxtail grass. They've been having fun for a long time. Angela was tired from playing, so George held Angela in his arms and found a tall rock to sit on. Looking at the picturesque mountains and rivers in the distance, George's heart moved, and he lowered his head and said to Angela, "Angela, do you still remember the prosody enlightenment your father taught you?" Chapter 35 Poetry Mita. This may be a common problem for parents. When they see a suitable scene, they unconsciously want to take their children to learn. Although George dotes on Angela, he never neglects Angela's study and education, but his educational method is more gentle. influence imperceptibly, or educate through entertainment. Just like right in front of my eyes. Angela was a little tired, but she had a lot of fun today, so her eyes were shining. After hearing what George said, Angela frowned and thought for a while, then clapped her hands. Angela remembered. Clouds are to rain, snow is to wind, sunset is to clear sky. Angela's sweet voice echoed in the mountains and fields. The childish voices and picturesque mountains and rivers stunned the audience in the live broadcast room for a moment. But the next second, the picture was broken and Angela got stuck. Let her. George smiled, rubbed Angela's head lovingly, then carried Angela on his back and said, "The coming wild geese are paired with the departing swallows. The roosting birds are paired with the singing insects." Angela shook her head and repeated, "The coming wild geese are paired with the departing swallows. The roosting birds are paired with the singing insects." Then the clear voices of two people, one big and one small, one deep and magnetic and the other childish, echoed in the mountains. A 3-foot sword, a 6-June bow. The north of the mountain range faces the east of the river. The Qingshu Palace on earth, the Guanghan Palace in heaven. The willows on both sides of the river are green in the morning mist, and the apricot blossoms in the garden are red in the spring rain. Tradition versus reform, difference versus similarity, the old man versus the young boy. The river breeze versus the sea fog, the shepherd boy versus the fisherman. George led Angela to recite the pronunciation and rhythm enlightenment. The audience in the live broadcast room did not notice anything unusual and thought it was just an ordinary children's enlightenment book. At most, the content is poetic, the rhythm is catchy, and it sounds pretty good. Some people are thinking about buying a copy for their children in the future and using it as an enlightenment reading material. However, ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room did not notice it. But some professional viewers in the live broadcast room gradually became surprised and even solemn. Chu Qingwan is a junior student majoring in Chinese language and literature at Yenching University. She was originally doing her homework in her dormitory. In their junior year, they took a course called The Aesthetics of Rhythm in Ancient Poetry, and the teacher was a well-known scholar of Han and Tang literature and classical poetry at Yenching University. Tang Shui. The homework Chu Qingwan is doing now is the homework assigned by Tang Shui. The homework is poetry couplets. To put it simply, Tang Shui gave out a test paper with only the first half of a poem or a word on it, and students were required to come up with the second half and the corresponding word. This homework looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to complete because there are many things to consider for this assignment, such as the neatness of the parallelism, the coordination of rhyme, whether it rhymes, whether the imagery of the parallelism is appropriate, etc. Anyway, it's a very difficult homework. Even though Chu Qingwan was a top student in Chinese language and literature this year, she still found it very difficult. But she had to complete the task, since she was the class representative. So she started to complete her homework in the dormitory in the afternoon when she had no classes. However, this homework could not be completed just by wanting to do it. It required some brains. And there are many things to check. After doing it for a while in the afternoon, Chu Qingwan felt dizzy and even felt like the words were not real. Chu Qingwan was just thinking about watching something to relax her mind. As a result, as soon as she went online, she saw the live broadcast of the program, "Where Are We Going, Dad?" And Chu Qingwan saw the live broadcast room of George and Angela. She was immersed in her studies all day and was completely unaware of the previous public opinion. She just felt that the scenes in the live broadcast room looked particularly poetic. Liberal arts students like this kind of style. In addition, George and Angela's live broadcast rooms are not that noisy. Many variety shows are very noisy nowadays, but Chu Qingwan doesn't particularly like that. George and Angela's live broadcast room was exactly what she wanted. So I stopped in the live broadcast room. While watching the show, I was thinking about my homework. George was leading Angela to recite the introduction to prosody. Chu Qingwan was stuck on her homework again. She was chewing on her fingers, thinking, with a conflicted look on her face. Then Chu Qingwan heard the voice coming from the live broadcast room. One big and one small. One is deep and magnetic. The other is innocent and childish. The combination of them creates a unique flavor. Moreover, the voice of the recitation is catchy, and the rhythm makes people feel very comfortable and very familiar. Que Qingwan est distracté de brun sous dans l'ifrose. Then she suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the live broadcast on her mobile phone. At this time, the live broadcast room was full of green mountains and rivers, and white clouds were floating. Chu Qingwan heard clearly what George and Angela were reciting. A 3-foot sword, a 6-jun bow. The north of the mountain range faces the east of the river. The Qingshu Palace on earth, the Guanghan Palace in heaven. The willows on both sides of the river are green in the morning mist, and the apricot blossoms in the garden are red in the spring rain. When this sentence was finished, Chu Qingwan's expression was no longer clear. She only knew that she couldn't close her mouth and her voice was extremely stuttering. This. Isn't this my homework? Chu Qingwan swallowed hard in shock and astonishment, her expression filled with disbelief. George and Angela recited were actually couplets of poetry. Although the content of the homework was different from what Teacher Tang assigned, and what George and Angela recited was a little simpler, it was basically the same. They were all couplets of poetry. The key is, this homework is already very difficult for her. She even felt that some of the things that the little girl in the live broadcast room recited might not match hers. And George and Angela weren't done yet. The more you memorize, the more you learn. More and more amazing. As a top student majoring in Chinese language and literature, and also the class representative of the elective course, Chu Qingwan is very serious about learning and studying the rules of poetry. Teacher Tang even told her to consider taking the postgraduate entrance examination later. So Chu Qingwan had a general understanding of the research situation of poetry in China, but she had never heard that there was a preschool education version of poetry rules. The lowest level is just the middle school version. Moreover, those versions are totally different from what George and Angela are reciting now. They are not even on the same level. George and Angela were reciting. Chu Qingwan even had an idea in her mind. The rhythmic content is a bit advanced for primary and secondary schools, but for a college student like her, it's just right. Chu Qingwan even listened to George and Angela's recitation, and suddenly felt that her control over rhythm had improved a bit. Even a few problems that had been bothering her just now. Suddenly, inspiration burst out. Thinking of this, Chu Qingwan took a breath of cold air and could no longer sit still. She immediately picked up her phone and ran out. She may not understand or be sure about these things, but her teacher, Mr. Tang, who is one of the best researchers of ancient poetry in China, must know them clearly. Tang Shui had no classes today and was drinking tea and chatting with his friends in the office. Tang Shui held a high status in the School of Literature at Yenching University and was also a leading figure in the study of ancient poetry in China, so he had his own office in the school. It can also be considered an everyday studio. The walls around the studio are covered with flowing poetry, calligraphy, and paintings, and there's also a bookcase in the office that takes up half of the wall. The bookcase is packed with books. Moreover, all these books are grayish or ancient, which makes people wonder if they are antiques. At this time, Tang Shui was chatting with Liu Yaoye, who is the vice dean of the School of Literature at Yenching University and a big name in the field of literature. Chapter 36, that's right. Tang Shui sighed slightly. Nowadays, China is vigorously promoting traditional culture into schools, and students are learning more and more traditional cultural knowledge. But when will this trend be adopted by poetry and songs? Tang Shui's greatest wish in this life was to popularize poetry, songs, and ancient Chinese literature throughout the country, and even promote it internationally. In his opinion, poetry and songs are the treasures of Chinese traditional culture and the shining pearl on the crown of the great Chinese culture. This is the root of China and the character of China. However, although the country has begun to promote the study of traditional culture, it is still somewhat difficult to popularize poetry and songs. Poetry and songs are just tools of exam-oriented education. Not to mention that the study of poetry is still very rare in primary and secondary schools nowadays, even though high schools and universities now have poetry majors. But poetry is still difficult to popularize. There's almost no trace of poetry in our daily life. Tang Shui was really worried that if this situation continued to develop, one day the Chinese character would be completely submerged in a long river of history. Gone completely. So when Tang Shui saw the news about traditional culture entering the campus today, he felt depressed and couldn't help but complain to Lao Lu. He was naturally aware of the poetry atmosphere in the country. Although the country had taken many measures, the results are minimal. Poetry is nothing more than a tool for exams. Once you finish learning it, it will be forgotten completely in the blink of an eye. Liu Yaoye was naturally heartbroken, but more than that, he felt helpless. Poetry is too difficult. Many people never master it in their entire lives. Not to mention the education in China. You only really start learning when you go to university. Before that, it's just cramming. But how much can you learn in just 4 years of college? If we can start learning from a young age, maybe Luya stopped talking helplessly because they all knew that both the domestic education model and the difficulty level of ancient poetry were very difficult. Can't learn from childhood. The first difficulty facing everyone is that there are no teaching materials. Poetry culture is brilliant, but it is complicated to learn. We want to simplify it and transform the complicated ancient poetry into simple and easy to understand teaching materials for children. This step is where everyone is stuck. Tang Shui has been teaching for more than 10 years and has been researching and studying simpler teaching materials on a daily basis. But even now, half of his students still cannot learn. These are all college students. Tang Shui did not give up, but he also knew that this step might take his entire life or even be impossible to complete. He only hopes that what he has done can serve as a stepping stone for future climbers, so that those who come after him can follow the trail and gain hope. Let the pearl of ancient poetry not be destroyed easily. Thinking of this, Tang Shui looked a little depressed. Lu Yaoya immediately picked up the teacup and said, "Tea." Just as Tang Shui was about to serve tea, Chu Qingwan rushed into the office in a hurry. Because the matter was urgent, Chu Qingwan pushed the door open and walked in. Tang Shui and Lu Yaoya were both startled. Tang Shui looked at the hurried-looking students, frowned, and said, "What's wrong?" As soon as the voice fell, a clear and tender child's voice was heard from Chu Qingwan's phone, and the child's voice was clear. Poor versus rich, blocked versus accessible, old man in the wild versus child in the river, white hair versus green eyebrows, white teeth versus red lips. As an expert who has devoted his life to studying ancient poetry, the rhythm and imagery of these words instantly caught Tang Shui's ears, and he was shocked. This child's voice matches the words very well. Both the imagery and the rhythm are excellent. Before the thought came to mind, another deep voice sounded. The sky is vast, the sun is warm, the swords are facing the bows. The streams are green, the flowers are red. Swallows fly through the willows and rain. The fish play in the lotus pond in the breeze. Tang Shui didn't pay attention to the voice, but instantly focused on the content of the voice reciting. Tang Shui was shocked and murmured, "Half a creek versus 1,000 trees. Flowing water versus falling flowers. Green versus red. Wild fairy faces fragrant pond. Swallow versus fish. Where the right play. The willows and the lotus. Rain versus wind." Tang Shui's mumbling became louder and louder, and his originally lost and dim eyes became brighter and brighter, as if a flame was burning at this moment. At the end, Tang Shui's voice even resounded throughout the room. Okay. That's right." At this time, the child's voice had finished reading a sentence, and another deep voice continued to sound slowly from the phone. "A woman's eyebrows are thin, with a crescent moon under her forehead. A man has a strong spirit, with a rainbow in his chest." Lu Yaoya in the office also gradually became focused. The introduction to prosody was very long, but George, with his strong memory from the time travel, was able to recall every word clearly, and he recited it with Angela while herding cattle. By the time I came to my senses, the sky in the distance was already shrouded in a faint yellow. 2 leisurely buffaloes had eaten their fill and were lying leisurely on the ground. In the afternoon, because George took Angela to study, the traffic in the live broadcast room dropped a lot. After all, most people still like to watch lively and hilarious programs. The initial poetry and pictures did attract many viewers, but after a while, people got tired of it. So at the end of the afternoon, the traffic of George and Angela's live broadcast room had become the last, while Songshio's live broadcast room became the first. This made Songshio's fans feel proud. However, before Songshio's fans could be happy for long, George became a hot topic again. This time it became a hot topic because of the song he sang to coax Angela to sleep last night. This song was originally uploaded to the internet by Zhou Jie's fans as a gimmick news. The name is "A Man Who Made Sister Zhou Break Down and Cry." Sister Zhou already has a large number of fans, and the video cover shows her tearful and pitiful appearance, which attracted many passers-by to watch. So after the video was released, the number of views skyrocketed. In just 100 days today, it has accumulated millions of likes, and the number of views has reached tens of millions. In addition to Sister Zhou's increasing popularity, the popularity of another man in the video, George, has exploded. George was stunningly good-looking. Looking around the entertainment industry, there aren't many rivals who can beat him. In addition, in last night's video, George's serious, tender, and distressed expression when he coaxed Angela to sleep made the girls who saw it say they couldn't stand it. In addition, last night's stormy weather and dilapidated houses made countless female fans imagine countless melodramatic skits. All of a sudden, George's female fans skyrocketed. Moreover, unlike the casual fans before, today's fans are genuine diehard fans, and some even directly started a fight with Song Shio's fans. In addition, the reason for George's surge in popularity is also the lullaby he sang last night. After Sister Joe's video went viral, people realized that Sister Joe was not the only one who broke down after hearing this song. There's still a large number of victims on the internet. These people may be the audience who watched the live broadcast last night, or the audience who saw the short video out of boredom today. Without exception, they became sad as they listened. Chapter 37 Copyright. Among them, a video of a college student went viral. The college student's eyes turned red as he accused George of what he did last night in front of the video. He clearly just wanted to watch some videos before going to bed, but he ended up seeing George and Angela's live broadcast room. He was first attracted by George and Angela's looks, and then he was moved to tears by George's singing. They really did fish the dog in first and then kill it. The college student said he cried so hard that he couldn't take care of himself and was even ridiculed by his roommates for the whole day. He almost was late for the 8 a.m. breakfast today. To be frank, other people's songs cost money, but George's songs cost lives. At this point, the new entry George's songs are deadly has once again topped the trending search list. In addition, many of George's fans are mothers and parents, because the lullaby song George sang last night was really hypnotic. A netizen played this song to a child, and the child calmed down after a while. It works much better than coaxing yourself. Many parents have decided to learn this song, or save the live broadcast recording and play it for their children before bed. So George brought up a new topic again, those cheating sleep songs. So at night, George alone was on 4 trending topics, unrivaled on the entire internet. More and more people are paying attention to George. More and more people are hearing last night's lullaby song, Angela's sleeping song, which was previously uploaded to the Chinese music platform by netizens. At this time, the number of downloads skyrocketed. George didn't pay much attention to what was happening online as he was in the middle of negotiations. After dinner in the evening, Linda found him, and with him came a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The middle-aged man is called Wang Lei, and he claims to be the head of Juzhou Publishing House. I came here specially from the capital. I want to talk to George about the story he told last night, the story called Harry Potter. After hearing Wang Lei's introduction, George's eyes sparkled. He had deliberately paved the way when he told the story last night, but he didn't expect someone to come to him so soon. But think about it. When he was telling the Harry Potter story last night, the number of people online in the live broadcast room at the same time reached over 500,000. The number of viewers in one night reached tens of millions. The stories of Harry Potter are very popular among the audience in the live broadcast room. There are still many people on the internet urging George to tell stories. Many of his current fans are fans of the books. Anyone with a little business sense should be able to see the commercial value of the Harry Potter story. George chose to tell the story of Harry Potter from the beginning in order to lure the fish into taking the bait. He must start planning his future life. George was very welcoming to Wang Lei's arrival. But George remained calm and chatted with Wang Lei calmly. After a deeper conversation, the two had a preliminary understanding of each other. Wang Lei is very professional and should have a high status in the publishing house. George is generally satisfied. The only thing that made George frown was that Wang Lei was a typical businessman, and his words were full of tricks. George hadn't had experience from his previous life. He would have probably fallen into the trap. It's so tiring dealing with people like this. Wang Lei, on the other side, also frowned. He had collected some information about George before coming here. Judging from the information circulating on the internet, this young man probably rarely set foot in society and got married and had children as soon as he stepped out of the ivory tower. This kind of person lacks the ability to survive in society and should be relatively simple. But after chatting for a while, Wang Lei directly overturned his previous judgment. How could this person be a simple person? He managed to circumvent all the traps he had set for himself without making a sound, and he even nearly fell into them several times. Moreover, because he was not on guard at first, he also revealed a lot of information about the publishing house and the industry. When Wang Lei thinks back on it now, he wants to slap himself twice. The two men fought, and they were evenly matched. Mr. Shun, although we see the potential of the book, you also know that last night's popularity was largely due to the program, public opinion, and you yourself. There are so many external factors that it's impossible to judge the value of this book. Besides, you're a newcomer in the literary industry. The first book of a newcomer is too risky. I also took a big risk. The buyout price I'm giving you is already the highest among new recruits. The two talked for more than half an hour, and Wang Lei finally said with a sincere expression. George was not moved by Wang Lei's sincerity at all. What Wang Lei said made sense. There were indeed risks in a newcomer's first book, and no one knew what the outcome would be. But George had seen how popular Harry Potter was in his previous life. This book brought rolling billions of dollars in income, allowing her to live a life of luxury for the rest of her life. So no matter how much Wang Lei said and what means he used, George would not agree to the buyout. He only had one choice: share. And other copyrights are calculated separately. Wang Lei was almost made to laugh by George. Does he know what he is saying? The profit sharing and copyright calculation are both included in this treatment, which is only available to veteran writers who have been famous for a long time and have proven their worth. A newcomer asking for profit sharing and copyright right away is simply too much and unreasonable. Wang Lei took a deep breath. If he hadn't come all the way from Beijing and gone through so much trouble, and if he hadn't been optimistic about the potential of this book, Wang Lei would have even wanted to just walk away. Seeing Wang Lei's impatience, George remained calm. Boss Wang, since you have come all the way here, you can spend a few days in Lingnan and see the local customs and practices of Hunan province. I will continue to tell the story of Harry Potter during the live broadcast of the show these few days. Boss Wang can also consider it carefully. The show will start soon. Boss Wang, please go around by yourself. George finished talking to Wang Lei with a smile, then apologized, pushed the door, and left the room. George leaving the room, Wang Lei sighed deeply. Why did he come to Hunan province on impulse last night? Now he was in a passive position. Wang Lei cursed again when he thought of this. He didn't expect that George was so familiar with business negotiations and so confident. Underestimate the enemy. The evening program started as normal, and there was laughter and joy again. However, the atmosphere in EMI Records in Shanghai was a little low because 10 hours had passed since the album was released. The album songs chart results are out. The Chinese music platform is the largest music platform in China, ranking first in both size and authority. So the major charts of the Chinese music platform have become a battleground for singers. The better the chart performance is, the higher the album sales are. Olivia had people keeping an eye on the hot song and album charts on the Chinese language platforms early on, and the ranking results had already been printed out. There was silence in the office. The company is working at full capacity, and Lu Yao's album is of good quality, so the chart performance is pretty good. All 8 songs in the album entered the top 100 of the hot song chart, and the title song has even reached the top 10. The results seem pretty good, but when everyone saw Tianyu Media higher up the list, their expressions became gloomy. All the songs from Su Qing's new album from Tianyu Media have entered the top 100, and 2 songs from Su Qing's album have entered the top 10. The title song has even made it into the top 5, far surpassing Lu Yao's title song. There is even hope of breaking into the top 3 tonight. Chapter 38, Why Not Do It? The Chinese music platform is the largest music platform in China. If a song can reach the top 3 of the list within 24 hours, it means that the song has great potential. It may even become a hit. Tianyu Su Qing's hit song has a great chance. Lu Yao, who released an album at the same time, is still struggling in 9th place with her title song, which can only mean that she managed to squeeze into the top 10. There is no way to compare with Su Qing. Although only 10 hours have passed, it is still a long way from being settled. But this data can also give us a glimpse into the potential of a song or the strength of a company. There's nothing good about Su Qing's song. It's just that Tianyu spent a lot of money to make it. Tianyu is a wealthy family, so they are naturally willing to spend money. Today, the screen of Tianyu was almost flooded with messages from Tianyu artists. Everyone in the office said with suppressed anger that they had all listened to the songs of Su Qing and Lu Yao, but they really didn't realize how good Su Qing's songs were. In the eyes of everyone, the reason Su Qing was able to rush into the top 5 so quickly was all because Tianyu was willing to spend money. Someone snorted coldly and said, I compiled the reviews online. Although Lu Yao's song is a little weaker at the moment, its rating is higher than Su Qing's song. We still have the advantage. Tianyu will be powerless sooner or later. We have a chance to overtake. Olivia, who was sitting in the first seat, had a cold expression on her face. She had high hopes for Lu Yao, and the company had made a great determination this time. It consumes a lot of resources. If Lu Yao fails to get promoted this time, the company will probably suffer a serious blow. This is like adding insult to injury for EMI Records, which is already in a period of transition. Olivia only felt that the ranking on the list was extremely dazzling. When she heard the employees' discussion, she said in a cold and deep voice, "Then don't do it. I don't need to hear your speculations and complaints. Mobilize all the forces of the company. I want to see Lu Yao surpass the ranking tomorrow. You can spend money, and so can the company." Olivia's cold voice contained suppressed anger, which made everyone in the office silent, and they all nodded their heads. On the other side, while EMI Records was busy as crazy, George had already carried Angela to bed, and it was time for the much-anticipated sleep-to-sleep session. George's live broadcast room is very strange. The closer the show is to the end, the more traffic comes in, especially at this time. Other live broadcast rooms are ready to go to bed. George's live broadcast room is becoming more and more popular. In the words of netizens, after a day of showing trailers, it's finally time for the feature film. Countless people were looking forward to George's bedtime stories and songs. With the attention of more publishing houses, George continued to tell Angela bedtime stories. Still Harry Potter, that amazing magical world. The audience heard that George was going to talk about Harry Potter. They suddenly quieted down and started typing. The bench is ready, front row is in place. Although last night's Harry Potter story was not as popular as later lullabies, it still attracted many fans. Someone on the internet has converted the entire story George told last night in a text, and it is now going viral on the internet. The story begins slowly. I just told the beginning of the first book, The Sorcerer's Stone, last night, and tonight, the story of Harry Potter has come to the part where the three little ones are studying at Vogelholtz, and a small climax is about to come. The audience in the live broadcast room also listened more and more attentively. Wang Lei was lying in an old, shabby room in the ancient village of Xiaobu, and he sighed for who knows how many times. With George broke down in the afternoon, he didn't know why he believed George's lies and actually stayed there that night. There was no dedicated hotel in Xiaobu Ancient Village, so he could only sleep in the village like the other staff members. The bedboard beneath him was creaking and shaking, and from the dark night outside the window came the cry of some unknown monster, which made Wang Lei frown. Thinking of what George said in the afternoon, Wang Lei sighed again and clicked on the live broadcast. You don't have to look for it specifically. The homepage is George and Angela's live broadcast room. Nowadays, the popularity of the program is extremely high, especially the live broadcast rooms of George and Angela. There is no rival on the entire network during this period of time. Naturally, it also became the platform's key recommendation. Wang Lei opened the live broadcast room and saw the same environment as last night. The little girl named Angela was lying in bed, and George was telling a story softly beside her. When he saw this scene last night, his heart was suddenly touched. He was not touched by the warm atmosphere, nor by George's handsomeness, nor even by the content of the story. It's because George tells stories so fluently. Other people may not feel anything, but for Wang Lei, an old man who has been immersed in the field of literary publishing for half his life, George is so casual when telling stories. No manuscript, no outline, and even no need to think. A story with a grand and mysterious worldview was told in this way, and this casualness shocked Wang Lei last night. You should know that the story George is telling now is not a simple childish fairy tale, but a medium-length novel with a complex and magnificent worldview. It was as if this story was already engraved in George's mind. George's casualness was also the reason why Wang Lei impulsively rushed to Hunan province from Beijing today. He felt that George might be a literary genius. Otherwise, how could one explain his ease in writing? And the stories of literary geniuses often become popular. Sa Wing Lei acted impulsivity. Of course, there is a more important point. Wang Lei saw the value of this story and wanted to get it early. Perhaps he could get some bargains. Result: then let me see if your story is worth a share. Thinking of George's confidence and determination, Wang Lei snorted lightly and then clicked on George and Angela's live broadcast room. At this time in the live broadcast room, George had already talked about the giant monster appearing in Vogholz. George talked about transfiguration, potions, black magic, three-headed dogs, trolls, and other magical settings one after another. Everyone just felt that the magical world in their minds was becoming more and more magnificent, magical and grand. I am becoming more and more immersed in and yearning for it. When they heard that Hermione was trapped by the troll, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room were all gripped. But when they heard that the three little ones accidentally teamed up to knock the troll unconscious, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I love the three little ones more and more. The following Quidditch setting also made the audience in the live broadcast room open their eyes wide and become curious. Wang Lei was also quite curious and muttered, "That's interesting. A sport adapted from football. However, this project is very consistent with the setting of the magical world, and there's no sense of being out of place at all." Wang Lei sighed slightly. As the worldview of George S.'s story unfolded, he even seemed to think that there really was such a magical world in this world. And George S.'s story tonight ends here. Chapter 39 is not over yet. Angela, in his arms, had fallen asleep. George looked at the time and saw that it was already 9 o'clock, so he stopped telling the story and waved to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile. Prepare to go offline. Upon seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room shouted no. They were now listening to the Quidditch plot, curious whether Harry Potter could win, but it ended up stopping here. It was so frustrating. Some netizens even commented, "Angela, don't sleep. If you fall asleep, I can't sleep. Angela, don't sleep. Mommy just wants to listen to you for 5 more minutes." Wow. If I were Angela's mother, I would let Angela go to bed at 12 o'clock. George couldn't see the screams and howls in the live broadcast room, and he would not pay attention if he saw them. In his heart, Angela was the most important, and he would not do anything like disturbing Angela's sleep. So I decisively asked the program team to shut down the live broadcast. In a room not far away, Wang Lei smacked his lips in disappointment. He was also curious whether Harry Potter could win a championship, but this kid actually went off the air. After a few seconds of disappointment, Wang Lei was suddenly shocked. "No, am I not here to find fault? This. Wang Lei was speechless for a moment and was somewhat surprised at the appeal of this story, which could even attract someone like him who came with a different mindset. Not to mention others. Just when Wang Lei was speechless, the notification sound of his cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Lei took a look. Someone was chatting in a group called Industry Discussion Group. This Industry Discussion Group was set up by several publishing house leaders when he attended a conference before, saying that it was convenient for discussing industry development. The people in the group have already started chatting, and the content of their chat is exactly the story Harry Potter told by George. People in the group are discussing the situation of this book. Most of them think that the book is good and there is traffic to be generated. If it is published, it may become a hit. When Wang Lei saw it, his pupils suddenly shrank and a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. At this time, someone in the group at Wang Zhongwang, Shi Zhongshui asked, "I think this is a fantasy novel. Don't you like this kind of novel the most in JoJo? Are there any actions?" Is the name of Wang Lei's group. Wang Lei had no choice but to hide when he saw this, so he immediately popped his head out and replied, "I haven't seen it yet. I don't know." At Wang Leiren, Yo-Yo said, "Boss Wang, this is not your style. Isn't JoJo the favorite to sign books online? And this program is so popular. How could you not have heard of it? You are not deliberately lying to us and then planning to secretly capture him." It has to be said that the people in the group are all old foxes. They guessed Wang Lei's plan in one sentence. Wang Lei touched his nose awkwardly and said stubbornly, "I've been busy publishing a few other books lately. I'm not as idle as you guys are every day." In order to prevent others from asking further questions, Wang Lei said, "Why, are you interested? Then I have to take a look." After asking the question, everyone in the group who had just been chatting enthusiastically said, "I just saw that the public opinion was quite heated, so I felt it was okay. As for the meaning, it's still not good enough. Hey, our publishing house has several new books coming out soon, so even if you're interested, you won't be able to get in line. This kind of sleep story is too risky. Go to sleep." All of a sudden, the group that was just bustling with activity suddenly became quiet, which made Wang Lei sneer. He would never believe what these old foxes said. But what happened tonight also alerted him, and he had to get the book quickly. The longer the night, the more dreams you have. The night outside the window is as dark as ink, and wild birds are singing. Wang Lei shrank down under the quilt, thinking about going to find George early tomorrow morning. He didn't believe that no matter how fast others were, they could be faster than him. This book was signed by them in Jiuzhou. While all the lights in Xiaobu Ancient Village were turned off, bright lights were still on in the high-rise buildings in Shanghai. EMI Records. It's still that office. The atmosphere this time was much better and not as depressing as before. Even Olivia's mouth corners lifted, because after a night of hard work and spending money, they successfully pushed Lu Yao's album's title song into the top 5 of the charts. Just one step away from Tianyu's Su Qing. Su Qing is 4th. They are 5th. Just one person missing. And the gap between the two is not that big. Tianyu is running out of steam, and our promotion is still going strong. Sooner or later, we will bring her down. Someone in the office said with an excited look. Compared to the dullness in the previous meeting, everyone in the office was now beaming with joy. Yes, I have contacted several MCNs, and tomorrow the influencers from these media companies will start promoting the song at the same time. The combined number of fans of these influencers is over 50 million. In addition to the homepage promotion on the music platform that we paid a high price for, there is also promotion on other platforms. Besides, starting tomorrow, the variety shows and program inserts we purchased earlier will also begin to take effect. By then, a matrix will be formed and the popularity will rise instantly. By then, let alone surpassing Tianyu, we will directly surpass all singers and rush to the top of the list. Yes, I will directly get to the top of the list tomorrow. Everyone in the office seemed to have won a victory and was talking excitedly. Olivia, who was sitting in the first seat, said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work today." Everyone in the office replied, "It's not hard, it's not hard. Thank you for the hard work, boss." Olivia nodded and finally arranged. The propaganda department should stand guard for the last time. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Everyone else can go back and rest first. The others said, "Thank you, boss." "Goodbye, boss." Then the lights in EMI went out one by one, and everyone left the office building. Olivia went downstairs with everyone else. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw Sun Yaowen, who had been waiting for a long time. Sun Yaowen was still wearing a neat suit and standing by the car smoking. When he saw Olivia coming down the stairs, he immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand and stomped out the cigarette, picked up the big bouquet of roses in the car, and walked over. The other employees around Olivia started to make a noise. Olivia blushed shyly, and Sun Yaowen walked straight to Olivia, handed the bouquet to her, and said, "Olivia, I wish your album will be a big hit." The employees around were making even more noise and shouting. Olivia smiled and took the bouquet from Sun Yaowen. Then, amid the noisy cheers, Sun Yaowen put his arm around Olivia's waist and got into the car, and the Maybach disappeared into the night. However, the people who were in a state of excitement were still unaware. At this moment, on the hot song list of the Huala Music platform, a song is rushing to the top 10 at a crazy rocket-like rate, and there is no sign of slowing down. One song after another on the hot song chart was released. 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th. In a blink of an eye, this song had already made it into the top 5, and it directly brought down the new song that EMI Records had worked so hard to push up. And this is not over yet. Chapter 40, The Sky has changed. Lullaby. As the name suggests, songs to listen to before going to bed. So although Angela's sleep song was uploaded to the internet during the day, and because of George's popularity, the number of download clicks is increasing. But it hasn't exploded yet and has been growing slowly. During the day, it only climbed to around number 30 on the hot song chart. However, this climbing speed changed instantly after dark. It took a long time to climb 1 or 2 places during the day, but at night it changed almost every minute. Downloads and clicks skyrocketed, especially after George's live broadcast ended. Countless netizens whose curiosity was aroused by the story couldn't sleep and began searching the entire internet for topics related to George. Angela's Lullaby on the Huala Music platform was discovered by netizens, and it spreads more and more. Therefore, this sleep song by Angela made it all the way to the top 10 of the list. It was already late at night, and countless sleepless night owls opened the Huala Music platform, wanting to listen to music before falling asleep. This is the case with Wang Su, who is currently studying at university. Suffering from frequent insomnia, he always couldn't fall asleep at night. So Wang Su always forced himself to put down his mobile phone at a certain time, and then listen to music and close his eyes to rest. If I'm in good condition, I might be able to fall asleep in half an hour. If he is not in a good state, Wang Su once listened to songs for 2 hours with his eyes closed, but he didn't fall asleep in the end. Wan Su sigh. He didn't know why. But as he got into his junior year, there were more and more things to do, and he suffered more and more insomnia at night. Perhaps it is when he thinks about the upcoming internship in his senior year and his future job that Wang Su becomes anxious, uneasy, and worried. So Wang Su's insomnia became more and more serious. He also suspected that he might be suffering from depression. Anyway, his current condition was very bad. Hope I can fall asleep early tonight. Wang Su sighed helplessly and opened the Huala music platform before putting down his phone. He didn't have any specific preferences when listening to music, and he played music mainly to divert his attention. So Wang Su directly clicked on the hot song list, and it started playing automatically from the beginning. Put down your phone. The music in my ears slowly sounded. The night outside the window was clear, and my roommate would occasionally make a light snoring sound. Wang Su listened to one song after another, estimated to be 6 or 7 songs, but he still didn't feel sleepy at all. On the contrary, my thinking becomes more active. But Wang Su could clearly feel that his body was very tired and empty. He needs sleep. Wang Su tried hard to control his thoughts and empty his mind, trying to focus on the music, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't completely relax. My brain is so confused. I suddenly think about my job after graduation. I suddenly think about the current life of my parents in my hometown. Then I thought about the increasingly high housing prices. Will he be able to afford a house when he gets married? Wang Su felt like his brain was about to explode. He even felt his scalp on the back of his head starting to ache. And just at this moment, just when Wang Su couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to hit himself on the head, after the previous song ended, the music that had been silent for a while suddenly sounded again, and a low and magnetic voice slowly sounded in Wang Su's mind. This low voice reveals a sense of tranquility and leisure that brings peace of mind, and a hint of sadness. This quiet and leisurely feeling made Wang Su feel as if an electric shock had occurred in his heart. His brain, which had been extremely confused and about to explode just now, suddenly became blank for a moment. At this moment, Wang Su felt extremely relaxed, and the singing in his ears was still ringing slowly. The singing was low, quiet, and leisurely, like the breeze on a summer night, instantly smoothing out the ripples in Wang Su's heart. The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. Insects fly. Who are you missing? Amid the quiet and leisurely singing, Wang Su seemed to see scenes from his childhood, where he and his parents, the whole family, were lying on mats on the roof of the bungalow in their hometown. At that time, no one played with mobile phones. His parents took him to count the stars in the sky and taught him where the Big Dipper was. Sometimes Dad would chat with Mom about adult topics, and he would listen with his ears pricked up like a little adult, wanting to grow up sooner and enter the adult world sooner. Carefree childhood. Happy hometown. As the song played, Wang Su's brows, which had been furrowed all night, slowly relaxed, and a smile from the heart slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. With a smile on his face, Wang Su slowly fell asleep and returned to his lost childhood. There are many people on the internet who are in the same situation as Wang Su. Wang Su was the type who fell asleep while listening to the song. Many other people felt sleepy while listening to the song, and then forced themselves to recommend the song online or on WeChat moments despite feeling sleepy. There are many internet celebrities like Zhou Jie who are promoting this. For example, Zhou Jie was also on the hot search today. In her own words, "This overwhelming wealth has finally come to me." So she didn't play games during her live broadcast that night. Instead, she watched George's live broadcast the entire time. During the live broadcast, she completely turned into George's little fangirl. After George finished, Sister Zhou had nothing to do, so she looked at some of George's materials on the internet, including this song, Angela's Lullaby, on the Huala music platform. Some review bloggers also recommend it. So that night, when most people had gone to bed, the song Angela's Sleeping Song made a strong impact on the top of the hot song chart of the Chinese music platform. At this time, neither EMI Records, nor Tianyu Media, nor other music companies paid attention to the situation on the charts. Because the situation was so good before getting off work, the people from EMI Records and TE Media were all fantasizing about making it to the top 3 tomorrow before going to bed. Finally, try to hit the top of the list. However, when they woke up, they were shocked to find the sky had changed. Because she asked Eric Soon to help with the album promotion, Olivia had a few drinks with Eric Soon last night and slept soundly at night, until the continuous phone calls woke her up. Olivia, who was woken up, had a cold and annoyed look on her face. She frowned and picked up the phone on the bedside and looked at the incoming call. The director of EMI called her, and the call was made directly to her private number, so it must be an urgent matter. Olivia frowned and swiped her finger to answer the call. As soon as the call was connected, the director on the other end of the phone said anxiously, "Boss, something bad has happened." Olivia usually pays great attention to her dressing and appearance, and she is always radiant and stunning no matter when she comes to the company. However, today, Olivia didn't even have time to put on makeup. She simply put on some lipstick in the car and walked into the company with a cold face. The sound of high heels rang out, and all the employees in the office were silent and lowered their heads. Olivia, whose expression was obviously unfriendly. Olivia entered the office again, the same office as last night, but this time the expressions of everyone in the office had returned to their original state. Ugly. So ugly. All the laughter from last night disappeared, and everyone had a gloomy face now. What's going on? Olivia threw the bag directly on the table and asked in an extremely cold voice. Chapter 41, How is this possible? The top 3 on the list were deliberately obstructing us. When we were exerting our strength last night, they also exerted their strength. Everyone in the office looks unhappy. Now, it is the middle of the month, and the top 3 songs on the charts have been dominating the charts for more than half a month. They have earned enough fame and money. According to the conventions in the industry, now that they and Tianyu are aiming for the top spot, there is no need for these 3 companies to hinder them. After all, their new songs are coming on strong, and the potential of the first 3 songs has been exhausted. To stop them now would be totally counterproductive. So after reaching 5th place last night, everyone at EMI thought that the top 3 would be within their grasp. However, after an entire night, they didn't make any progress at all. The top 3 still defended tightly and didn't give them any chance. Moreover, Tianyu Media was also different for what they expected. They originally thought that Tianyu Media had no stamina. After all, they were weaker in the competition last night. Unexpectedly, after falling asleep last night, including before dawn this morning, Tianyu started to make efforts again, still suppressing EMI's new song. Can't get through. And this isn't even the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is that last night a song suddenly hit the charts like thunder and reached the top of the charts overnight. Directly pushed all the rankings on the previous list back 1 place. Last night, Tianyu ranked 4th and EMI ranked 5th, which is just in the top 5, which is a pretty good result. But this morning, because of the sudden emergence of a number 1 on the list, their EMI records directly became the 6th place. Fall out of the top 5. Although they are all in the top 10, the gap between the 5th and 6th place is still huge, which makes EMI records 1 step weaker than Tianyu. That's why everyone's faces looked so bad. They never expected that so many unexpected things would happen overnight when they were clearly sure of victory. Putting aside other situations, what the hell is this number 1 that dropped from the sky? Thinking of the name number 1 on the list, everyone in the company's mouth twitched. At this time, Olivia had already understood what happened. Her face was as cold as ice, and there was anger rising in her eyes. She glanced at everyone coldly. Is this what you said was okay last night? Everyone in the office looked at each other, and some said with evasive eyes, "This situation is special. We didn't expect the 3 companies ahead of us to compete with us and invest so much money. Yes, the top 3 have the advantage of the previous half month. If they defend tightly, we won't be able to rush in at all." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Olivia slammed the table. Defend it strictly. What's the situation with the number 1 who suddenly appeared? Why can others rush forward, but we can't? Olivia's tone was extremely cold, and she was very angry. She was angry about the results she saw today, and even more angry about this group of people's bragging and shirking of responsibility. Tell her to be on high alert? She's not blind. She's guarding against them closely and preventing them from getting up. How can a number 1 on the list get up? To put it bluntly, it's because these people are just useless. If he had the strength to be number 1, how could this happen? Facing Olivia's outburst, everyone in the office shut up, but there was still some injustice in their eyes. After all, the situation this time was really special, so someone mustered up the courage to speak. "Boss, this situation is a little special. The song that topped the list is from the variety show that has become popular recently. That variety show is so popular right now. It's still trending on the internet. The traffic is so huge." Olivia heard someone trying to refute. Her expression immediately became colder, and she wanted to scold. But after hearing what the employee said, Her eyelids twitched unconsciously. Olivia took a deep breath and asked, "What variety show?" Olivia didn't know why she asked. She just felt her heart subconsciously tense when she heard about the variety show. An employee immediately responded, "That variety show, Where Are We Going, Dad?, has been really popular recently. There's no comparison." Sure enough, it was the name she didn't want to hear. Olivia felt her temples throbbing. Olivia's eyes were filled with emotions, and she asked with a look of surprise, "Is the song number one on the list from this variety show?" The employee nodded. "Right, and this song is very special." Olivia frowned and suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart, as if her heart was being slowly grabbed. Olivia was of course aware that George brought his daughter to participate in this variety show, and George and his daughter were very popular. Although she didn't want to pay attention, she could always see something about them on the internet. So when the employees talked about this variety show, Olivia subconsciously thought of George. For some reason, her intuition told her that this matter might be related to George. But Olivia quickly denied it because of her reason. George has been very popular recently, but it is purely because of the scolding from others. He doesn't have the ability to do it on his own, let alone make it to the hot song charts. She had hardly ever heard George sing at home. "I heard that George's academic performance was not particularly good when he was in college. And even if George can sing well, after so many years of neglect, his singing level is only that of a college student. Even worse than that of a college student. How can they be compared with professional lyricists and singers?" Especially this time, the lyricist she found is a big name in the industry, and she spent a very high price to get this title song. And the singer Liu Yao is also a second-tier singer. At least he's better than a loser like George. Maybe I've been under too much pressure recently, which caused me to have such a ridiculous idea. Olivia snorted in her heart and quickly suppressed this ridiculous idea. At this time, the employee had already handed the sorted information to Olivia. Olivia took it casually. The information shows the top 10 songs on the Hot Songs chart, as well as detailed information about the songs. However, as soon as Olivia's eyes fell on it, her pupils suddenly shrank, and the hand holding the information trembled violently. The first line of the document read, 1. Angela S. sleeping song/singer. George, guest of the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? Frequent guest on the hot search list. Whether it is Angela or George, they're extremely familiar words to Olivia. These two words are like two sharp blades that pierce into Olivia's heart. Olivia's expression suddenly became a little ugly and pale. The trembling gradually spread from her palms to her entire body. Olivia couldn't believe the information she saw in front of her eyes. It was the goal she had dreamed of and worked so hard to achieve. It was actually taken by this useless man. How is this possible? Olivia was screaming and shouting her heart. Olivia felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by someone, making it impossible for her to breathe. Olivia tried to stay calm and said to the people in the office in a hoarse voice, "You guys go out first." The people in the office had no idea what was going on. They only saw the boss's face suddenly turned bad the moment he got the information. The whole person seems to be shaking. A few people looked at each other. It was a good thing to be able to escape, but the boss's condition was too strange, so someone asked with concern, "Boss, are you okay?" Olivia raised her head and shouted angrily with an extremely cold expression, "Go out." The few employees who stayed behind looked into the boss's eyes and felt a chill all over their bodies, as if they were falling into an icy cave. They immediately fled from the office. Chapter 42. Lullaby. After several employees left the office, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The look in the boss's eyes just now was so terrifying that it made people feel creepy. They have worked with the boss for so many years and have never seen him so angry. Someone asked with lingering fear, "What's wrong, boss?" "It was so scary, I couldn't even breathe." This is the first time I've seen the boss so angry. This is the end. As everyone was talking in low voices, someone suddenly said, "I heard that our boss's husband is the amateur in the variety show." Some people didn't react immediately. Amateur? What amateur? After a pause, the person who spoke suddenly widened his eyes and raised his voice a lot. "You mean George? This song, which is number one on the list, and the singer themselves have watched it countless times this morning. So everyone knows the name George. Not to mention that this name has been very popular on the internet recently and can be seen more or less everywhere." So everyone reacted instantly. Their eyes widened, expressions of shock and disbelief, but someone asked in confusion, "That's not right. Isn't the boss's husband Mr. Sun from Yaowen Film and Television? They have seen Mr. Sun many times in the past year, and more frequently recently. Last night, they saw Mr. Sun giving flowers to the boss, and the two of them left in a car together. So many people in the company thought that the boss's husband was Mr. Sun. After all, the two of them looked quite compatible. However, someone whispered, "No, I heard from an old employee of the company that the boss got married right after graduation. But they should have divorced recently. Didn't you see the public opinion online? There are some photos. Although the girl in the photo is wearing sunglasses and the picture is not very clear, she is our boss." At this point, the others all widen their eyes. How come I've never heard of it before? I thought the boss had never been married before. Someone shook his head and said, "I don't know. The boss never mentioned her husband in the company." Someone suddenly thought, if the boss's husband can help promote us on the show, our album will definitely be a big hit. Others rolled their eyes. Already divorced. The person who spoke was embarrassed for a moment. All right, that George is much more handsome than Mr. Sun, and he seems quite talented. So why did they get divorced? Several people were talking in low voices and walking further away. In the office behind her, although Olivia couldn't hear what the employees were talking about outside the door, she could hear the word George clearly. Olivia's face became even darker, and her chest began to rise and fall violently. This piece of trash actually has this ability. She really didn't expect it. Olivia's eyes were extremely cold. Her emotions fluctuated violently. She stared at the name on the information, then gritted her teeth and crumpled the information in her hand into a ball. At this time, the aftermath caused by the music charts has not ended yet. At Hanshi Music Company, Chin Man arrived at the office in the morning, and the secretary quickly handed over a summary of the latest information in the industry today. As the boss of Hanshi Music, Chin Man must always pay attention to the situation in the industry so that he can understand the market and find the right direction. So Chin Man would check the latest information every day. The latest ones were all the same old topics. Chin Man glanced at them and quickly flipped through them. After reading 2 pages, her eyes finally fell on the latest issue of the Chinese music chart rankings. These lists can help Chin Man judge the current market trends and can also help her search for potential artists. The hot song list is particularly important. The Chinese music hot songs chart can be said to represent the popular trends of Chinese music and is very authoritative. So Chin Man quickly flipped through several other charts and found the hot song chart. Scanning it from bottom to top, she saw several songs from the company. Among them are songs released by the company's artists last month, as well as the song that Song Huaying sang when he participated in the Peak Singer at the end of last month, which occupied several positions on the list. But the rankings are not very high, hovering between 10 to 20. The 10-20th place range is okay for a small company, but for a large company of Hanshi's size, it is just barely acceptable. Kinmunzite. This also shows that the company is now on a downward trend. Back when Hanshi was at its most popular, the 3 top-tier artists were all making efforts at the same time, and half of the top 10 songs on the charts were Hanshi's songs. A glorious moment. It's not as good as before. Chin Man's thoughts flashed through his mind, and then his eyes fell on the top 10 positions. Because there aren't many new songs this month, most of the top 10 are old acquaintances, with only 3 songs being new today. The 6th song is a new song from EMI Records. Chin Man had heard of EMI Records. The company was not very large, but the artists signed by them were all pretty good, and they took the boutique route. Especially, several artists who signed contracts in the past few years have become popular. Last year, Hanshi also poached a singer from EMI, and he has now firmly established himself as a first-tier star. People in the industry say that the boss of EMI is very good at judging people. And I heard that the boss of EMI is also a female president like her, and she is said to be very beautiful. The information related to EMI flashed through Chin Man's mind instantly, and Chin Man looked at the 4th one again. Tianyu Media. Tianyu's scale is very large, not much weaker than Hanshi. However, Tianyu's main business is movies, and it has only entered the music field in recent years. It is very weak to Hanshi and does not pose any threat. Thinking of this, Chin Man suddenly remembered something. The last time that her grandmother's student asked her to help. The person involved, Song Xiao, is an artist of Tianyu Media. Thinking in his mind, Chin Man looked at the song ranked first. It's amazing to be able to occupy the first place on the hot song list of the Chinese music platform. I haven't seen Tianyu and EMI fighting for it no matter how hard they try. If it were the heyday of Han Lion, it would not be difficult for them to be the first. But for Hanshi today, they haven't been in the first place for more than half a year. During this period, the company also promoted several songs, but none of them were satisfactory. At this time, Chi Man had already seen the number one song. The moment he saw the song title, Chi Man was stunned for a moment and thought he had seen it wrong. I rewatched it on purpose. Confirm that you are not mistaken. First of all, the name of this song is indeed Angela's Lullaby. There was some surprise in Chi Man's eyes. Judging from the name of this song, it sounds like a lullaby for children, but how could a lullaby reach number one? The Hot Song chart of Hwala Music Platform is highly authoritative, and Hwala Music Platform has a large number of users, almost occupying half of the music market. Every song that makes it to the charts is pushed up by countless netizens who download and click on it, or by companies spending money to push it up. A lullaby? How could something like this possibly get first place? It's hard to even make the list. Chapter 43 is... Okay. Chi Man frowned. She had never watched the variety show, Where Are We Going, Dad? So naturally she didn't know who Angela was. Chi Man thought about it, and thought that this might be a pioneer song. After all, there are still many pioneer experimental singers who love to come up with weird names. While thinking, Chi Man glanced at the information of the song. Singer, George. Composer, George. When she saw the name, Chi Man subconsciously thought about the pioneer singers in the industry, and there didn't seem to be any named George. Is a newcomer? And why does this name sound familiar? Chi Man thought about it and confirmed that she didn't know any singer named George. She could only suppress her doubts and open the Hwala Music Platform on her computer. She was ready to listen. Every piece of music that can make it to the top of the charts is worth studying. On the Chinese music platform, the hot songs list is the main list, and the name of this song is at the top of the list, making it very easy to see. Chi Man put on headphones and clicked play while reading the comments. There are a lot of comments on this song, some of which even exceeded Chi Man's expectations. When he opened it, he saw that they were all positive reviews. Chi Man just glanced at the comments and found that they were all about sleeping in childhood. Kinman found it. Could it really be a song to lull you to sleep? Before she could think, the music in the headphones started playing without any prelude or any fancy preparation. Just like that, it rang straight away. A low and magnetic voice slowly sounded in Chi Man's ears. Chi Man was shocked when he heard the voice. A cappella. This song is actually sung a cappella. This singer is so confident that he even sang a cappella to win the charts. And it also made him take the number one spot on the list. Countless surprises flashed through Chi Man's mind, and the singing in her ears had slowly entered, accompanied by the sound of a low and leisurely singing voice. Chi Man suddenly felt his mind calm down. Because the work is too busy every day, Chi Man feels like he is in a war every day at work, and his nerves are tense. So Chi Man would feel very tired after getting home from get off work every day, and even feel tired at the company. So she drank coffee like water at the company. Because I can't survive without coffee. Chi Man also thought about letting herself relax, and her family also advised her not to push herself too hard and to relax appropriately. But she had already developed this habit of working hard when she was young, and it is not something she can just let go of, especially now that the future of the company is uncertain. The whole company is waiting for her to pay their salaries, so the pressure on Chi Man's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that she didn't dare to relax at all. Sometimes she feels very tired, physically tired, and even more mentally tired. Chi Man also tried to relax herself and give herself some time to breathe after work, but as soon as Chi Man stopped, a bunch of things would pop up in her mind. There will be a feeling of uneasiness in my heart. This made it impossible for her to relax at ease, and this state had even seriously affected her sleep and rest. Insomnia. This has been Chi Man's old problem. But now, when the leisurely singing voice slowly sounded in Chi Man's ears, when the quiet and leisurely artistic conception suddenly rushed into Chi Man's mind, for some reason, Chi Man felt his whole body relax. The frowning brows relaxed unconsciously. The fingers that were originally organizing the documents on the desk also stopped. Chi Man suddenly felt a rare sense of security and comfort, so much so that she couldn't help but close her eyes and lean back in her office chair. The office fell silent for a moment. The song was not long, even a little short. Chi Man opened his eyes a while after the song ended and let out a long breath. She has confirmed that this song is a children's song. And Chi Man seemed to understand why a children's song could top the hot song list. Watching the song again, Sheen Man's eyes were filled with surprise. The song was just like its title. It should be a lullaby written for a little girl named Angela. It's very simple. The melody is simple, the lyrics are simple, and the singing method is also simple. But this song, which seems simple in every way, seems to have magical power, making people immersed in the song as they listen. The moment I heard the song, the beautiful memories and scenes of my childhood emerged one by one. This song is like a switch. With the flick of a switch, people return to their childhood, temporarily forgetting their worries, their busyness, and everything. And Sheen Man was not the only one who had this feeling. She took a look at the comment section and saw similar comments everywhere, saying that hearing this song reminded them of their childhood. Some people commented that they cried after listening to it and missed their parents. Looking at the comments, Sheen Man's eyes flickered. The composition of this song is amazing. The simple melody can bring out the atmosphere of memories. The lyrics are obviously simple, and the words used are the most common imagery words, but there's a poetic and romantic feeling when singing, and it is beautiful to listen to. And the singer who sang it has something. Although this song sounds simple, as a person in the industry, Sheen Man can naturally hear something different. The song is simple. Singing is not easy. No one else can sing with such immersion, not to mention the emotions in the song. The fact that the singer can generate such amazing resonance and involvement in the comment section is enough to show his level. Make it simple. This person is incredible. Sheen Man's eyes fell on George's name. The singer and the songwriter are the same person, and he is a singer-songwriter. Sheen Man's heart was somewhat moved. Hanshi is in great need of talents now, especially singer-songwriters like this. Even though there's only one song, it is enough to show that this person is very talented, and I have never seen it before, which means he is a newcomer. It's easy to sign newcomers. Sheen Man's eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up her phone to ask someone to check George's situation to see if he could sign him. But just as Sheen Man typed out George's name, he suddenly thought of something and paused. His brows furrowed even more. George, in his WeChat search bar. Click to search. Soon, a business card was searched out. George. The two are already good friends. Sheen Man did not stop and directly clicked on George's chat page, only to see two messages on the page. One is, "Hello, Sister Sheen. I'm George." One is, "New song demo.mp3. Seeing these two pieces of news, Sheen Man was stunned. She said that the name George looked familiar, but Sheen Man couldn't remember it. After all, the notes she left for George's phone number were, "Grandma's student." She didn't take George seriously, thinking that they wouldn't have much interaction in the future, so she didn't even remember his name. The reason she just remembered it was because she saw someone in the comments saying that he or she was a die-hard fan of the show. "Where are we going, Dad?" Only then did I remember this person. Sheen Man's expression was a little complicated for a moment. She remembered what her grandmother had said before, that if they could get George, the company would not have to worry about songs in the future. She thought it was an exaggeration at the time, and even now she has never believed it at all, and she has a very bad impression of George. But I didn't expect it. This guy can actually write songs, and the writing is okay. Sheen Man pursed her lips and looked at the song sample file on the chat page. Suddenly, a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. Even children's songs can be written so well. What about normal songs? As the thought flashed through his mind, Sheen Man had already reached out and opened the file. Chapter 44, I Have Another Song. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hanshi Music Company convened a high-level meeting. The content of the meeting was to discuss Song Hwaiying's program matters. The approval for the song subscription was approved yesterday, and the fee for the song subscription was very high this time, completely exceeding the usual fee. Song Hwaiying must not be eliminated. The worst-case scenario is to make it to the finals and get a good ranking. This is the consensus of everyone in Hanshi. If Song Hwaiying is really eliminated in the next episode, coupled with the news that Shue Liu is preparing to change jobs, Hanshi Music may be in big trouble. My fame is completely over. Yesterday's news. Just think about it, and you will know what others will call Hanshi in the future. Moreover, this will make it clear that Hanshi is on the decline. By then, not to mention its reputation, its stock price will probably plummet. So the board is getting anxious, and this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that Song Hwaiying can't make a singing appointment now. I paid the money, but I couldn't get a song. Even if you offer a lot of money, you still can't get a date. Because now no one in the entire industry dares to write a song for Song Hwaying. Why was Song Hwaying eliminated? Before participating in the competition, no one could have expected this. After all, Song Hwaying is a veteran top-tier singer, and both his singing skills and emotions are amazing. But after 4 episodes, everyone knew it. Because Song Hwaying's singing method and style are really not suitable for participating in this kind of competitive competition. However, if you want Song Hwaying to change his singing method or style, Song Hwaying's ability will be greatly reduced. As for the new songs written by the composer that Song Hwaying had worked with before were still in that style and were not suitable for singing competitions. The new composer he found could write competitive-type songs, but Song Hwaying couldn't ensure his stable performance. So now, a very embarrassing situation has arisen. What was written before cannot be sung in the competition, and what is written now may not be sung well by Song Hwaying. The Peak Singer is a phenomenal variety show that is not only watched by the entire internet, but also by the industry. In this situation, if Song Hwaying performs poorly, not only will she be embarrassed, but the composer who wrote the song for her will also be implicated. And now, there is a high probability that Song Hwaying will be eliminated. Therefore, no composer is willing to wade into this muddy water. Composers who can reach a certain status are very careful about their reputation. And now there are other companies behind the scenes. Many people in the music industry hope that Hanshi will never recover and decline completely, so all kinds of monsters and demons have come out recently. And then we have the current dilemma. I have money, but I can't get a song. It is possible to arrange an appointment with an unknown composer, but Song Hwaying is already in trouble now. If the song does not reach the top level, he will probably be eliminated. So the company held a meeting today to discuss what to do next. Now, there are only 2 choices before everyone. One is to take a gamble and collaborate with those unknown composers to write songs. The second is to choose to withdraw. At least I can save my reputation and not lose all my face. However, as soon as the second option was mentioned, Song Hwaying himself directly refused. Song Hwaying was over 40 years old, from the north, with a slightly long face and long wavy hair. At this time, Song Hwaying said with a sad look, "You can't withdraw from the competition. If you withdraw from the competition, you will not only lose the game, but also lose your reputation. This is to tell others that I was beaten so badly that I don't even dare to go on stage. How will my fans see me in the future?" However, as soon as the words fell, someone in the conference room snorted coldly and said, "What other choice do I have if I don't withdraw from the competition? It will be even more embarrassing if someone eliminates us then. And then not only will you be affected, our company will also be affected." Song Hwaying looked somewhat sad and angry. "You were the ones who allowed me to participate in the competition, and now that I can't win, you're asking me to withdraw. Who do you think I am? I'm telling you, even if I lose on stage, I won't quit. If I have to lose, I'd rather lose honorably." The middle-aged man who had just snorted glared at him. "It's not your decision whether to retreat or not. This incident has already affected the company's stock. The board of directors needs to stop the loss as soon as possible." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, the others in the meeting room immediately advised, "Don't make any noise. Isn't there another choice?" "Yes, Hwaying. What Mr. Lin said is just the last option. We have other options." The rest of the people in the conference room tried to stop the fight, and the middle-aged man, called Mr. Lin, snorted coldly. "What other choice is there?" But the voice was low and there was no anger. Everyone also knew that Song Hwaying was not to blame for this matter. After all, it was their joint decision for Song Hwaying to participate in the competition. Now that something had gone wrong, they could not put all the blame on Song Hwaying. Chin Man, who was sitting in the first seat, slowly said, "What Sister Hwaying said makes sense. It's okay to lose a game, but if you lose the hearts of your fans, that would be a big deal." The others also echoed, "Yeah, I think we should consider the first option. It is a taboo in military strategy to be timid before the battle. I think we must fight no matter what. Whether we will be eliminated or not is another matter. Sister Hwaying has the talent. What she lacks now is a suitable song. I think there is still a chance." After discussing for a while, everyone finally decided to adopt the first option, which was to try songs with unknown composers. Maybe there will be a surprise. After all the big names started out as newcomers. Before the company announced that it would pay a large sum of money to write songs, many composers submitted their submissions, but no one paid any attention to these small fry at the time. At the same time, the The company's music library also had a lot of good songs. At this moment, everyone took them out and listened to them one by one. The style of this composition is somewhat similar to Sister Hwaying's. You can consider it. The style of this composition is too folk. The style is totally incompatible, and folk music has no competitive value. This song is pretty good. Who composed it? Teacher Sue? Forget it. The first half of this song is okay, but the chorus is a bit off. Everyone in the conference room was discussing the topic, but after searching for a long time, there were still no suitable options. Most of these songs with unknown composers were not very good. Even if there is gold occasionally, it is not particularly suitable for song Hwaying, or lack of competition. Then we can only arrange a new song. 4 days is too short. It's not enough time. What if I find the wrong person? Then find a few more. This kind of composition isn't expensive anyway. Cast a wide net and catch more fish. Everyone had a headache, and Song Hwaying sat in the conference room with his head down. After struggling for a long time, it seemed that there was no hope at all. Song Hwaying regretted very much at this time. Why did he agree to participate in the competition in the first place? This time, I'm afraid that this time on top singer will become a stain that she can never erase in her life. Just being a stepping stone for others for nothing. Song Hwaying looked as pale as death. Everyone in the conference room had expressions of lamentation and despair. They simply couldn't find a way out of the impasse. However, at this moment, Chin Man, who had been sitting in the first seat and remained silent, suddenly spoke. I have another song here. Everyone please listen to it. Chapter 45 Publishers Gather. After getting up in the morning, George and Angela started the live broadcast. Today is the third day of the broadcast of Where Are We Going, Dad? And also the last day of the first episode. As soon as we got up in the morning, the program team started to get things done. All 5 groups of guests gathered together, and the program team announced the first task of the day. Teach your kids to sing. Every parent must teach their child to sing a song today. During this period, mobile phones are not allowed to be used for querying, and there is no background music. In the evening, 5 children will go on stage to sing. The program team will organize villagers to serve as judges. The song with the highest votes from the village judges will win. The winner will enjoy the highest reward of this episode tonight, including but not limited to returning to the city early, having a big meal, staying in a hotel, etc. When the reward was mentioned, the 5 parents and children all widened their eyes. For them, life during these 3 days was too hard. They couldn't even take a comfortable shower, let alone eat and sleep. I'm here just to experience life in the countryside. So the 5 groups of guests had already been unable to bear it for a long time. And when they heard that they could leave early, they all looked excited. They were all shouting that they wanted to win the reward tonight. Zhang Shui laughed. I'm sure to get this reward tonight. It's not that he is arrogant, but because he is the only singer among the 5 groups of guests, and Zhang Shui's singing level is indeed very impressive. Influenced by him, Guangzai has been a good singer since he was young. Therefore, Zhang Shui and Guangzai were both very confident about this mission. They looked at each other and were sure of victory. But Zhang Shui didn't see it in the live broadcast room. After hearing what he said, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. It's over, Brother Shui has planted the flag early again. Brother Shui, I admit that you sing well, but there are people around you who can sing too. Zhang Shui doesn't know yet that George S. Sleep Song has become a hit on the internet, but the audience in the live broadcast room knows. When they woke up this morning, Angela S. Sleep Song had already become a hit on the internet. Lullaby. #1 on the Chinese Music Hot Songs chart. These 2 unrelated keywords were linked together and exploded instantly, not to mention that this topic was related to George and Angela. George and Angela are definitely the center of public opinion now. As long as it is related to George and Angela, the traffic will not be bad. Now, marketing accounts in all industries have to use the topic of George and Angela when writing articles. Not to mention, this hot topic was created by George and Angela themselves. So Angela S. Sleep Song went viral on the internet early in the morning. It went viral on WeChat Moments. So the audience in the live broadcast room all know that George sings very well, especially children's songs. So it was a little too early for Zhang Shui and Guangzai to be happy. Who can compete with the lullaby song? Seeing Guangzai's smug look now, I couldn't bear to see how miserably Guangzai cried this afternoon. Angela, please be gentle with Brother Guangzai. I am dying of laughter. I will also come watch the show tonight, just to see how loudly Shui and Guangzai cry. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed wildly and made jokes. The 5 guests of the program team had no idea that, except for Zhang Shuei and Guangzai, who were confident, the other groups all showed a competitive look. George and Angela looked at each other and winked quietly. After arranging the tasks, it was time to eat. The program crew remained true to their old ways and asked the 5 fathers to drive to get the food. He was driving a tractor. Even George had no idea where to start. During the attempt, Su Hung fell directly into the ditch, looking miserable. By the time we finished breakfast, it was already past 10 o'clock. The live broadcast ended in 2 hours. George breathed a sigh of relief. Driving a tractor in the morning was not an easy job, and he was in a mess. After comforting Angela, George quickly went back to the house and took a shower. As soon as I came out of the shower, Wang Lei from Juzhou Publishing House came up to me. Wang Lei had been waiting for the whole morning. After watching the live broadcast last night, he had already made up his mind to sign George. Especially the comments of his old friends made Wang Lei feel a little urgent. So Wang Lei woke up early in the morning, wanting to find George to sign the contract as soon as possible, for fear that the night would bring more trouble. George started the live show as soon as he got up in the morning, and it has not ended until now. Wang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw George coming out of the room. I went back and thought about it last night, and Mr. Shun's conditions are not bad. Wang Lei looked like he had given it serious thought and said with some worry. But, however, before he could finish his words, a voice with a northern accent came from outside the door. "Well, you old fox, aren't you paying attention?" A familiar voice sounded in his ears, and Wang Lei was startled. He quickly turned around and saw several figures walking in from outside. These figures were exactly the people in the group chat last night. Facing the half-smiles on these people's faces, Wang Lei's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that today was going to be troublesome. But Wang Lei's expression remained unchanged. "Oh, I went to see it last night after hearing what you guys said. But after seeing it, I couldn't fall asleep, so I came here directly." The others didn't believe it at all and sneered. George was stunned for a moment when he saw so many people outside the door, but he reacted after listening to Wang Lei's conversation, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Harry Potter is indeed a story that was popular all over the world in its previous life. He simply threw out a bait on the show, but he caught so many big fish. Looks like there's no need to worry about publishing. George's expression completely calmed down. He smiled as he watched Wang Lei joking with the others, and took the opportunity to observe the people who came. The few people who came over also observed George out of the corner of their eyes. Before coming, several people had already read George's information and had a general understanding of him and knew him as a person. But seeing it with their own eyes at this moment, everyone still exclaimed in their hearts, it would be a shame if she didn't become a star with this look. Several people were all stunned. The people were brought by Linda. The director of his program group is the host, and since it involved Junge, he helped to greet everyone. A meeting room of the village committee was vacated. A group of 6 or 7 people sat down one after another, and several of them came clearly for the book that George talked about. Wang Lei had not made a sound since he entered the room, as if he were an invisible man, calmly watching the same few old foxes who were doing the same thing as he did at the beginning. He tried to take advantage of George's ignorance and lower the price to sign the contract. He had experienced George's strength, and now he was happy to watch his peers make fun of him. After all, they're a bunch of old foxes. Normally, you can't even watch them make fun of them. Now is a rare opportunity. Although the others were surprised at Wang Lei's silence, signing books was the key now, especially with so many publishing houses competing. They ignored Wang Lei and started talking to George. However, as they talked, everyone discovered that the young man in front of them was not at all what they had imagined. He was sophisticated, too sophisticated. There were also 2 publishing houses, one with a bad cop and the other with a good cop, who tried to work together to negotiate prices with George, but all the negotiations were resolved by George. Everyone looked at each other. The eyes are solemn. In the end, the negotiated price was still stuck at the price proposed by Wang Lei last night. George still shook his head and ignored all the others' persuasion. Negotiations are at a stalemate. At this moment, Wang Lei, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. Juzhou Publishing House can meet Mr. Shin's requirements. We don't need to sign the copyright, but only discuss profit sharing. When the others heard this, their eyes widened. Chapter 46 publication confirmed. Although several publishing houses later raised their prices, George finally chose Juzhou Publishing House and signed a contract after a morning of detailed discussion. After signing the contract, Wang Lei smiled. "Mr. Shun, It's a pleasure to work with you. George smiled and shook hands with Wang Lei. It's a pleasure to work with you. At this time, several other publishing houses confirmed that George and Jojo had signed the contract. They all sighed and prepared to leave. Before leaving, someone whispered to Wang Lei, "Are you crazy? You're actually negotiating a profit share with a newcomer?" "Old Wang, I know you have a good eye, but it's better to be safe than sorry." Several people patted Wang Lei on the shoulder, then shook their heads and went back the same way they came. Wang Lei didn't take these words to heart at all. In business, how can there be gains without risks? And from his perspective, the gains this time far outweigh the risks. Just take a gamble. Wang Lei turned to George and said, "I will start applying for and approving the publication when I get home today. Please finish writing the first part and send it to me as soon as possible. We will try to publish the first work within 3 months." George's traffic is high now, and the sooner it is published, the greater the profit will be. However, the earliest it will take to publish a book is more than 3 months, so they can only do it as soon as possible. George nodded. He was not an expert in publishing books, but he believed in Wang Lei's expertise. Good. Thinking of something, George asked again, "If we're broadcasting live tonight, we might even tell some stories. Will that have any impact?" Wang Lei waved his hand directly. "It doesn't matter, just keep talking. But you have to control the pace and don't speak too fast. It's best to finish halfway through. Also, at the end, you can reveal the news of the publication to the audience, which can be regarded as a preheating for the new book. Jojo will also make an official announcement at that time to cooperate with you." The two talked in detail about the subsequent publicity, and then Wang Lei hurried back to Beijing. The signing of the contract was just the beginning, and there were still many trivial matters to be taken care of. George had just come back from seeing someone off, and before he could even sit down, he received another call. George was surprised when he saw the incoming call message. "It is Qin Man of Hanchi." Ever since the last phone call ended in a cold manner, he thought there was no hope for this line at all, and he had already started thinking of other ways. That phone call taught him that it is better to rely on oneself than on others. So after the phone call ended, George began to think about other practical ways, and the publication of Harry Potter is one of George's plans. To support Angela nowadays, making money is inevitable. When it comes to interests, no matter what industry, there are always evil spirits and monsters, and the law of the jungle always prevails. If you don't want to be bullied or looked down upon, you have to climb to a position where no one can bully you. High enough, strong enough. In order to climb up, George thought of many plans, and the publication of Harry Potter was just one of them. But he didn't expect that Qin Man would call him just after he finished a task. George was suspicious, but he quickly answered the phone. The call was connected, and Qin Man's voice came from the other end again, but this time her voice was not as cold as before and was a little softer. "Hello, George." Since Qin Man gave him face, George would naturally not give him no face and politely called out, "Hello, Sister Qin." Qin Man said slowly, "I let the company listen to the song you sent me last time, and they felt it was good. I apologize to you. The company is so inefficient and has only just given me feedback now." As a business veteran, Qin Man could naturally turn a dead thing into a living one. Now that he needed help from George, Qin Man would naturally not say that he looked down on him at that time. George smiled. "Yeah." Qin Man continued in the same voice. "Hanshi wants this song. Can you give me 200,000? George was not surprised that Hansher liked this song. After all, it was a song sung by the singing Queen Fei Wang in his previous life, and it was a song he had carefully selected. It was very suitable for Song Huaying's singing skills and style. The big problem is not looking down on it. But George's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile. "Sister Qin, this is not a matter of money." Qin Man got straight to the point. 400,000. George shook his head. "Sister Qin, I still said it at the beginning. Help me deal with Song Xiao, and I will write a song for you." Qin Man on the other end of the phone sighed, seeming a little embarrassed. Song Xiao is a top idol with a huge influence. Moreover, Song Xiao is in the film and television industry and has little to do with the music industry. Hanshi's position is in the music industry. However, George remained unmoved. "But there is always a way if you think about it. What do you think, Sister Qin?" "I remember that Song Xiao's company seems to have also been involved in the music industry in recent years." Qin Man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Song Xiao is a well-known figure. This matter will be very difficult for Hanshi, and it may also cause public opinion afterwards." He knew Hanshi's concerns too well, And he also knew that if he didn't take drastic measures, Hanshi might not be able to make up his mind completely. So George said bluntly, "As long as Hanshi helps me, I will send Song Hwaying to the finals." George wants to enter the finals. That means he needs to prepare a song for Song Hwaying. 2 songs. To be honest, Chi Man was a little moved. After listening to George's 2 songs, especially the one this morning, Chi Man was no longer surprised by George's tone. Instead, she thought seriously about what George said. The dilemma she just had was not acted out. If she wanted to touch Song Xiao, the price would be very high, as he was a top idol artist. But if Song Hwaying can really enter the finals and get a high ranking, this is very important for Hanshi today. It can allow Hanshi to breathe a sigh of relief, and may even allow Hanshi to move to a higher level. If this is the case, then no matter how high the price is, we can negotiate. Chi Man pursed her red lips as she thought about it. I'll be in Hunan province this afternoon. Let's talk about it in detail. After hanging up the phone, George had a smile on his face. Now that the publication of Harry Potter has been completed, the songwriting has also been settled. Plus, there's also variety show recording, with 3 lines developing in parallel. Raising Angela shouldn't be a problem. George was in a good mood and rewarded Angela with a set of carrot-pulling skills. Angela was stepping in the water with Guangzi and a few other kids to catch tadpoles. Suddenly, George grabbed his head and pulled him up. "Angela, who am I and where am I?" After lunch, the program team began to distribute the afternoon tasks. This time the task was to catch fish in the paddy fields, and the 5 parents worked hard. The 5 children had a lot of fun. After an afternoon, Angela turned from a little princess in the morning into a mud monkey, which made George feel heartbroken. However, George did not stop Angela too much. Angela grew up with him in Shanghai. Although the city was prosperous, she rarely saw such a natural country life. Although she went back to her hometown during the Chinese New Year, there were no children she knew there to play with her. So Angela rarely had so much fun. George also decided to let it go. Chapter 47 Return with a full load. When Angela returned to the village after completing the mission, she had a great harvest. Angela stretched out her 2 little hands and pulled up the clothes, tearing them into a big bag, and in the bag were 4 or 5 lively rice field fish. The fish are lively, jumping and splashing mud and water. Angela's little face covered with mud was full of smiles, and she was giggling. George behind me kept taking deep breaths. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter when watching this scene. George and Angela have always been portrayed as a little princess and a caring dad. But today, the little princess rebelled. George, the caring dad, was so angry that his liver hurt. Seeing George taking deep breaths, the audience laughed unscrupulously and teased George about his current mental state. "George, I raised them. I raised them. You can't do anything to them. George, the more I look at you, the more I dislike you. What should I do if I want to take action? George, I can't help it." The afternoon live broadcast ended with laughter and joy. After returning to the village, George immediately took Angela, who was covered in mud, to wash her off. Angela played too wildly this time. Even the hair gaps were covered with mud. George poured shower gel and shampoo in her hair as if they were free, and it took 4 washes to get it clean. After washing, it was already dark. Angela finally returned to her previous sweet and soft appearance. George was exhausted from washing. Angela sat in the rocking chair unconsciously, swinging her short legs, and said happily, "Dad, let's go fishing tomorrow." George took another deep breath and told himself to stay calm. He couldn't touch the things he raised. With Angela for a while, and just before the show was about to start, Linda came with someone. George, who was fooling around with Angela, looked up. It was a graceful woman in professional attire. The woman in professional attire has a graceful figure and top-notch temperament. Her 2 long legs and black stockings are straight and slender under her hip-wrap stockings, and a pair of stiletto-studded high-heeled shoes on her feet are clicking. It seemed that because the village was paved with cobblestones, the woman didn't walk very fast. The woman had shoulder-length hair, bright and sharp facial features, and red lips that added a lot of stunningness and aura. George saw the woman. He was stunned. Chi Man. When he was in school, he had been at Teacher Shun's house. There were photos of the whole family at Teacher Shin's house, and George had seen them several times. However, Chi Man in the photo still has long hair and a younger face, and her facial features are not so sharp and oppressive. Maybe this is a common problem for being a boss. While George was looking at Chi Man, who walked in from outside with some effort, was also looking at George. George playing with his daughter in the yard from afar. Before coming here, she had specifically looked up George on the internet to make it easier for her to come over to discuss things. After meeting George in person, the first thought that came to Chi Man's mind was, what is said online is indeed correct. George just looks, it would be a shame if he didn't become an actor. Even though Chi Man has now occupied a very high position and has met countless handsome men in the circle, she still feels very surprised when she sees George at this moment. There was still a flash of surprise and excitement in Chi Man's eyes. Sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. The facial features are sharp and angular, and the jawline can be used as a ruler. His body proportions were perfect, and Chi Man couldn't help but look at George's neck, shoulders, and long legs. George, who is already a father, plays with Angela. The tenderness and warmth he exudes is even more addictive. Chi Man took a deep breath and immediately shifted his gaze. Linda is now familiar with the process. Brother June, I'm looking for you. Angela, who was playing with her father, looked up and blinked her big eyes, as if observing Chi Man. Then, before George could speak, Angela waved her hand. Hello, beautiful sister. Angela's voice was so sweet and soft that it made people feel soft-hearted. Even though Chi Man wanted to put on a stern face, a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. Everyone loves a cute little girl as long as she is not their own child. However, before Chi Man could laugh for 2 more seconds, he heard George say, What do you mean, sister? Call me Andy. The smile on Chi Man's face froze instantly, and the high heel she had just put on stomped heavily on the ground. George was completely unaware of this. He called Chi Man sister. If Angela continued to call Chi Man sister, it would mess up the generations, so George asked Angela to change her words. Fortunately, Angela didn't listen to George. She scratched her head and said, Dad said that if you meet a beautiful sister, you should call her sister. George covered his face, stopped correcting Angela, skipped the topic, and greeted Chi Man. Hello, Sister Chi. I'm George. Chi Man nodded slightly. Hello. George didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Chi Man's eyes looked a little colder when he looked at him. Suspicious, George asked Linda to watch Angela, and he took Chi Man into the house. When Chi Man arrived, he got straight to the point. She can help you. 3 songs. George knew that Chi Man would bargain with him, so he deliberately only mentioned 2 songs at that time, just to leave room for bargaining. George didn't rush to make an offer, but smiled and said, Sister Chi is here because she must have heard my song. I wonder how she feels about it. Song Hwaying has 4 days left before the competition, so he is not the one who is anxious now. Chi Man didn't respond to George's words for a moment. Not only did she let the company's top executives listen to George's demo, but she also specifically asked the company to find someone to evaluate the song before coming. The result of the evaluation is that this song is enough to become a classic. What's more important is that this song is highly consistent with Song Hwaying. Many people even believe that this song was written based on Song Hwaying's singing skills and style. Exclusively built. Chi Man can now imagine the expression on Song Hwaying's face when he heard this song during the meeting in the morning. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from his desperate and dead eyes. The light was so bright that it could even engulf her. Song Hwaying listened to the song demo 3 times in a row, and finally said with great confidence that as long as she was given this song, she would definitely be able to enter the semi-finals. Song Hwaying was very excited at the time, and asked her who the composer of the song was, and if possible, could she sign it as her exclusive composition? Not only could she sense George's potential, Song Hwaying could too. You know, writing songs is difficult enough, and writing a good song is even harder. This almost beats 99% of the composers in the industry. Not to mention exclusive customization. Based on a bunch of set premises, create a good song. This difficulty is as difficult as climbing to the sky. This is also the reason why Song Hwaying can't get a singing appointment in the entire music industry nowadays. There are simply too few people like him. Now that he's found one, Song Hwaying naturally doesn't want to let go. Hansher also didn't want to let go. That's why Chi Man made this trip to Hunan province. Otherwise, George's identity would not be enough to attract President Hanshi to come in person. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Chi Man nodded. The song is pretty good. Although Chi Man agreed with the song, she still looked calm at this moment, as if the song was really just good, and she would not mention the results of the company's evaluation. She wants to take the initiative in the negotiation. Seeing Chi Man's calm expression, George curled the corners of his mouth. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably really believe in Chin Man's acting skills. But George knew his song very well. Moreover, if Chin Man was not very optimistic, he would not have flown directly from Shanghai to Hunan province. This move has exposed Chin Man's thoughts and Hanshi's current urgency. Chapter 48, Digging a Hole. When Chin Man came, he actually had the same idea as Wang Lei and others. Thanks to Song Shio's fans, George S. information is now very transparent. Everyone knows George S. situation over the years, and naturally they look down on George a little more. After all, how can you have any experience in discussing matters when you're taking care of children at home? To put it bluntly, George was considered a loser in the eyes of others, so naturally they looked down on him. But the same quickly disappeared after Chin Man met George. George in front of him, who remained calm and unmoved. Chin Man's face turned unhappy. She had been here for more than an hour, and during this hour she had been talking to George about song deals, try to get a few more songs from George. At the same time, we want to pay less and maximize the benefits. The influence of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Has far exceeded that of the S-rated show. Its current traffic is second only to Dragon TV's Peak Singer. It is a hit show throughout the year. Song Shio will not quit easily, and Tianyu behind Song Shio will not give up easily. Chin Man was weak and sighed helplessly. She was telling the truth. Now, with George's popularity, Where Are We Going, Dad? Has become more and more popular and is almost catching up with the singer of the century. It is a key program of Hunan satellite TV and has a huge influence. And this is only the first episode. Any normal person can see the huge potential of this program. Song Shio will not give up his position as a permanent guest easily. However, facing Chin Man's weakness, George still smiled. If Sister Chin had come to see me yesterday, wouldn't things have been much easier? What a pity. Chin Man's expression froze when he heard George's words. The meaning of George's words was very clear. The problem was caused by Chin Man, so don't let him pay for it. Chin Man glanced at George and cursed inwardly. He won't respond to anything soft or hard, and won't tolerate any oil or salt. Thanks to this handsome appearance, Chin Man finally took a deep breath and gave up struggling, his voice sounding a little tired and unwilling. You will get the rights to use the 3 songs, plus a 1 million yuan composition fee in cash. When the 3 songs are released online, you will get another 40% of the royalties. The conditions were very sincere. George had no more requests. This time his smile was genuine. Sister Chin, it's a pleasure to work with you. George stretched out his hand, and Chin Man reluctantly shook hands with George. The two first drafted a temporary contract and then drafted a formal contract after Chin Man returned to the company. After that, Chin Man prepared to return to Shanghai. The company still has a lot of things waiting for her to deal with. George said a few polite words and sent him out. Before leaving, Chin Man said, Sister Huaying hopes that you can come and give her some guidance in person when you are free these few days. If she can get good grades, it will be good for both you and me. Nature. George straightened his face. Since you want Han Shi to contribute, he will naturally contribute. After receiving George's serious reply, Chin Man's expression finally relaxed a little. Song Shio will not appear in the next show. After saying that, he walked into the night. George dealt with Chin Man. He took the contract and quickly went to the program recording location. The show had already started half an hour ago, but George was unable to make time, so Angela had to do the show herself for a while. George was also worried about whether Angela would be lonely. When he arrived, Angela was having a great time playing with Guangzai beside her and had long forgotten about her old father. Seeing George coming, Zhang Shui said excitedly, You're here at last. It was agreed that there would be a singing competition tonight. Zhang Shui and Guangzai had been preparing for a whole day and were already impatient. He was determined to win this task. However, compared to Zhang Shui's impatience, the other guests had different expressions. Su Heng was practicing with his son Yang Yang. Neither of them was a professional, so teaching a child to sing was quite difficult. Although he has practiced for a whole day, Yang Yang still has trouble remembering the lyrics. The same goes for Wang Hai. Wang Hai's face was full of pain at this moment. For a director like him, to teach children to sing was almost like killing him. And he was singing out of tune. Originally, my daughter Wang Sherwin had some musical sense, but after Wang Hai's teaching, she was completely led astray. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. The remaining Song Shio looked calm, looking at George, who had just arrived with a smile on his face, and said indifferently, What's so important? Everyone is waiting for you. George paused. There's a hidden meaning in his words, which means that he is troublesome and acts like a big shot. The program is now being broadcast live, and all the audience in the live broadcast room heard what Song Shio said. Sure enough, the next second, the live broadcast room was filled with comments one after another. As usual, Song Shio's fans took the lead in criticizing. He's an amateur, and he wants our brother to wait for him. You've just become a little famous, and you're already acting like a big shot. What kind of person is this? I'm speechless. People who don't know think you're so famous, who would recognize you after you leave the show. There are also some people who are veiled in their words and take the moral high ground. It's late at night, and everyone is waiting for him. You can't do this even if you have something to do. Aren't all these staff members tired? There are also several children. What kind of person is this? What if the child catches a cold? Even before the show started, Director Linda had already explained on the show that George was helping the production team and would come a little later. It does not affect the program recording. However, after Song Shio's provocation, no one remembered Linda's explanation. Everyone saw only the turmoil of emotions and felt that their brother had been wronged, so they kept making bad comments about George. George glanced at Song Shio. After Song Shio said this, he could imagine what the online public opinion would be like. However, George did not show any anger or upset, but instead curled the corners of his mouth coldly. Digging a hole? See how many days you can jump around? In George's eyes, Song Shio was a man who was about to be kicked out, so he didn't feel any waves in his heart. He just glanced at him lightly and then looked away. Continue to walk to your seat and sit down. Being ignored, Song Shio's face turned dark. He could naturally sense the disdain and disregard in George's eyes. Song Shio's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers were pinched until they turned blue and white. When he looked at George, ever since his debut, he has been a center of attention wherever he goes. However, after coming to this show, all the limelight was stolen from him. Then George ignored and gave her the cold shoulder again and again. Damn it! Song Shio gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, he will kick George out of the show. Let him know the consequences of going against him. No one noticed the look in Song Shio's eyes. After George took his seat, the program team began to prepare for the day's singing competition. The judges are in place. There were 10 villagers, including men, women, young and old. The evaluation method is very simple. If you think the singing is good, you can raise a placard. If you think the singing is not good, you can raise a placard. The guests who hold up the most placards will be the winning group and will receive the final reward. After the staff finished speaking, Zhang Shui couldn't wait. Let's get started. Let's get started. The order of the competition is still the same as the original order, starting with Song Shio, followed by Su Heng, Wang Hai, Zhang Shui, and George last. Song Shio came power. Chapter 49 Children's Songs are divine songs. George deeply, then gave a handsome smile to the camera, causing fans in the live broadcast room to scream. Soon, he started singing with his son Song Lei. Song Shio is an idol star. In addition to acting, he is also good at singing and dancing. Although he is not as professional as Zhang Shui, he is more than capable of teaching children, and his son Song Lei is also very talented in singing. The singing is very nice. What is even more unexpected is that Song Shio not only taught his son to sing, but also taught him to dance. So when Song Lei performed, he combined singing and dancing. Especially Song Lei should have a foundation in street dance. So he danced very well and looked very handsome. When the music ended, Song Lei handsomely made a hat-tipping gesture towards the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room commented, "Stone is so handsome." As expected of Song Shio's son. It's okay that the dad is so handsome, but the son is also so handsome. He's so handsome at such a young age. He's sure to charm a lot of little girls when he goes to school. Love it, love it. The stone is so handsome. While Song Lei was performing, the traffic to Song Shio's live broadcast room began to grow rapidly, even surpassing George and Angela's live broadcast rooms. George and Angela's live broadcast room. Since George did not appear at the beginning and only Angela was playing around with Guangzai, a lot of viewers were lost. Now, it is almost falling to the third place. At this time, the 10 judges had already started to raise their placards. After counting, the staff members said loudly, Song Shio and Sure 2 teamed up to get a final score of 9 points. Seeing the score, a smile appeared on Song Shio's lips. Not only Zhang Shui has prepared for this project, he has also made preparations as well, and he is determined to win this project. He certainly can't do such trivial things as working and cooking, but singing and dancing are his strong points, so he certainly won't miss this opportunity to surpass George. He wants to be in the center again. George in the audience and chuckled with contempt. He wanted to see what this useless guy who could only take care of children could use to compete with him this time. The four groups of guests in the audience all changed their expressions after watching the performances of Song Xiao and Song Lei. Su Heng and Wang Hai, who already looked bad, looked even worse. Zhang Xui's excited expression subsided, and his look became somewhat solemn. Obviously, he didn't expect that the combination of Song Xiao and Song Lei would be so powerful. Although they might not be able to beat him in singing skills, Song Xiao actually thought of combining singing and dancing. This makes up for their lack of singing skills and fills the gap. 9 points. It's a bit difficult to surpass. As for George, George sneered. Song Xiao walked off the stage with a look of disdain, and the next one to come on stage was Su Heng. Compared to Song Xiao and Song Lei's excellent singing and dancing, Su Heng and Yang Yang couldn't even remember the words. Stumbling. In the end, only got 2 points. Wang Hai and his daughter Wang Sherwin came on stage. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed at the two people, one adult and one child, who were completely out of tune but extremely serious on the stage. How can they be so off-key and so serious? I couldn't help laughing. I have to say, Wenwan is still a bit charming, but she was led away by her father. Director Wang should just focus on making movies. This song is kind of terrible. There was a lot of jokes in the live broadcast room, and after the performance, all 10 judges were amused and finally gave Wang Hai and Wang Sherwin an attitude point. 5 points. Then it was Zhang Xue and Guangzai's turn to come on stage. The father and son became much more serious, obviously feeling the pressure brought by Song Xiao. Zhang Xue's singing skills are very impressive in the entire music industry, and his son Guangzai has inherited his talent. The song he chose is the most difficult one among the 4 groups of guests, but it is the most completed, and the singing is also very nice. But in the end, he only got 8 points. The staff asked the 10 judges to make some brief comments. After all, Zhang Xue has quite a few fans, and if there is no reason, it might lead to another war of words. The judges said that the effect didn't seem as good as the first group. Everyone knows the reason, because Zhang Xue and Guangzai did not dance and lost because of the stage effect. Although it is clear, Zhang Xue's fans are still dissatisfied. It's clearly a singing competition. When did it become a singing and dancing competition? Some people just can't stand losing. If they have the talent, they can sing better. Crooked ways. You don't even dare to compete honestly. You're rubbish. The live broadcast room was filled with curses, which soon attracted Song Xiao's fans, and the two sides started to curse at each other. No one was aware of the situation in the live broadcast room. Zhang Xue and Guangzai on the stage looked at each other, sighed in disappointment, and left the stage. When they were leaving the stage, George and Angela were just coming on stage. Zhang Xue patted George on the shoulder. Come on. George nodded slightly and took Angela to the stage and stood still. Everyone in the audience looked up at him. Song Xiao had a smile on his face and a look of disdain. The live broadcast room became lively as George and Angela came on stage, and the previously lost traffic began to gradually recover. Angela is on stage. What are George and Angela going to sing? I saw 4 other groups rehearsing today, but I didn't see George and Angela S. I wonder if they are prepared. Why not just sing a lullaby? Yeah, I think it must be a lullaby. After all, it's familiar. Nowadays, lullaby songs are on the top of the Chinese music charts. Just sing lullaby songs. No matter if it's singing or dancing or anything else, just sing them. Everyone in the live broadcast room commented and discussed the song that George and Angela were going to sing. During the day today, since the other groups had practiced in their free time, the audience in the live broadcast room also knew a thing or two, except George and Angela. Played all day but didn't practice at all. So no one in the live broadcast room knew what they were going to sing. But the most likely possibility is that it is a sleep song. After all, Angela's sleep song is now #1 on the Chinese music charts and is dominating the entire internet. But Angela said, the song we're going to sing is Explosion of Courage. Hearing this, the live broadcast room was stunned. What song is this? It shouldn't be a lullaby. Who has heard of it? How come I've never heard of this name? I've never heard of this name, but it sounds like it should be a nursery rhyme, right? It's actually singing a nursery rhyme. It's not easy to win. The other 4 groups did not sing children's songs. Instead, they chose some of the hottest online songs and pop songs that are very popular in themselves. And it's very familiar. No one thought that George and Angela would choose to sing nursery rhymes. Although the nursery rhymes are easy to learn, they are totally incomparable to the other groups. Oh, I'm afraid Song Shio will really win this time. If you don't like listening to nursery rhymes, singing lullabies is better than singing nursery rhymes. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed one after another, saying that children's songs have no competitive advantages other than being simple and easy to learn. Not to mention the nursery rhyme chosen by George and Angela. No one has ever heard of it. So many people already have the result in their minds. George still doesn't know what the audience in the live broadcast room thinks. If he knew what the audience thinks, he will definitely say, "What's wrong with nursery rhymes? Children's songs are divine songs." Haven't you seen that half of the popular songs on TikTok in the past were created by kindergartners? Chapter 50, Living in a Difficult Place. If we talk about the popular online songs in the past life, the children's song, Outburst of Courage, would definitely be at the top of the list. It is said that the total online playback volume of this song has reached an astonishing 2 billion. All over the internet, regardless of gender, age, or status, everyone has been brainwashed and anyone can hum a few lines. Moreover, the lyrics and music of this song are full of childishness and sunshine, and the meaning of the lyrics is also very positive, making it very suitable as early education music. George taught Angela when she was 3 or 4 years old. So today, when everyone else is busy rehearsing, George can let Angela play without worry. Angela said the name of the song on the stage. Cheerful background music soon sounded. It was the background music recorded by George in his early years. The background music is light and childlike. This also made the audience in the live broadcast room more certain that this was a nursery rhyme. Some people felt that they could not beat the other groups, and they all wanted to listen to the live version of George and Angela singing a lullaby, and they were not interested in children's songs, so they prepared to exit the live broadcast room. The traffic in the live broadcast room began to decline. Angela on the stage has already gotten into the mood, and her little head is shaking to the brisk rhythm. George didn't bring a microphone. The main focus of the stage tonight was on the children, and he was just playing a supporting role. After the prelude, Angela's sweet voice suddenly sounded. "Plant a seed in your heart, tick, tick, tick." Adults can't sing the song, Outburst of Courage, to its fullest flavor. Only children's voices can do it. The sweet and crisp sound, combined with the sunny and innocent rhythm and lyrics, can instantly catch people's ears and make people feel relieved. Especially the word tick, 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 which immediately made many people raise their eyebrows. Quite interesting. And Angela not only sings, she also dances. This was also taught by George. In the previous life, the song Outburst of Courage was even performed on CCTV's evening party. The singing and dancing had prototypes, so George just had to copy them. Angela is already delicate and cute. She's wearing a little princess dress. Her chubby face is full of smiles, and her little arms and legs are jumping around. This series of moves left the audience in the live broadcast room completely defenseless, and they fell instantly. The traffic in the live broadcast room, which was originally declining, suddenly stopped, and countless people were commenting crazily in the live broadcast room. "Oh, it's so cute. It's over. I want to have a daughter again. She lied to me about giving birth to a daughter." Ah, is Angela's father from a civil affairs bureau? A 20-year-old college student smiled like a father. "I really want to be Angela's mother. Angela's dad just got divorced. I don't know if I have a chance." The comments in the live broadcast room were so crazy that it was hard to see the content clearly. One after another, they filled the screen directly, and the popularity of the live broadcast room began to grow. Angela is still singing and dancing cutely on the stage. I heard every kid wants it. Ready to go. Oh, let's explore together. George and Olivia both graduated from music colleges, so Angela's musical talent is naturally not bad, and she sings very well. But what made everyone excited was not how beautiful the song was, but Angela's cute and naughty expressions and actions. It's simply addictive. That's so unfair. Especially that ouch. Angela jumped up and made a fist-clenching gesture of cheering. Her chubby face showed a serious expression, and her big round eyes were so touching that they could make people's hearts soften. This cry of "oh" almost made all the viewers in the live broadcast room fall in love with him. Don't mention it, this song is pretty good. Wow, Angela's singing is so lovely. It makes me feel so maternal. This song gets better and better the more I listen to it, and Angela is so cute. That's it. I want to sing along too. This song isn't suitable for children, but it's just right for college students. Everyone in the live broadcast room praised the song and Angela for being cute. In addition, many people commented, "I don't know why, but I, a man in my 30s, was healed by this song." Capital City. At this time, night has already enveloped the bustling city. 8:30 in the evening. For other people, it might be time to get ready for bed, but for Tan Min, it was just time to get off work. Tan Min walked out of the office building somewhat tiredly and squeezed into the crowded subway station. He is on standby for long hours almost every day. Not only does he work long hours, but his commuting time is also astonishing. The company requires clocking in before 8:30 in the morning, so he needs to get up around 5 o'clock every day and then be out before 5:50 and then change subways 4 times, and it takes more than 2 hours to get to the company. The same thing happens when I get home at night. Very tired. But Tan Min gritted his teeth and persevered for 10 years. He swore when he was admitted to university that he must settle down in a big city, not only for himself, but also for his parents who worked so hard to raise him. Tan Min's biggest dream is to buy an apartment in Beijing and bring his parents over. But the capital is big, and it's not easy to live there. After working for 10 years, I still don't have a place to call my own. Tan Min rushed onto the approaching subway. There were still a few empty seats in the carriage. Tan Min wanted to grab one, but he was a step too slow. An older woman sat half of the seat first. Tan Min also sat down. If he exerted more force, he might be able to push the eldest sister away. But the moment Tan Min hesitated, the elder sister pushed him away with his butt. Tan Min staggered a step and quickly grabbed the handrail to stand firm. The eldest sister took out her cell phone without changing her expression. Everyone in the car was looking down at their phones, looking tired and hurried. Tan Min looked out the car window. The dark tunnel and bright billboards flashed by like a passing scene. Tan Min's vision gradually became blurred. Is it true that there is no place for me in the capital? Was my original decision wrong? Am I destined to be a failure? The negative emotions that had been accumulated for a long time burst out the moment his position was taken away, madly devouring Tan Min. Tan Min's already tired look became even more tired, and there was no light in his eyes. He seemed to have become numb and dull, just like the people in this carriage who are bowing their heads. It was not until the next stop that Tan Min was woken up by the movement of people in the carriage. Tan Min came back to his senses and rubbed his face. He feels tired. There were still no seats in the carriage, so Tan Min found a corner to lean against, thought for a while, took out his headphones and mobile phone, and started a short video. He could feel that his current condition was not good and wanted to divert his attention. When you open a short video, you will see the cover advertisement of the live broadcast room of Where We Going, Dad? As the show becomes more and more popular, the Hunan provincial TV station has approved a lot of publicity funds. Linda got the short video ad right away. So every night when the show starts, the short video cover is full of show advertisements. Tan Min had heard of this program. These days, people in the company have been discussing it, saying which kid in the program is particularly cute. After thinking about it, Tan Min clicked on the ad. He quickly entered the live broadcast room, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw a cute little girl with delicate looks waving her short hands and singing adorably. Chapter 51 Oyo. The little girl is very beautiful and cute, like an exquisite doll. Tan Min thought that it would be great if his daughter could be as cute as this one. Looking at the jumping little girl, the tiredness on Tan Min's face seemed to be reduced a little, and his dull eyes seemed to have a little light. At this time, the little girl's singing slowly sounded. The voice was a little childish, but it sounded very sweet and happy. Combined with the innocent lyrics, Tan Min only felt that his numb heart seemed to be touched. Before Tan Min could think further, he heard the little girl's childish but serious and powerful "Oh yo." This cry of ouch hit Tan Min directly in the heart. Tan Min didn't notice that a smile from the bottom of his heart had appeared on his face at some point, even in the corners of his eyes. The negative emotions that had been pinned up in my heart for a long time seemed to be smoothed out in an instant. In addition to Tan Min, Zhang Yong, who was delivering takeout in Yangcheng, also laughed. He was lying in his tattered car. Zhang Yong had been busy since he got up in the morning and had just taken the opportunity to eat a mouthful of cold rice, thinking of taking a break. Just happened to find Angela. Heard Angela singing "Oh yo" while waving her little fists. He couldn't stop smiling. He felt that the numb day seemed to be healed. After watching Angela, you'll get 10 more orders. This situation not only happened to Tan Min and Zhang Yong, But many viewers who were watching the live broadcast at this time felt touched in their hearts. Emotions such as busyness, irritability, and loss seem to be cured, and a smile from the heart appears on the face. The most fundamental reason why it has become a hit online song, especially one that appeals to people of all ages, is that it has a simple rhythm and is brainwashing. If it can become popular, there must be a reason for it. If the song "The Insects Are Flying" can remind people of their childhood and make them calm, then the song "Outburst of Courage" can heal people's hearts. The courage sung to the children seemed to reach the hearts of every adult, giving many people the courage to keep working hard and keep going. Of course, the essence of the internet divine song is enough to brainwash. As Angela sang the chorus, many viewers in a live broadcast room had already learned it and started humming along. In many families, parents were watching a live broadcast, but the children next to them suddenly started jumping up and down to the rhythm of the music. During the time when Angela was singing, the data in the live broadcast room began to soar rapidly. George and Angela's live broadcast rooms has dropped a lot, and they have fallen behind Song Xiao and even Zhang Shuai. Both Song Xiao and Zhang Shuai's group attracted many fans and audiences with their performances. The group of George and Angela, which had never started, continued to decline. However, this trend ended instantly after Angela opened her mouth. As Angela started singing, the data in George and Angela's live broadcast rooms began to rise rapidly. By the end, it was almost about to explode. The live video was stuck, and the server was almost unable to support it. Fortunately, Linda had been in contact with a short video company and immediately requested data support from the company. That's good. Looking at the record-breaking data in the live broadcast room, Linda and the staff were stunned. They never imagined that a nursery rhyme could be so powerful that it could take out all the hot topics and internet celebrities. On the stage, Angela finished singing a song. Jumping and dancing made her very tired. Sweat was already on her forehead, but Angela's little face was excited. Obviously, he was having a great time singing. Angela finished singing. There was continuous applause from the audience. The 10 judges who were invited raised their signs one after another before the staff even opened their mouths. 10 points, all of them. Angela is even happier. Dad, we won. Angela, at her age, already understands the concept of winning and losing. She happily rushed towards George, and George picked her up and flew her around. Angela is amazing. Baji. George gave her a kiss. Angela was so cute. He could hardly hold back on the stage just now. Daddy scumbag. Angela quickly pushed George's bearded face away. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000, breaking the highest number of viewers for short video live broadcasts. At this time, more than 500,000 people are watching the interaction between the father and daughter. Angela, Dad, your daughter said you were a scumbag. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Angela's disgusted expression. Angela, if you don't want it, give it to your auntie. I like men with beards. They look manly. I heard the abacus upstairs in the northeast. Hey, Angela likes it too, and so does Angela's dad. Which one should I choose? Take down Angela's dad, and both of them are yours. Angela is well-liked by people, especially her performance just now, which attracted a lot of older sister fans and anti-fans. These fans even started discussing online how to conquer Angela's father. The staff didn't waste any time and announced the winning group directly. George and Angela won today's grand prize, which made Zhang Shuai and Guangzai extremely envious. As for the outcome of the game, Zhang Shuai said, "Just don't let Song Xiao win. He was so proud just now. What a proud guy." Zhang Shuai avoided the live broadcast when he spoke, but did not avoid Song Xiao, who was not far away. When Song Xiao heard it, his expression darkened. George with resentment and anger. Seeing Song Xiao's eyes, George sneered, picked up Angela and turned away, not even bothering to give him a glance. Bang! Song Xiao kicked the stool hard and it flew to the ground. After the competition, the other 4 groups returned to their rooms, while George and Angela packed up their things and took a bus to the city. Before leaving, Zhang Shuai held on to the car door with a look of reluctance on his face. George just realized that Zhang Shuai had a lot of scenes and immediately laughed and said, "It's a pity that you don't go into acting." Zhang Shuai laughed, then waved at the lovely Angela, and before leaving, he gestured to George to contact him by phone. Keep in touch when you have time. From the beginning of the show, Zhang Shuai thought George was pretty good. He was handsome, but didn't have the airs of those handsome guys in the entertainment industry. and he takes good care of his daughter. Guangzai was taken care of a lot, so the two of them left their contact information with each other. Goodbye, Angela. Goodbye, Brother Guangzai. As the 201 said goodbye, the car drove quickly towards the city. Arriving in the city, he found that the living conditions were very good, just as the program crew had said. George finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could endure hardships, it didn't mean he liked to endure them without any effort. I immediately took Angela to wash up and then had some midnight snack. It was already 9:30. Normally it's time to go to bed, but Angela is a little excited tonight and has no desire to sleep. George is also thinking about promoting the publication of Harry Potter. So the program team started a live broadcast and continued telling the story. At this time in the Xiaobu ancient village, the live broadcast of the program had ended, but the lights in Song Xiu's room were still on, and the sounds of smashing and looting continued to be heard. Song Xiu kicked to the ground all the furniture and objects within his sight. Chapter 52 returned to Shanghai. His son Song lay hid in the corner of the room, looking at his angry father with fear and panic. Fortunately, the agent's sister Chen arrived in time and stopped Song Xiu. Are you crazy? When someone explodes, you're done. Sister Chen said sternly. Song Xiu wanted to smash something, but Sister Chen snatched it away. Sister Chen is in her 40s and is a veteran agent at Tianyu. She is quite famous in the entire industry and has produced many stars under her. But the most popular one is still Song Xiu. So when recording the show, Sister Chen almost lived in Xiaobu ancient village. After being stopped by Sister Chen, Song Xiu finally calmed down. At this time, he said to Sister Chen with an angry face, George in the next show. Get him out of this show. George completely pissed him off, especially when he thought of George's final sneer and disregard, which made Song Xiu so furious that he couldn't calm down at all. An amateur who is nothing. He has been given the cold shoulder time and again. Does he really think he is a nobody? Sister Chen had been in Xiaobu for the past 3 days, so she naturally knew why Song Xiu was so angry. She also didn't want to see George still there. George were here, he would have snatched away all of Song Xiu's traffic and limelight. Song Xiu can only be a supporting role for others. But Sister Chen frowned and said, there's someone behind George. In the previous public opinion, it was Mr. Shun and Jiang Runin who spoke up for George, which helped him escape the disaster. Otherwise, George would have died without a burial place last time. Anyone? Song Xiu sneered directly. An old one and a young one. I don't believe they can protect George. Let the company take action. I don't ask for anything else, just for George to get out of the show. After a pause, Song Xiu looked at Sister Chen. Sister Chen, just tell the company directly that if you help me, I am willing to take on 2 more idol dramas for the company, and I don't mind them inserting people in. Sister Chen hesitated. But this will affect your transformation. Song Xiu's eyes were sinister. As long as I can kill him, I don't mind transitioning a year later. On the other hand, George S. story has finished the Quidditch plot and reached the Chamber of Secrets plot. Everyone can tell that there must be something wrong with the secret room. An injured teacher, a strange snake-voiced guy, a giant monster that broke into the school, and so on. The clues that have been laid out have begun to come together. Everyone was amazed at the existence in the secret room and was extremely curious about the mysterious person behind it. The curiosity of all the audience was piqued. However, at this moment, George said, that's the end of tonight's story. Angela had fallen asleep beside George and was even snoring softly. She must be tired after a crazy day of fun. George touched Angela's little face lovingly. At this time, the live broadcast room was in an uproar because everyone knew that tonight was the last night of this show. So if you want to continue listening to the story of Harry Potter, you have to wait until the next episode. Although the next episode will be in a week, everyone is already in high spirits and can't wait to know the final ending. I can't wait at all. Waiting for a week feels like the end of them. So I frantically posted comments in the live broadcast room, hoping George would see it. Wow, Angela Dad, I can't leave you. Please finish your story before you leave. No, it won't be aired until next week. How can I wait? Some even said, Angela Dad, Angela, I will comfort you. Can you tell me a story? Becoming Angela's mother is imminent. George could roughly guess the comments in the live broadcast room, so he ignored them and said seriously to the camera, I have signed a contract with Jojo Publishing House for the Harry Potter story. It will be published and released in about 3 months. If you like this story, you can support it when the time comes. Thank you all for your company over the past 3 days. Love you all. George said this, and made a heart-shaped gesture to the camera from his previous life. Then, ignoring the wailing in the live broadcast room, he turned off the live broadcast. A good night's sleep. Back in modern society, George finally had a good night's sleep. And because the show was over, no one disturbed them today. So George took a day off and slept in. It was already past 9 when I woke up in the morning. Called Linda to have breakfast, and then Linda sent George and Angela to the airport. Before leaving, Linda said, Song Shio should be unable to sit still. There was such a big commotion last night, so, as a director, he naturally knew everything. George waved his hand. Phoenix. Chi-Man had already told him last night that Hanshi Company agreed to George's conditions and would take action to clean up Tianyu starting today and force Song Shio to quit the show. So he can't jump around for a few days. Linda knew that George had Han Sure behind him, so she didn't worry too much. She smiled and said, I have a few more videos for you. See if you can use it. Then he waved to Angela. Angela, goodbye. Angela had a great time during the past 3 days, and she also liked Linda very much. She immediately said, Uncle Linda, see you next time. Saying goodbye to Linda, George took Angela and boarded the plane back to Shanghai. At about the same time, Tianyu Media Company, which had received the news from Song Shio early in the morning, also began to take action. The 2 idol dramas are enough to bring the company tens of millions in revenue. Not to mention that Song Shio said that they could insert people into the dramas, which would also help train the company's new generation. The company couldn't help but be tempted by this condition, even if George has someone behind him. But just like Song Shio said, one is old and the other is young. Isn't Tianyu afraid? Mr. Shun has retired. Jiang Runan is not strong enough to fight against the entire Tianyu. Therefore, Tianyu Media did not take George seriously at all. After reaching an agreement with Song Shio, they immediately started looking for someone to put it into operation. However, Tianyu Media was completely unaware that just when they started the operation, Hanshi Music Company in Shanghai held a simple high-level meeting. Then all departments of Hanshi Company began to get busy. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when George got off the plane. It took more than another hour to get home. George looked at the time, and it was already 4 o'clock. It is the rainy season in Shanghai. No one has been home for a few days, and the air is damp. George brought Angela home. He first settled Angela down. Then George changed and washed all the beds in the house and opened the windows in the room for ventilation. After a simple cleanup, it was already evening. George didn't have to complete any task for the program, so he was lazy and took Angela directly to the restaurant. Although the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? Is very popular, it has not yet reached the level of a phenomenal success. George and Angela seem to be very popular. They're only newcomers who have debuted for 3 days, so they're not yet to the point where they are recognized as soon as they go out. George felt relieved. Angela and I finished our dinner happily. However, George didn't know that while he was having his meal, or to be more precise, since he was on the plane in the afternoon, the entire internet had been abuzz with the news. Chapter 53, Making Money. Although the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Has ended as a hit program, its influence is still continuing. There are still many people paying attention to and searching for content related to the program. For example, the lullaby that George sang for Angela and the nursery rhyme that Angela sang when she broke the record on the last night of the show. In addition, many people are paying attention to George's bedtime stories. Harry Potter. The show has ended, but the story of Harry Potter has just begun, especially since George just talked about the key to the first movie last night. Come to a sudden stop. It makes many people feel very uncomfortable. So from last night until now, this topic has not subsided, but has become more and more intense. Many people urged for updates or sent razor blades under the official account of the program. George does not have his own social account, so fans can only vent under the official account of the program. Many people are also discussing what George said last night about publishing. Some viewers are supportive of the story being published. After all, the story is well written, and publishing it is a normal thing. There were also many viewers who were quite resistant. After all, George's story came to an abrupt end. Although this was the reason for the end of the show, many viewers blamed the problem on George. I think George didn't finish the story just for the sake of publication. There were also many viewers who were jealous. After all, they didn't expect that a bedtime story could be published. Originally, this discussion was just among the audience and did not cause much impact. However, in the afternoon, someone suddenly posted a message on the social platform. You're trying to make money in the literary world? It's a sentence without a beginning or an end, but the topic below this sentence is exactly the topic related to the publication of Harry Potter. The meaning is self-evident. And the person who spoke was called Lin Wenshun, a well-known contemporary writer with a background in serious literature. He has won many domestic and international literary awards and is a frequent visitor to bestseller lists. Simply put, famous. And this guy has a pretty bad temper. In the words of his fans, he is angry with everyone and everyone. Lin Wenshun is quite talented, and many fans like to see him argue with others. So he has quite a lot of fans online, more than 3 million. So after Lin Wenshun finished saying this, the topic that was originally limited to the audience of the show suddenly went viral. Many fans and onlookers followed Lin Wenshun at S topic and saw that someone from the entertainment industry was going to publish a book. It suddenly became boiling. What do people think of people in the entertainment industry? Entertain people with beauty. As for literary literacy, is this something that people in the entertainment industry can have? Especially when the onlookers saw George's appearance, they were shocked. At first glance, he didn't look like a cultured person. Plus Lin Wenshun's very pointed words of guidance. All the onlookers were excited, and everyone was sure that George had come to the literary world to make money. As for the content of the book, there are live broadcast recordings online and even text versions compiled by netizens, but the people who came to watch were too lazy to even take a look. Does this matter? It doesn't matter. Marketing accounts need a boiling public opinion. Cultural figures need a topic for judgment, and audiences guided by emotions need a way to vent. George is perfect. As a result, the topic of entertainment circles come to the literary world to make money quickly became a hot search. Jinling, a tea house. Several people were drinking tea face to face. If George was there, he would be able to recognize that the people sitting among them were the publishers who had specially gone to Hunan province to have his book signed yesterday. There was only one stranger present, and this stranger is none other than Lin Wenshun, a well-known writer who has sparked public attention on the internet. Lin Wenshun is a man in his 40s with a small mustache. He does not look like a scholar at all. Instead, his eyes reveal shrewdness and calculation. Looking at the heated public opinion on the internet, one of the publishers said with a smile, "Old Lin is really amazing. He put someone on the hot search list with just one sentence." Another publisher sneered and said proudly, "Now, I want to see what this old fox Wang Lei is going to do." Someone shook his head and said, "That's not enough. Zhuzhou Publishing House has a lot of resources now, so removing a trending search is a piece of cake for them. Keep on hyping this up, hype it up." The others followed suit. "I have already contacted other writers. After Lao Lin speaks out, they will speak out one after another and continue to push the heat of this matter up." "Me too. We have contacted some good people, and they're starting to speak out." After everyone finished speaking, they looked at each other, and a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Lin Wenshun, who had remained silent the whole time, said slowly with a smile on his face, "Don't forget what happened to Qingnua and me. Don't worry, your name, Lin Wenshun, will definitely be on the list of winners of this year's literature award." At this time in Zhuzhou Publishing House, Wang Lei had already received the news. Ever since he returned from Xiaobu Ancient Village, he's been busy with publishing matters. As a result, in the afternoon, the official account operator suddenly came over and said, "Editor-in-Chief, something happened. George promoted the publication on his live show last night. Zhuzhou Publishing House immediately released an announcement on cooperative publishing. I originally wanted to promote it in advance, but this announcement suddenly broke out in the afternoon. I was scolded so much. They're all people who follow public opinion, criticizing the publishing house for having no bottom line, publishing any works and calling it a rubbish publishing house, etc." The operation was so scared that he immediately looked for the senior management. Because Wang Lei was in charge of all the publishing matters of Harry Potter, the operation department came directly to him, and Wang Lei also learned the specific situation from the operation department. When Wang Lei heard that this topic was brought up by Lin Wenshun, he frowned. He felt something was wrong. Because he knew Lin Wenshun well, he created an image of a rebellious and scholarly person in front of his fans and readers. But Wang Lei had dealt with Lin Wenshun before, and this guy was a typical profit seeker. He didn't care about any bullshit literature at all. He only cared about money. Whatever he does must be profitable. So Wang Lei keenly sensed something was wrong, but he was not sure yet. However, he immediately issued an announcement explaining that Harry Potter was a very exciting novel. At the same time, spend money to ask the platform to remove the hot search. However, just as the trending search was removed and before the incident had calmed down, one after another famous or unknown writers on the internet spoke out. joined this boiling topic. This caused the hot search that had just been removed to surge again, and it became even more popular, and there was even a terrifying trend of radiating to the entire network. In the meeting room of JoJo Publishing House, Wang Lei slammed the table in anger. Damn it, it was Huawun, Yin, Jishu, and other publishing houses who were behind this. If it was just Lin Wenxin speaking out, he would not be able to confirm it. But now that so many authors on the internet have spoken out at the same time, it is obvious that someone is behind this. As for who it was, he knew it as soon as he thought about it. Chapter 54, Literary Affairs. They're all thousand-year-old foxes. Why play strange stories from a Chinese studio? Wang Lei could tell at a glance who was behind the trouble. The publishing houses he just scolded were the same ones he met when he was looking for George to sign a contract. Although Wang Lei has connections with these publishing houses and seems to be on good terms with them on the surface, and they're even in the same group, he has no friends in business. Not to mention that JoJo Publishing House also snatched someone else's cake. JoJo Publishing House is a rising star that has only developed in recent years. Their publishing house has risen rapidly with the help of the advantages of the internet. Directly seized the cake of those traditional publishing houses. In the beginning, JoJo Publishing House had not yet grown strong and posed less threat to other publishing houses. But now, JoJo Publishing House is developing better and better, and there is even a trend of it becoming the only dominant publishing house. These publishing houses could no longer sit still. With George was just a fuse. Even if there was no George, there were still other people, and the conflict between the two sides would have erupted sooner or later. It's just that George accelerated the process. The popularity of the show, Where Are We Going, Dad?, has made every publisher see the huge potential of Harry Potter. You should know that when George was live streaming last night, the maximum number of online viewers had broken the record for short video live streaming, reaching an astonishing more than 500,000 people. Not to mention the cumulative number of viewers in these 3 days, which is an astonishing astronomical figure. So, Harry Potter became a hit even before it was published. As for the story of Harry Potter, all publishing houses with a keen sense of business have heard the story themselves and know that the quality of this story is very high. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where many publishing houses personally went to Hunan province to find George to sign a contract. Ordinary writers don't get this kind of treatment. High quality, very popular. Harry Potter can almost be expected to be on the literary bestseller list this year, or even in the next few years. So the other publishing houses naturally became anxious. JoJo Publishing House was originally on the verge of dominating the market. If it could successfully publish Harry Potter, with the help of this book, JoJo Publishing House would probably grow to the point where no one could suppress it. That's why several publishing houses joined forces today to suppress JoJo. As for George, I can only say that he had bad luck. Just picked. In the JoJo conference room, a group of senior executives from the publishing house were sitting. After the successful signing of Harry Potter, it was included in the company's Level 1 development items. The outside world can see the potential of Harry Potter, and their company can naturally see the huge potential of Harry Potter. Originally, everyone was thinking about making a fortune in silence, but they didn't expect to be attacked by a joint sniper this time. Not only Wang Lei looked bad, everyone present looked bad. They didn't expect that the other publishing houses would act so viciously and aggressively, which directly triggered public opinion. Now, the whole network is discussing this matter. Huge impact. After Wang Lei finished scolding, the president of the publishing house, sitting in the first seat, said in a deep voice, "The most urgent task is to find a way to suppress this public opinion. Issue an announcement immediately. At the same time, contact all major platforms to remove the trending search. But now the impact is too great. These conventional methods are of no use at all. And the others are also trying to think of ways. Since they can find someone to speak out, can we also find someone to speak out? Contact some cooperating writers, preferably those veteran writers with high status in the industry, and ask them to help speak out and support Harry Potter. This is the best solution at the moment." The reason why online public opinion is so sharp nowadays is that many people do not agree with George's identity as a writer. I think George is here to make money in the literary world. George's identity as a writer or his talent can be confirmed. The public opinion will be much better. But as soon as the person who proposed it finished speaking, Wang Lei sighed. It's difficult. Don't forget, George is from the entertainment industry. As soon as Wang Lei's words came out, everyone else frowned. George's identity was really tricky. Ordinary people are fine, but the entertainment industry. Although the entertainment circle and the literary world have no connection in normal times, the conflicts between them are deep. Many people in the literary world look down on people in the entertainment circle. Even many writers have publicly criticized the entertainment industry. Looking down on the entertainment industry is the mainstream tone of the entire literary world. Therefore, it is very difficult to find someone to speak up for George, especially for those intellectuals in the literary world who think highly of themselves and cherish their reputation. It's like climbing to heaven. It's a blessing they didn't step in and step on it. The president of the publishing house said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to help, then the benefits you give us are not enough." I nodded. The company will maximize its resource authority. Everyone should hurry up and contact writers they know to help. We have to spend money to get this done. The president paused and glanced at everyone with a serious look. I hope everyone will pay more attention. This is not just the writer's business. This is our Kyushu business. If this publication ends in failure, our JoJo's reputation in the past few years will suffer a great blow, and it will be difficult to get back on track in the future. And they won't give us that chance. The president's voice was stern, and everyone else looked solemn. Then they dispersed and started to get busy. Restore the reputation of Harry Potter and George. As a result, online public opinion once again exploded. Suddenly, a lot of negative information about George was exposed on the internet. For example, someone dug out George's Chinese language scores in the college entrance examination. The original person's high school grades were not good, so he chose art. I only scored 84 points in Chinese in the college entrance examination. This caused an uproar on the internet, with many people complaining that anyone can publish a book nowadays. How can one dare to publish a book just by passing the Chinese language test? People are starting to question Harry Potter and George again. The topic of making money that had been calmed down before was brought up again, and even the writers who helped to clear their names were affected. And that's not all. The negative news that broke out online started from the publication of Harry Potter and extended to George's acting like a big shot when recording a show, and even listed 1 or 2 points of disrespecting predecessors. Frankly speaking, George is a very bad person with no culture and no quality. Some people even revealed that the songs George sang on the show were all plagiarized, and some even provided evidence. It was bluntly stated that George was a habitual plagiarist, so many netizens began to wonder whether Harry Potter was also plagiarized. Even the initial rumor that George was being kept by a wealthy woman was dug up again, with a lot more evidence and revelations. In a short while, George's negative news was all over the internet. This wave of public opinion caught JoJo Publishing House off guard. They were still busy dealing with matters in the literary world, but so much negative information was exposed about George himself. JoJo Publishing House is almost in a state of panic. Moreover, this time the negative information came with such force that it was obvious that someone was behind this. JoJo Publishing House took great efforts to investigate and found out that the person behind the incident was actually the entertainment industry's Tianyu Media company. This made JoJo Publishing House a little confused. How come a company from the entertainment industry also got involved in something that happened in the literary world? Chapter 55, Missing Person Notice. In an office of Tianyu Media, Song Shio sat on the sofa, his expression no longer as ugly as before. Now he drank a sip of tea with a comfortable smile. He went straight back to Tianyu Media today and signed a contract with the company. The company helped him solve the George issue, and he would film 2 more idol dramas for the company. I originally thought that I would have to wait a few days to get results. After all, it takes some effort to kill someone. George would be suddenly mentioned by the literary world that afternoon, and public opinion is overwhelming. Although they didn't know why George was suddenly involved with the literary world, Tianyu Media saw it as a rare opportunity and immediately intervened. So JoJo Publishing House was in a confused situation. At this time, both the entertainment industry and the literary world worked together to portray George as an uncultured, and uneducated trash. The literary world alone was making it difficult for JoJo Publishing House to cope, not to mention the simultaneous efforts from both sides. George can't handle the whole thing on his own, and sooner or later he will be ruined by this overwhelming public opinion. The current level of public opinion far exceeds the one created by Song Shio's fans. Even Jiang Runin might not dare to get involved in the current public opinion. If it gets stuck, I'm afraid I'll have to peel off a layer of skin. With the level of crazy public opinion today, George S.'s reputation will soon be ruined, and it is only a matter of time before he quits the show. Thinking of this, Song Shio revealed an extremely pleased and proud smile on his face. He had never expected that he could get his revenge in just one day. It seems that God is on his side. I wonder if George can still maintain his calm expression now. Song Shio, who was feeling comfortable, didn't know that just when he was feeling proud and when public opinion on the internet was surging, someone on the internet suddenly posted a missing person notice. The person who posted this missing person notice was called Tang Shui. Officially recognized as a professor at Jingqing University, a well-known expert in classical poetry and prose, a scholar of Han and Tang literature, and an expert in Chinese ancient prose research. Just by looking at his title, you can tell that he is a very powerful top scholar. These are actually not important. What is important is that the person Tang Shui is looking for is the center of public opinion today. George. Things happening in the academic circle usually don't cause much impact, but Tang Shui's status is too high, and the person he is looking for is the center of public opinion. Therefore, not long after Tang Shui's missing person notice was released, it quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. These people were originally reading George S. Mellon, but while they were reading it, they came across Tang Shui's missing person notice. When they saw Tang Shui's certified title, many people were stunned for a moment. I thought I'd seen it wrong. George's incident is torn apart. It is still a bit far from the academic circle. No one could have imagined that this incident would attract the attention of the bigwigs in the academic circle. So everyone curiously clicked on the missing person notice. As a result, when they saw clearly what was written on the missing person notice, they were all stunned. Some were even stunned with expressions of shock. This missing person notice is not long, but the content is explosive enough. I occasionally listen to George S. literary creations and am deeply moved. I am very excited to see him. I wonder if I can exchange some ideas with George. I hope you can forgive me. I wanted to contact you these past 2 days, but I couldn't find your contact information, so I had no choice but to do this. I hope George will contact me after seeing this message. The missing person notice issued by Tang Shui consisted of only 3 simple sentences that could be read at a glance, but everyone who read it went back to read it again. I can't believe my eyes. What did they see? A professor at Keijo University, a famous scholar in the field of classical literature, and a big shot in the academic circle, actually said that he was deeply shocked after seeing George S. works. Would you like to ask me something? Are they crazy, or is the world crazy? George was just being criticized by the entire internet for having no literary literacy and being scorned by the entire literary world for making money. But right after that, a well-known professor from Beijing University said that he wanted to ask George for advice on literary creation. This. Many people feel like their brains are shutting down. Many people also asked directly under this missing person notice, is this a fake number? There were many similar comments, and it was clear that everyone found it hard to believe. Is this really the account of a professor from Jingqing University? Could it be that the account was hacked? Shit, is there something wrong with my phone? Or is there something wrong with the world? George, come out. I know this is your trumpet. You are talking with your trumpet. No one believed the content of the missing person notice, mainly because George had been scolded all day and many people had already formed a fixed impression of him. 3 people make a tiger, not to mention the overwhelming negative information all over the internet. Now, many people on the internet think that George is just as the online revelations say, with no literary literacy, bad character, poor quality, etc. Even though some people did not follow the crowd and were still rational, they still did not think George was a good person. After all, flies don't bite seamless eggs. So everyone who saw this missing person notice was questioned the authenticity of the content. However, soon, everyone's doubts disappeared, because shortly after Tang Shui issued the missing person notice, Liu Yaoye, the vice dean of the School of Literature of Beijing University, and several teachers and students of Beijing University proved that the person behind the account was Tang Shui. This missing person notice was also issued by Tang Shui himself. There's nothing wrong with it. And after that, Tang Shui himself posted a video in which Tang Shui himself appeared and said that he originally wanted to use the power of the internet to contact George. But I didn't expect that it would cause so much public opinion, which was a surprise to me. In the video, Tang Shui also said that he didn't know where the revelations and comments about George on the internet came from. But he has read George's literary works, especially the one called Sound and Rhythm Enlightenment, which is very talented. He also needs to learn a thing or two about the rhymes of ancient poetry. So those revelations may be wrong. At the end of the video, Tang Shui called on everyone to look at it rationally, and at the same time hoped that netizens would help him call George. He really wanted to communicate with George. As soon as the video came out, the whole network was in an uproar. People were shocked by Tang Shui's praise of George, shocked by the shocking reversal of events, and shocked by Tang Shui's final earnest request. When it comes to talking about literature, the literary world is qualified, but the academic circle is more qualified. Not to mention that compared to well-known best-selling authors like Lin Wenxin, Tang Shui's status, qualifications, and academic level are more convincing. This is a teacher from Jingqing University, still a professor. He is also an officially recognized top scholar. He has even appeared on CCTV's cultural programs. The garden is full of peaches and plums. His research on classical poetry is second to none in all of China. People like this say that George is very talented than the public opinion on the internet. So after Tang Shui released the video, the heated public opinion on the internet suddenly came to a halt, and countless people began to waver. And this is just the beginning. Taking advantage of the opportunity of public opinion breaking, we agreed to George's request for Hanshi to enter quickly. The counterattack has begun. Chapter 56, The Truth comes to light. That night, with the entry of Hanshi Company, many singers under Tianyu Media Company suddenly encountered various emergencies. Some people's endorsements were rejected. Some people have been exposed to all kinds of negative information. Some people's recommendations on music platforms have been withdrawn. Hanshi put all the resources and connections accumulated in the industry over the years into action, catching Tianyu off guard. For example, Su Qing, who is currently being promoted by Tianyu Media, is the first to be hit. First, her recommended position on the Huala music platform was removed, and then she was subject to various revelations. Audio editing, plagiarism, plastic surgery, bad character, etc. Very old-fashioned revelations. But it was very useful. Su Qing's fame and character suffered a serious impact. The most direct manifestation was the performance of her latest album. With Tianyu spending a lot of money on promotion in the past 2 days, the title song of Su Qing's album has already reached the second place on the Chinese Music Hot Songs chart. Victory is just around the corner. But after this incident, the ranking was directly pulled down. The other songs in the album were also greatly affected, and the overall ranking dropped a lot, even being surpassed by Liu Yao from EMI Records. Previously, Su Qing wanted to rise to the ranks of first-tier singers with this album. But now, let alone becoming a top singer, it's even a question whether she can protect herself. Su Qing's face turned blue with anger when she received the news. And this was just the beginning. Various emergencies throughout the night made the entire Tianyu music department panic. And besides Tianyu music department, Song Xiao, an idol star under Tianyu, has also been attacked and exposed by countless black fans. That Tianyu used on George in the afternoon. Now all these tricks were returned to Song Xiao by Hanshi. Moreover, compared to what happened to George before, Song Xiao is being treated even worse now because George has only been in this circle for 3 days, and it is very difficult to find any negative information about him. I can only make it up, but Song Xiao is different. He has been in this circle for more than 10 years, and there is quite a lot of scandalous information about him that can be found out. Hanshi has been dormant for a whole day today just to mobilize resources to collect these negative materials. Qin Man's style has always been like this. If we want to do it, we will kill him completely. So the overwhelming revelations spread all over the internet, even suppressing George's popularity. There are all kinds of negative information with pictures and evidence, including the video of Song Xiao kicking tables and chairs in anger when he participated in the program, Where Are We Going, Dad? All these videos were provided by Linda. When the conflict between Song Xiao and George first emerged, Linda was wary of them. Song Xiao in the video had a ferocious face and a furious expression. He didn't look like the idol star in the eyes of the public at all. Instead, he looked like a madman. It's shocking. Even Song Xiao's fans were shocked. What's more crucial is that these explosive videos also contain Song Xiao's original voice, and one of the original voices shocked everyone. George in the next show. Get him out of this show. Let the company take action. As long as I can kill him. In just a few words, everyone who heard it was horrified and looked shocked. George, since this afternoon, everyone seems to have understood something. The rumors and slanderous remarks made by Song Xiao's fans about George were also dug up. The truth is out. Everyone understood that all this was the work of Song Shio and the company behind Song Shio. As a result, the storm of public opinion that was originally directed at George suddenly rushed towards Song Shio and Tianyu Media Company, and this time the public opinion was even crazier. There is a Han lion behind the scenes fanning the flames. In addition, countless netizens felt that they were deceived and fooled, and they also felt guilty towards George, so they cursed Song Shio even more harshly and dirty. In just one night, Song Shio was scolded like a rat crossing the street. Even Tianyu Media Company was deeply affected. The official website of Tianyu Media was directly flooded with malicious messages, and its social media accounts were even forced to close comments. Many of its artists have been subjected to indiscriminate attacks and abuses. In just one night, the share price of Tianyu Media Company plummeted, and the company's directors were furious. As for George, George had no idea what happened last night. By the time he learned the news the next day, everything had been settled. After Han Shi took action, Tianyu and Song Shio both suffered serious backlash. I heard that Song Shio is now unable to protect himself, and his reputation has plummeted. All signed endorsements and advertising contracts were terminated. The ratings of the TV series he filmed before were all down, and many fan groups were disbanded. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. The missing person notice by Peking University professor Tang Shui helped George's reputation in literature continue to improve, although many people in the literary world still look down on George. Lin Wenshen is still complaining to everyone and George. But netizens are obviously not so impatient and follow the crowd, and old fans of the previous show are also sparing no effort to recommend Harry Potter online. Many people went to look at the stories compiled online. Some people are directly attracted to this magical world of magic. Even if they don't like it, everyone has to admit that the story is interesting. Against George has been reduced a lot. The book, Harry Potter, can be considered a blessing in disguise, as it has gained greater attention and traffic. These are what Wang Lei told George when he called him the next morning. After the matter was settled today, Wang Lei made a special call to George. On the one hand, it was to let George know the situation. On the other hand, Wang Lei also had some thoughts in mind. He wanted George to know how much help Jojo had put in behind the scenes yesterday, and wanted George to do them a favor. George today is worthy of Wang Lei's attention. This is the situation that has caused a professor from Beijing University to search for him all over the internet. Not to mention the power behind George. Although Wang Lei doesn't know who is behind George, he saw the turmoil in the entertainment industry last night. The fact that he even dared to do this to Tianyu Media is enough to show that George has considerable power behind him. So after what happened yesterday, George's importance in Wang Lei's heart has skyrocketed, and the level of importance he holds has been ranked the highest. Wang Lei finally said to George, "That's probably the situation. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. The other publishing houses should all behave themselves for a while. As for what the literary world says, you don't have to pay attention to them. They are just bored." However, George did not respond directly. By the time Wang Lei called him, he had already read the online public opinion on his tablet. At this time, George's expression became even colder. He really didn't understand. He was being very low-key and didn't want to get into any trouble. Why did everyone want to step on him? In the past, there were Song Shio and Tianyu from the entertainment industry. Behind him are Lin Wenshen and the publishing house in the literary world. Especially the latter, it was clearly an industry competition between several publishing houses. But why was he being used as the target? And those literary people who mentioned him, couldn't they just enjoy themselves in their own circles? Why did they have to come to him to show off their presence? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon? Even a clay man has some earthiness, let alone George. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he is afraid of it. George has discovered that the more low-key you are, the more likely you are to be treated as a soft persimmon. You mean he's making money, right? Then George will show him what it means to make money. Chapter 57, Grave Robbers Chronicles. Whether in his past life or this life, George has never been a person who is willing to swallow his anger. Since they like to use him as a knife, George will let them know how sharp his knife is. After thinking about it, George spoke. "Brother Wang, do you have a literary magazine under your JoJo publishing house?" Wang Lei was about to hang up the phone when he heard George's words. He was stunned for a moment and then said, "There is one. JoJo Novel Magazine is a literary journal published by JoJo Publishing House." When signing the contract, George learned about the overall situation of JoJo Publishing House. So he remembered that there was such a literary magazine, George said directly. I have another book here that can be published in magazine. It takes 3 months to publish Harry Potter. After 3 months, the opportunity is gone. George prefers not to let grudges last overnight. Jujo magazine is a bi-monthly publication, and if it goes well, it will be released in the middle of the month. After hearing what George said, Wang Lei was stunned again. He really couldn't follow George's train of thought. However, Wang Lei was smart enough to understand George's idea instantly. However, Wang Lei did not agree directly, but said hesitantly, "The magazine section is not my responsibility. I need to communicate with the company." George mentioned, "So he doesn't know its quality." Naturally, I didn't dare to nod easily. Moreover, Wang Lei was worried that this new work was created by George on impulse. After all, this incident happened just before the new work was born. It doesn't seem reliable no matter how you look at it. Although George is popular enough now that he can sell even a pile of shit, Jojo not only wants to make money, but also gain reputation. Once the reputation is over, it's really over. George also knew Wang Lei's concerns. If it were him, he would not dare to agree easily. George said calmly, "I will send you the first 20,000 words in the next 2 days. Please review it. If it is okay, I hope to publish it in the latest issue of the magazine. If it doesn't work, forget it." George said so. There was nothing to worry about. Wang Lei nodded in agreement. No problem. After finishing the call with Wang Lei, George thought about it, registered a social account of his own, first authenticated a yellow label, and then found the account of Tang Shui of Beijing University. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Tang Shui would go to such great lengths to find him. He didn't expect that sound and rhythm enlightenment would attract the attention of bigwigs in the academic circle. He just thought of it when he was educating Angela. I used it when I felt it was appropriate, without giving it too much thought. However, this incident gave George a lot of inspiration. He had not paid much attention to these learning knowledge before, but if used properly, it might give him a lot of help. Just like this time. One word from Tang Shui is worth half a day's work by Jiuzhou Publishing House. This is the strength of the top leaders in the academic circle. It would do him no harm to make the acquaintance of such a man. George would also like to thank Tang Shui. After all, the other person had helped him so much, so George sent a private message to Tang Shui and left his contact information. No reply yet. George logged out of the account. Angela is still sleeping in. She has woken up early for 3 days in a row and had a lot of fun during these 3 days. George feels sorry for her, so he indulges Angela to sleep in today. George collected the clothes that were hung out to dry yesterday and then went into the study. There's a computer in the study. Olivia bought it when she was renovating her house, but she hardly used it, and it has been lying idle ever since. Now the good time to write a book. He hasn't written a single word of the work he just promised to Wang Lei, so he has to hurry and finish it. After turning on the computer, George familiarized himself with it, then opened the document and started typing. He had said before that his memory had become very strong since his rebirth, and he could recall word for word everything he had seen in his previous life. So for George, writing a book is just a matter of choosing the right one and then focusing on writing. As for the choice, George has a bunch of serious literature or classic novels in his mind that can prove his literary literacy or talent. But George refused. Didn't he want to make money? Don't you want to suppress Jiuzhou Publishing House? Then George will choose those works that can become popular, make huge profits, allow Jiuzhou Publishing House to quickly gain popularity, and quickly eat into the market. Don't pursue a high level of literary literacy, but it must be able to catch every reader's attention, make the readers unable to stop reading after finishing it, and become a hit on the entire internet after it is released. And George wants to publish it in a magazine. So it would be best to choose a novel type that is suitable for serialization, and it should be a medium-length novel. There were many suitable works in previous lives. George thought for a moment, and finally chose a work he was more familiar with. Gravedades Crónicas. This work from the previous life became an instant hit on the entire internet as soon as it was released. Before it was even finished, it topped all the major literary bestseller lists, directly leading the Chinese suspense novels into a new era. Moreover, this novel was even published in People's Daily. It was even selected as material for college entrance examination essays and appeared on CCTV. It is even permanently collected by the National Library. Many honors. The popularity of this book in the previous life can be described in one word: unprecedented. Some people even describe it as no longer a simple novel, but a mark of an era. Later, many IPs derived from the novel were also very popular. Cartoon, movie, game. All of them are on fire. George had also come into contact with this IP in his previous life. The movies that were originally planned for Grave Robbers Chronicles were all S-level projects of major companies. Very popular. It can be said that no IP development in the country can have such a terrifying influence. When it comes to making money, this novel is definitely one of the best. Moreover, this novel has a lot of suspense, and the weird, mysterious tomb robbing scene is very impressive and eye-catching. It's so addictive. This novel is definitely a very suitable choice. And George believes that this novel will definitely conquer the Kyushu editorial department. So George didn't hesitate too much, made a quick decision, and started typing. After Wang Lei hung up the phone, he didn't take the matter to heart, nor did he discuss it with the company. After all, this matter is unreliable no matter how you look at it. George hasn't even finished writing the manuscript of Harry Potter, so where does he get the energy to write the second book? Even if he had the energy, Wang Lei wouldn't be optimistic. Good works cannot be written just by saying it. Even famous authors do not dare to say that they have such confidence. What's more, George is a novice author. When George sends it to him, he will take a look at it first, and then find a way to tactfully reject George, so as not to dampen his enthusiasm for writing, nor affect the later cooperation between the two parties. Wang Lei thought about it for a while, and then continued to work. Chapter 58 Teacher. There was nothing to do, so George spent the whole morning writing. Near noon, the lazy Angela finally woke up, and George made a simple lunch. After dinner, George took Angela out. He went to see Teacher Shin first. A public opinion crisis broke out during the recording of the program. Thanks to Teacher Shun's speaking out at the beginning, George had to see the old man no matter what. Teacher Shun was in high spirits and was so happy to see George bringing Angela that he couldn't stop smiling. Since George got married, he visited Teacher Shun less and less frequently, and in the last 2 years he didn't come at all. I just send blessings via WeChat during festivals. On the one hand, he felt guilty because the old man had always been optimistic about him, wanted him to enter the music industry, and was ready to pave the way for him, but George was not interested in his career at the time and rejected his teacher's kindness. On the other hand, he didn't want Olivia to worry too much. I remember one year after they got married, George said he wanted to visit Teacher Shun, and Olivia said she wanted to go with him. If it's normal, it's fine. George is happy to let Olivia meet his teacher. But that visit happened when Olivia asked George to make an appointment with Mr. Shun for a song, and George delayed in doing so. So Olivia started to have other ideas. Later, George gradually reduced the number of times he visited Teacher Shun. Although Teacher Shun didn't say anything, he was still unhappy about George's alienation. Now he said with a smile, "You kid, you don't want to enter the music industry, and I won't say anything to you. So why are you hiding from me?" George felt a little guilty about the old man who took care of him. Not anymore. Now that she and Olivia have divorced, there will never be a situation like this where the two sides have to make a choice again, so George has nothing to worry about. Moreover, he has already entered the music industry halfway. Especially after collaborating with Hanshi, his contact with Teacher Shun will only increase. A smile appeared on Shun Yunqing's face. "That's good. Come visit me more often when you have time." If Shun Yunqing has any regrets over the years, apart from the fact that his granddaughter is still unmarried, the other is that George is unwilling to enter the music industry. And now, this regret has been half satisfied. George's collaboration with Hanshi and Shun Yunqing had also listened to the song George wrote for Hanshi. It can only be said that so many years of ordinary life have not dulled George's talent. In fact, the accumulation of years has made George's talent even better. Even she might not be able to write that song. This is also the reason why Shun Yunqing is so relieved now. What she is most worried about is that George's talents will be wasted in ordinary life. This is not uncommon in the music industry. Fortunately, her worries were unnecessary. George was indeed the student she had chosen. Shun Yunqing asked, "Are you going to look for Man later?" George made an appointment with Qin Man to go to Hanshi in the afternoon. The Peak Singer is about to start, and Song Huaying urgently needs George to come for guidance. George nodded. Shun Yunqing sighed and said, "Man's parents died early, and she managed such a big company by herself, and she suffered a lot. I see it with my own eyes, and it hurts my heart. I worry about it every day. But I'm old and powerless. I can't help much even if I want to. Now that you've gone, I feel a lot more relieved. Now that you're back, please help Man more in the future. Similarly, if you have any problem, don't be polite to her. Let her help you solve it." The old man spoke sincerely, and Shun Yinxing had taken great care of George over the years. George naturally would not refuse the old man, so he said seriously, "Anything I can do to help, I'll do my best." With George's words, Shun Yinxing's expression seemed to relax a lot. The old man smiled and waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'm tired too. I won't keep you busy anymore." Shun Yinxing is already 83 years old this year, and his energy is not as good as before. George said quickly, "Teacher, have a good rest. I will come to see you later." At the same time, he pulled Angela and said, "See you, Grandma." Angela, who had been silent all this time, blinked her big eyes, waved her little hand at the kind and amiable old lady in front of her, and said, "Goodbye, Grandma." Shun Yinxing smiled happily. "Goodbye, Angela." After saying goodbye to Shun Yinxing, George took Angela to Hanshi Company. After making 2 trips, George found that it was really inconvenient not to have a car. When the property was divided, he was left with nothing except a house. "I have to buy a car soon. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to come to Hanshi normally." But his pockets are empty now. The labor fee for the first episode of the program has not been paid yet, and even if it is paid, it is only 200,000. Not enough to buy a car. We still have to make money quickly. Grave Robbers Chronicles must be released as soon as possible. Other ways of making money cannot be neglected either, as raising a daughter is a long and arduous task. George looked up at the towering and dazzling Hanshi billboard, and then stepped into this top-notch office building that was even more upscale than EMI Records. "Dad, what are we doing here?" Angela was a little nervous in the unfamiliar environment, especially the office building full of people coming and going, all in suits and ties, which made Angela hug her father's thigh tightly. "We are here to look for the beautiful aunt from before." Angela was a little confused. "Pretty auntie?" Before George could speak, the sound of high heels came from behind them. Angela turned around and shouted with surprise, "Beautiful sister." The person who came was Chin Man, who was dressed in formal clothes and black stockings. George was about to arrive. He sent a message to Chin Man. Chin Man had just arrived at the company at that time, so he waited downstairs for a while. Chin Man had a strong aura in the company. When people saw Chin Man, they all bowed their heads and shouted, "Boss Chin." Chin Man nodded and then walked towards George. Hearing Angela's call, Chin Man's stern face suddenly showed a smile, like a blooming rose, instantly bright and beautiful. "Angela, baby." When Chin Man approached, Angela had already run over in small steps. Chin Man held Angela's little hand. George said, "Sister Chin, sorry to have kept you waiting." Chin Man smiled and said casually, "I just arrived too. Come on, I'll take you up." As he said this, he took Angela's hand and walked towards the elevator, and George followed. After the 3 of them got on the elevator, the originally quiet hall suddenly became filled with noisy discussions. "Who is this man? It seems like there's something special about the relationship with President Chin." As the person in charge of Hanshi Company, Chin Man has a top-notch figure and good looks, so naturally he has a lot of followers. Not to mention that George is also incredibly handsome. So the scene just now immediately triggered a lot of gossip and discussion. The 3 people who entered the elevator were completely unaware of the discussions behind them. After a moment of silence, Chin Man spoke. "Tianyu has already dealt with it. Song Xiao will leave the show before the next episode." George had already learned from Wang Lei and thanked him. "Thank you, Sister Chin." Chin Man nodded and said, "You're welcome. I'll have to ask you for help with the singer. Sister Huaying is practicing singing in the recording studio. I'll take you directly there." Chapter 59, Those Fleeting Years. At this time, in the Hanshi recording studio, Song Huaying was frowning as he listened to the recording. After listening to the song, Song Huaying sighed deeply. It's still almost there. Song Huaying felt a little frustrated. Since she got the song, she had been practicing day and night. This song is indeed very suitable for her. Song Huaying sometimes even feels that the song was written for her. It is very fitting and comfortable. But no matter how well it fit and how comfortable it was, Song Huaying always felt that his singing was lacking in feeling. Especially when she listened to the demo of this song. This feeling was even stronger. Logically speaking, the demo is just a simple display by the creator and cannot be compared with the final version of the performance. Whether it is the recording effect, the completeness of the arrangement, or the singer's singing level, there's a big difference. The final performance will definitely beat the demo. But Song Huaying felt that the demo he heard could beat himself. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but this demo is indeed better than her singing, and the handling of some details is more professional and rich. In a top competition like the Peak Singer, details are the key to success or failure. Song Hwaying naturally would not miss these details, but no matter how hard he practiced, he just couldn't get the point. So Song Hwaying became more and more frustrated the more he practiced. The recording teacher in the recording studio said, "Sister Hwaying, you sang very well. I feel this song is better than your previous works." "Yeah, Hwaying, don't push yourself too hard. You sang very well, and it should be no problem for you to enter the semifinals." The agent also comforted him. "It's good indeed, but it can be even better." Song Hwaying gritted his teeth. If he hadn't heard a higher level, he might have let it go, but since he had seen a higher scenery, how could she be willing? Moreover, her goal has never been to enter the semifinals. She has only had one goal from the beginning to the end, and that is to become the king of singers in the finals. Now that she has this opportunity, she will try her best to seize it. After drinking some water and relaxing for a while, Song Hwaying took a deep breath and prepared to go into the studio to continue practicing. However, just as she stood up, the door of the recording studio opened and Chi Man walked in, followed by Angela, who looked curious. Although Olivia's company is also a music company, Olivia doesn't like to bring Angela to the company as she thinks it is troublesome, so Angela rarely sees the scene in front of her. At this time, my eyes were full of curiosity. When the people in the recording studio saw Chin Man, they quickly greeted her, and then all their eyes fell on the little girl Chin Man was holding. Song Hwaying and his agent looked at each other. The two have been partners for so many years that they can instantly understand each other's eyes without saying a word. "Broker, is this Mr. Chin's daughter?" Song Hwaying, "No way. Isn't Mr. Chin still not married?" At this time, George, who was following behind Chin Man and Angela, also walked into the recording studio. George's height of more than 1.8 meters was very conspicuous. Everyone saw it and were shocked. The reason why everyone was stunned was because the boy who came in was so handsome, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and sharp features. He was stunning at first sight. If you don't know, you might think it's a celebrity coming. However, after being stunned, Song Hwaying's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly and tentatively, "Who is?" Chin Man introduced. "George, you composed this song. It's you." After making sure that he had not recognized the wrong person, Song Hwaying's expression suddenly became excited. He immediately took a few steps forward, grabbed George's arm, and said, "Teacher George, you are finally here. It just so happens that I have a few questions I want to ask you." As he said that, he pulled George and wanted to start practicing singing, but George did not respond. Instead, he looked at Chin Man, who gave him a reassuring look. "Angela, I'll take care of it for you." If an ordinary person saw a top-tier singer, he would probably be very excited, let alone being pulled by a top-tier singer like this. But George was very calm. In his previous life, he had met people of all kinds of status. In his heart, even the king of singers had to rank behind Angela. After hearing Chin Man's words, George nodded and said, "Sing it first." Song Hwaying was concentrating on practicing singing, so he didn't pay attention to these details, but the others in the recording studio noticed them, and his agent frowned slightly. Song Hwaying entered the studio, and soon a sad song sounded from the monitoring headphones. How many times did we say goodbye in those fleeting years before delaying? That's right. George wrote for Song Hwaying was the well-known song Fleeting Time from his previous life, a song that has won various awards. A classic song that broke many Chinese music records as soon as it was released. A song that has been sung for more than 10 years and is still very popular on the internet, and even becomes popular again every year. A song that almost brought Fei Wong down. That's going too far. There is no denying that Fleeting Time is definitely a very classic song and one of Fei Wong's representative works in her middle and late period. When George heard Song Hwaying's voice, the first song that came to his mind was this song. "This is the last song I wrote." But George finally decided on was not Fei Wong's original version, but the adapted version by Leo Koo when he participated in Singer in his previous life. Fleeting Time is very good, but George needs to consider a very realistic issue, which is to participate in competitive competitions. Song Hwaying just looks like Fei Wong, but she is not Fei Wong after all. It is impossible for her to dominate the world with just a good voice. She needs skills and emotions that are more suitable for competitive games. Leo Koo's version of "You Are My Destiny" is the most suitable choice. Although Leo Koo lost that year, there was nothing he could do when he met Han Hong's "It's Dawn." He had no choice but to fight. And even though it lost, it doesn't mean that this adaptation was bad. On the contrary, this adaptation is amazing. Although Leo Koo lost that year, his song Fleeting Time dominated the charts on major music platforms for several months, and it was a huge success. No one can shake the top spot on the Hot Songs chart. And since the release of the song, the popularity of this song has never gone down. Until George traveled through time, Leo Koo's version of Fleeting Time was still one of TikTok's hit songs, and it would become popular every now and then. Some people say that Leo Koo's version of Fleet of Time even surpasses the original. In the popularity ranking of all songs from the first 8 seasons of Singer in Previous Life, Leo Koo's Fleeting Time ranked 4th, second only to Angela Chang's Adjao. The popularity has even reached hundreds of millions. The number of TikTok views has reached an astonishing number, and almost everyone has heard of Memoirs of a Deceased Wife. From these data, we can see how powerful this song is. It is definitely a classic. At that time, many professional musicians commented on Leo Koo's Fleeting Time, believing that Leo Koo's skills and emotions had reached the top of the industry, but his voice was not as recognizable as Faye Wong's. This led to the narrow defeat. And now, Song Hwa-ying, a top-tier singer, has the singing skills and emotions of Leo Koo and half of Faye Wong's voice characteristics. I wonder what kind of impact and shock a song like Those Years in a Hurry will bring to the current music scene. Chapter 60 Teacher Shun. In previous lives, major music bloggers and critics had already analyzed Faye Wong's singing skills and techniques thoroughly, and George had also learned from them in his previous life. Plus, George is professional enough. In his previous life, he had reached a height far beyond Song Hwa-ying. In this life, he also graduated from a professional music college. Both his theoretical knowledge and practical skills were very strong. It's easy to guide Song Hwa-ying. After listening to Song Hwa-ying singing only once, George immediately pointed out more than 10 problems. What? The inner mouth is not open enough. Something about nasal resonance needing to be enhanced and head-voice transition not being smooth enough. There are also some words in which the vocal cords are not closed well, the voice is a bit dirty, the breath is not dragged when switching to head voice, etc. Song Hwa-ying was criticized for almost nothing. I was completely stunned. She felt that her singing was a little bit off, but she didn't expect that her singing was so bad. More than 10 problems were picked out for one song, which was simply a disaster. Song Hwa-ying's expression, which had originally been somewhat confident and excited, suddenly dimmed. The other people in the recording studio were also shocked. Although Song Hwa-ying is facing elimination in the Peak Singer, she is still a top-tier singer, the backbone of Hanshi and the #1 singer. But now he is being criticized like a rookie. Chi-man was a little surprised. What George said sounded reasonable, but Song Hwa-ying's strength shouldn't be that high, right? However, thinking of her grandmother's trust in George and how George repeatedly broke her beliefs, Chi-man was surprised but did not say anything. However, Chi-man could hold it back, but Song Hwa-ying's agent couldn't help it anymore. Song Hwa is a top singer in the English Premier League. She is the one who teaches others wherever she goes. But today, she was actually taught a lesson by someone else, and the person who taught her was so young. The agent was naturally a little indignant and frowned, questioning. You said it's not that bad, right? Hwa-ying sang very well. I felt it sounded very nice. George glanced at his agent, then looked at the others. Chi-man and the recording teacher both looked a little surprised and didn't quite believe it. After being confused, Song Hwa-ying frowned slightly, obviously not quite believing it. After all, Song Hwa-ying is a top-tier singer. George is a newcomer in the music industry without any representative works. Naturally, it is not convincing. Faced with this situation, George did not explain too much, but directly said to Song Hwa-ying, I'll go in and sing it once, and you listen. There's no need to waste time explaining this kind of thing. Since they're not convinced, just use your expertise to convince them. After saying that, George walked directly into the inner room of the recording studio. All recording studios are divided into 2 rooms. The inner room is for recording, and the outer room is for monitoring. George went into the inner room and stood in front of the microphone. Everyone in the outer room looked at each other, and then several of them picked up their monitoring headphones. George's confidence made them very curious. And they also want to hear whether George really lives up to his reputation. The recording teacher clicked on the accompaniment. The prelude sounded, and George's voice slowly sounded. Because boys' vocal cavities cannot be as close to the top as girls, boys' head-nose resonance is generally weaker, and only a few gifted people can achieve this. For example, Zhou Shun in his previous life. So George's voice is more from the edge of his vocal cords. This adds a sense of ethereality and regret to the song, which is more in line with the mood of the song and can easily draw people into resonance. This method sounds simple, but it really tests your singing skills. Many people simply cannot grasp this feeling and grasp it. Even if they find a feeling and grasp it, they cannot use this technique skillfully. So when George's singing started, the expressions of the people wearing monitoring headphones all froze. Song Hwaying was born as a professional singer and has been working in the music industry for decades. His singing skills have been honed very well, so naturally he could tell the level of George's singing ability instantly. Very strong. Considering her status, it is enough. Song Hwaying's frown gradually relaxed, and the doubt in his eyes also disappeared a lot, replaced by shock and suspicion. There were several other people present. Although Chi Man and her agent are not professional singers, they are both people in the industry. Even if they can't sing, they still have basic appreciation ability. So when they hear George S. singing, they may not be able to perceive the level of his singing skills, but they can hear it intuitively. The singing is really beautiful. The agent pursed his lips, his face full of disbelief. George in shock. Her grandmother had never told her that George could sing. She thought George was a professional composer like her grandmother. I didn't expect that he is actually a singer-songwriter or an all-round musician. George, who was singing, had no idea about the reactions of the people outside. At this moment, he was already immersed in the singing. He hasn't sung for a long time since he traveled through time. I haven't held the microphone in my hand for a long time. Hearing his own voice ringing in the earphone at this moment, George felt that his heart, which had been calm for many years, seemed to beat violently at this moment. The grand stages of his previous life seemed to gradually emerge before his eyes. George felt as if he was standing on the stage again. Lights, shouts, cheers. When the song ended, the people who were listening in the outer room looked dazed and shocked. After taking a deep breath, they looked at each other. There was an expression of disbelief in his eyes, especially Song Hwaying's agent, who was extremely shocked at this moment. She never thought that George would really do it. When the agent heard that George had pointed out more than 10 problems to Hwaying, he thought that George was pretending to know everything, or was deliberately showing off. Pick more than 10 questions for a top-tier singer? You must be kidding. Unexpectedly, George went in and started singing without any explanation, and she sang so well. The agent didn't want to admit that her eyes were a little red when she heard George singing just now. She felt a little like she was singing. It was indeed better than Hwaying's singing, a little better. At this moment, the agent really believed it. The recording teacher didn't know anything else about George. He just heard Chi Man's introduction. He looked at Chi Man with some surprise and said, "Boss Chi, is this the new singer signed by the company?" George before, and because George sang so well, the recording teacher thought he was a new singer signed by the company. It is said that the company is not as good as it used to be. If such a great singer joins, the company may be able to rise again. The recording teacher's words shocked Chi Man. She looked up and took a deep look at George, who had put down the microphone in the inner room. George in the inner room let out a breath, and the bubbling sound soothed his throat. Although he has all the singing skills and techniques mastered, his voice still cannot hold up due to the lack of professional practice over the years. Fortunately, this song is not too difficult. If he had to sing a high note or something, he would have been really frustrated. After a pause, George pushed the door and walked out of the inner room. George came out. Angela, with an excited face, rushed over, hugged George's thighs and shouted, "Daddy is so awesome." The adults were all monitoring the proceedings, so Angela naturally couldn't sit still and got a pair of monitoring headphones, so she listened to the whole thing. Her big, twinkling eyes were full of admiration. No father could stand his daughter looking at him like that. George couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Song Hwaying and his agent also took 2 steps forward, looking somewhat embarrassed, but more excited. Teacher Shun. Chapter 61. The Killer. If you can do it, go ahead. I'll go up if I want. Although this method is simple and crude, it works everywhere. George finished singing. Everyone in the recording studio made a 180-degree turn in their attitude towards George. Before he started singing, others called George or Xiao Shun. After the singing, George became known as Teacher Shun by others. Song Hwaying and his agent kept calling George teacher Shun, and they almost worshipped him as an idol. George started to instruct Song Hwaying smoothly, while Angela was abducted to the office by Cheen Man with a kitten. George shouted that his little cotton-padded jacket was starting to leak. With George's guidance, Song Hwaying's singing level began to improve by leaps and bounds. The main reason was that George could not only point out problems, but also demonstrate them to Song Hwaying personally. It is equivalent to feeding food directly into Song Hwaying's mouth. Song Hwaying is not a fool, so he naturally learns quickly. The semifinals of Top Singer will be on July 10th. There are still 3 days left. During these 3 days, George began his monotonous life of writing Grave Robbers Chronicles while guiding Song Hwaying. During this period, Tang Shui wrote back to him, and the two added each other's contact information. Tang Shui was very interested in Sound and Rhythm Primer written by George. Started praising the show and said he had watched the part where George taught Angela how many times. That scene satisfied all his fantasies about pastoral life and entertaining education. Tang Shui highly recognized Xinglu Qiming and hoped that George could organize the entire Xinglu Qiming. He might be able to help George run and promote it. Tang Shui bluntly said that Sound and Rhythm Primer is very suitable for young students to learn. It is simple and easy to understand, but the rhythm of ancient poetry involved in it is very professional, very suitable as a teaching material. George thought about it and felt that Tang Shui's judgment was correct because the Sound and Rhythm Primer in the previous life seemed to have been used as a teaching material. During the communication, George also learned about Tang Shui's wish or life goal, which is to promote traditional culture and let ancient poetry revive in modern soil. Tang Shui was a true scholar. George has always respected this kind of scholars, and he was the ultimate beneficiary of Tang Shui's operation and promotion of sound and rhythm enlightenment. So George nodded and agreed. However, he currently has Grave Robbers Chronicles and Harry Potter in his hands, and he doesn't have much free time, so he can only ask Tang Shui to wait. Tang Shui was very straightforward. After all, we have waited for so many years, so why not wait a few more days? On July 9th, the kindergarten transition class to primary school started, and Angela, who had been a little devil in Hanshi for a few days, was escorted to school by George. It had been a long time since she went to school, or it had been a long time since she had been separated from George. Angela cried in front of the school gate that day. Hold on to George's legs and don't let go. George felt a little funny and a little distressed when watching this. George, even more upset, was that when school started that day, everyone was having fun at the school gate, but then Angela shouted. Now the whole school has exploded. One child after another started crying loudly. As if it was contagious, one child cried, then 2 others followed suit, and then everyone started crying. George with resentment. If George hadn't been so handsome, he would have been killed countless times by the kindergarten teacher. George looked embarrassed and quickly handed Angela to Teacher Lee. Then he made up his mind and escaped from the kindergarten. After coming back, George first sent the 30,000-word Grave Robbers Chronicles he had written in the past 2 days to Wang Lei, and then went to Hanshi Music. Continue to guide Song Hwaying in singing practice. After more than 2 days of guidance, Song Hwaying has almost mastered the song, and his processing of the techniques and emotions has become much more delicate. Completely different from 2 days ago. In the words of the recording teacher, he is no less than George. Song Hwaying's confidence, which had been hit before, gradually recovered, and his eyes became brighter and brighter, just waiting for the Peak Singer to start airing to avenge the previous shame. Tomorrow night is the show's start time. As the semifinals of the Peak Singer are getting closer, the publicity and promotion of the program have been overwhelming and covered the entire network. Even the previous scandal between Song Xiu and Tianyu was suppressed. Top Singer is the only phenomenal variety show this year and the current platform of Dragon TV. It can be said that the promotion efforts of the whole station are put in. Dragon TV wants to break the record of domestic variety shows in one fell swoop and create an unprecedented record. At the same time, he wants to firmly secure his position as the top provincial TV station. Regarding the top spot for TV stations, Hunan TV and Dragon TV have been competing with each other over the years. This year, Hunan Provincial TV has declined, and Dragon TV has become the most popular TV station thanks to Top Singer. Now that half a year has passed, I thought Hunan Provincial TV would not be able to make any waves anymore. Unexpectedly, this month, the Hunan Provincial TV stations Where Are We Going, Dad? Parent-child reality show came out of nowhere and broke the record for reality shows as soon as it was broadcast. The popularity across the entire network is even showing signs of catching up with The Peak Singer. You should know that Where Are We Going, Dad? Has only aired one episode, while The Peak Singer has already aired 4 episodes. If the current development trend continues, it won't be long before Where Are We Going, Dad? Catches up with the popularity of The Peak Singer. Dragon TV was naturally anxious. Especially, we still don't know how many episodes of Where Are We Going, Dad? We'll have, and there are only 3 episodes left of The Peak Singer. Therefore, before the end of the program, Dragon TV must firmly secure its position as the leader and keep Hunan TV firmly under its control. And it has to reach a height that Hunan satellite TV simply cannot catch up with. Therefore, Dragon TV has really invested a lot of money this time and has mobilized all the resources it can mobilize to carry out publicity and promotion. This made the 5th episode of The Peak Singer a hit on the entire internet before it even aired. The whole internet is discussing the singer's related content. Especially the contestants in the 5th episode and the songs they will sing have become a hot topic of discussion across the entire network. Among them, Song Hwaying is the best. The fact that Song Hwaying is facing elimination as a top-tier singer is itself very topical and caused a lot of heated discussion as early as the end of the last episode. Now with the 5th episode about to be aired, related topics have become a hot topic. Everyone knows that Song Hwaying and the Hanshi company behind her will never give up easily and will never let Song Hwaying fail easily. In this episode, Song Hwaying will definitely try his best, even if it means risking everything. What's more, Hansher's crazy singing appointments some time ago caused a lot of controversy. Everyone was paying attention to it, and they all knew that Hansher was anxious. So when the program team announced Song Hwaying's singing selection information, many netizens looked at it at the first time. Everyone wants to see what Song Hwaying is going to sing in this episode and what killer trick Hanshi has prepared for her. However, when all the netizens saw the information about the song that Song Hwaying had chosen to sing, they all widened their eyes in surprise. The information about the song read: Song Fleeting Years. Lyricist, George. Composer, George. Singer, Song Hwaying. Chapter 62 Children's Song Musicians. George. This is the question that pops up in everyone's mind after seeing this song information. As a life and death battle between a top-tier singer, too many netizens paid attention to it. Many netizens speculated that Song Hwaying must have prepared some killer moves and was ready for a final fight. The crazy singing competition organized by Hanshi Company before also confirmed everyone's speculation. Therefore, many people guessed that Song Hwaying must have spent a lot of money or resources on this song, and he hired top musicians to produce it. Maybe this way you won't be eliminated. There are speculations online about who the top musician Hanshi finally found was. Some said it was Chi Shu, the composer with whom Song Hwaying had previously collaborated. Some people also say that Hanshi has found another great composer, Mr. Su, who is known as the Golden Songmaker. Some people also speculated that Hanshi might have invited teacher Shun Yinqing. Everyone in the industry is aware of the relationship between Hanshi's President Qin Man and Shun Yinqing. This is no secret. When Hanshi was first established, Mr. Shun wrote many songs for Hanshi. Later, with the rise of Hanshi and the retirement of Mr. Shun, he gradually faded out of the public eye. During this Hanshi crisis, many people thought of this old man again, and this speculation has been recognized by many people. After all, the competition in The Peak Singer is too great nowadays. The 7 permanent guests are all big names in the industry, and the lowest of them are also popular first-line singers. Moreover, the 2 guest singers in this episode are both top tier, and their stage experience and singing skills are not inferior to Song Hwaying. The probability of Song Hwaying being eliminated is too high. Moreover, the first 4 episodes have proved that Song Hwaying has no shortage of good songs. But good songs cannot save Song Hwaying. If we want Song Hwaying to keep his place in the next round and not be eliminated, good songs are far from enough. Now only those classics can save Song Hwaying. So everyone guessed that Hansher had asked Mr. Shun for help. Or maybe they have hired other top musicians at a huge expense to create a classic song for Song Hwaying, so that Song Hwaying will have a chance to advance to the semifinals. Otherwise, Song Hwaying would most likely be eliminated. But no one expected that the Song Huaying finally prepared was not composed by any of the musicians they had guessed. It's a name I've never heard of. Wrong. They seem to have heard of this name. Some netizens suddenly realized that although they had never heard the name George in the music industry, they had seen it in other places. The reality show, Where Are We Going, Dad? Many people have realized that the recent popularity of the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? Has the potential to compete with the Peak Singer. And the most popular guest in this reality show is George. Thanks to Song Shio's fans, Tianyu Entertainment Company, and the literary world, the name George has become very popular on the internet these days. Even if you haven't watched this show, you've heard of the name. With George, a guest on the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? But after finishing, many people were a little hesitant. Although they have the same name, one is a guest on a reality show and is said to be an amateur, while the other is a songwriter for a top-tier singer. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't match, right? So many people said, it can't be the same person, right? Where are we going, Dad? It's a reality show, not a music variety show. How could it be just one person? I heard that George debuted as an amateur. How could he be related to Hanshi? This is Song Huaying's last hope. I heard that Hanshi Company has invested a lot of money. How could they possibly hire an amateur to sing? It's outrageous just to think about it. Have any problem with George, but the two shows have absolutely nothing in common. One is to take the children out for fun. The other is a professional competition. Can they be combined? I can't think of it together at all. And just as countless netizens have said, this program is related to Song Huaying's life and death. If he loses this episode, Song Huaying will be eliminated. At that time, it will have a great impact on Song Huaying and even the entire Hanshi. Hanshi has both money and connections. So how could it possibly find an amateur from outside the industry to sing for it? That's bullshit. However, when the topic was hotly discussed online, someone suddenly said, actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. George in the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? Has very clear information. He graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, which is one of the best music conservatories in China. So George is not an amateur, he's a professional. And the most crucial point is that George's university teacher is Mr. Shun Yinqing. When George was caught up in a public opinion storm, Mr. Shin spoke up for George. This shows that the relationship between the two is unusual. And Hanshi's President Qin Man is Mr. Shun's granddaughter. It is possible that the two know each other. Rumor has it that Hanshi was behind the incident that happened to Tianyu Media a few days ago. So, the two George are most likely the same person. There are a lot of smart people on the internet, and many of them have noticed some details. After analyzing it this way, it is really possible. And the songs George wrote are really nice. Someone added this online, but as soon as this sentence was finished, many people asked in confusion, Song? What song? How come I've never heard a song written by George? Is it my 2G network? Why have I never heard of George's songs? After the popularity of the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? And the twists and turns in public opinion, George and Angela also have a lot of fans. Seeing that the topic of Song Huaying singing was becoming more and more popular and involving George, many of George's fans clicked in. Seeing the netizens' questions, some fans directly forwarded 2 links. It is the link to listen to songs from Hwala Music. One is Angela's Lullaby, Flying Insects. The other one is Explosion of Courage. On the last day of the show, Linda told George about the popularity of lullaby songs on the internet. George didn't expect this, but now that it has become so popular, George will naturally not allow netizens to spread it and profit from it. So we commissioned Hanshi Company to contact the uploader, and Hwala Music transferred the copyright of the 2 songs to George and re-uploaded the pure enjoyment version. Now, relying on the boiling public opinion and sufficient quality, these 2 songs have rushed to the hot song list of the Chinese music platform. The Bug is Flying ranks first. Outburst of Courage ranks second. It was an amazing achievement and even caused quite a stir in the music industry, but it was suppressed by Song Shio's negative news. Many people have heard these 2 songs. So after seeing the link forwarded by George's fans, they all realized. This was written by George. Everyone was a little surprised, but more than that they were stunned and dazed, because although these 2 songs were popular, they were both children's songs. So Hanshi paid a lot of money to hire a children's song musician this time. Chapter 63, Good to Participate. The day before the start of the Peak Singer, Han Shi and Song Huaying became famous. In the top domestic music competition, the Peak Singer, Song Huaying is at the critical moment of life and death and is about to be eliminated. Hanshi found a children's song musician for song Hwaiying. And soon, more accurate information came out that someone had photographed George at the Hanshi company. Everyone who has watched the show knows how handsome George is. Even in a company like Hanshi that is full of handsome men and beautiful women, he stands out from the crowd. You can recognize it at a glance. So someone took a photo of George entering Hanshi. There was another person in the photo who was the current president of Hanshi Music, Chi-man. The two people in the photo, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, were pleasing to the eye. They walked into the company chatting and laughing. Once the photos come out, it can be confirmed completely. The author of the song that Song Hwaiying is going to sing is the guest on the show. Where are we going, Dad? George. As soon as the news came out, the whole internet was boiling. The whole internet is discussing why Han Shi and Song Hwaiying asked George to sing a song for them. Because George is handsome? Or is it because George is so popular? Or is it because George and Chi-man have a good relationship? It can't be because the songs George wrote are so good. George are indeed okay, but the competition that Song Hwaiying participated in is the most professional top-level competition in the country. The participating guests are also the top singers in the country. The songs sung are written by top musicians. In such a top-notch competition with extremely cruel fighting and extremely high professional requirements, George, who writes children's songs, suddenly broke in. It doesn't fit in no matter how you look at it. No matter how well a nursery rhyme is written, it can never be compared with pop music. Compared with pop music, nursery rhymes are too simple and too childish. Just look at these two nursery rhymes written by George, and you will know that the composition and melody are extremely simple, without any technical skills involved, and anyone can hum them. As for the lyrics, it's just at the primary or secondary school level. Children's songs and pop music are completely not on the same level. No matter how well a children's song is written, it can never be compared with pop music. The gap is too big. So after confirming that Song Hwaiying song was written by George, many people were extremely shocked. Many people even thought that Han Shi was ready to give up struggling. What else would you use to compete? Really use George's nursery rhymes? There are a few people on the internet speculating that George is good at writing children's songs, and maybe he's also good at writing pop music, but then he was criticized. George was good at writing pop music, and with the help of Mr. Shun Yinxing and Hanshi's connections, how could he still be unknown after so many years of graduation? George graduated, but no one has heard of George's name. This can only mean that there is something wrong with George's level. Anyway, the whole network is pessimistic. No one understood Hanshi's operation this time. Most people thought Hanshi was crazy. Break the jar and throw it away. Or they just want to take advantage of the opportunity to hype it up. There was a lot of discussion in the industry, and many people were even asking around. There were many people who wanted to make fun of Han Shi and Song Hwaiying. EMI Records. Olivia looked at the discussion in the industry group with a cold expression. She was in a very bad mood during this period because Liu Yao, whom she had high hopes for, never made it into the top 3 of the Chinese music hot songs chart. Thinking of this, Olivia's expression became even colder, and there was even a flash of hatred in her eyes. After Liu Yao released her album, she competed with Su Qing of Tianyu Entertainment for it and invested a lot of resources in it. The next day, Su Qing's title song ranked 4th. Liu Yao's title song ranked 5th. The situation is not bad, and the album has only been released for 2 days, so there is still time to catch up and even make it to the top 3 of the hot song list. As long as it makes it into the top 3, it will prove that the album is of good quality and Liu Yao will have a chance to become a top star. But unexpectedly, starting from the 3rd day, the company invested more resources, but Liu Yao's title song not only did not move forward, but was squeezed out of the top 5. An inexplicable song reached the top of the charts at an astonishing speed. Liu Yao, who was originally ranked 5th, was directly pushed to 6th place. And that song was the first song George sang to lull him to sleep. The bugs are flying. It doesn't end here. Olivia got angry that day and scolded her employees, then continued to have the company invest resources in an attempt to get back into the top 5. But it never succeeded. It was not until Tianyu Entertainment had an incident and all kinds of negative news about Su Qing were exposed that Su Qing's title song fell out of the top 5. Only then did Liu Yao, who ranked 6th, enter the top 5. Olivia was unwilling. She reluctantly accepted it. Top 5 is fine. At least this ranking is not too bad. And with the incident at Tianyu this time, Su Qing may have a hard time making a comeback, and Liu Yao no longer has any competitors. If the company continues to operate, there will still be a chance for Liu Yao to become a top star. As a result, Olivia had just finished comforting herself and hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard her subordinates report that Liu Yao's ranking had fallen out of the top 5 again. Olivia looked and saw that another inexplicable song had made it into the top 5. To squeeze Liu Yao out. The name of this song is Explosion of Courage. The lyricist and composer is George, and the singer is Angela. When Olivia saw this message, she felt a buzzing in her head and her face turned blue. If there hadn't been employees present at the time, Olivia might have lost control of her emotions and smashed the computer. Olivia was extremely angry at that time. George again. Is George really going against her? Tianyu and Wontan were dealing with George. Why didn't they kill him? Even after so many days, Olivia still hasn't recovered from the shock. She loses control of her emotions whenever she thinks of George. Not to mention that George's 2 songs are now ranking first and second on the charts, firmly dominating EMI. Olivia can't sleep well now. I even have some insomnia. Then until today, I saw George and Hanshi working together, and Song Hwaing's singing competition was suspected to be composed by George. Olivia is very clear about the professionalism of Top Singer. When Top Singer was inviting people from the industry, EMI was not even qualified to participate. Even if I participate, I'm afraid I'll be eliminated in the first round. Olivia saw that Song Hwaing's entry song was written by George. Her first reaction was, is Hansher crazy? Otherwise, why would I look for George? The second reaction was, it would be good to participate, but it would be best if I failed miserably. If George's reputation was ruined, and he could no longer survive in this circle. Olivia sneered when she saw people online saying that George was good at writing children's songs and maybe pop music as well. If someone said George was good at housework, she would not comment, but if someone said George was good at writing songs, she has been married to George for so many years, but she has never seen George write a song. Those 2 nursery rhymes were just luck. Do you really think you are very talented? Nothing but a waste. A sinister look flashed across Olivia's eyes. I hope you will be disgraced this time and disappear completely from her sight. Chapter 64, There is no point. Although the music scene is buzzing, it has not yet spread to the literary world. At this time, in Jiuzhou Publishing House, Wang Lei arrived at the company early in the morning and started to get busy. In addition to the upcoming publication of Harry Potter, he also had a lot of other things on hand. George's incident a few days ago, the open and secret struggles between several other publishing houses in Jiuzhou have been exposed. In the past few days, several other publishing houses still have not given up. And because the competition has been exposed, they have taken action without caring about their reputation. Several other publishers are aware of the potential of Harry Potter, so now they have made up their minds. Since they can't handle this book, then they will completely destroy Jiuzhou Publishing House before Harry Potter is published. If Jiuzhou fails, the publication of Harry Potter will be of no use. Moreover, if Jiuzhou is destroyed by then, they may also be able to get a share of the copyright of Harry Potter. So several other publishing houses are coming in with great force. I swear to kill Jiuzhou within these 3 months. In recent days, the market share of Jiuzhou Publishing House has begun to be squeezed out by several other publishing houses. Even the sales channels and distributors have been lured away by several other publishing houses at high prices. For example, Joyo, an online merchant that has been cooperating with them, has shown a trend of stopping purchasing goods. I heard that several other publishing houses are already in contact with Joyo. Joyo is one of the larger online retailers today. He is also an important bookseller for Jiuzhou Publishing House. If he is won over by other publishing houses, it will be tantamount to cutting off Jiuzhou's left and right arms. In addition, more physical bookstores are being attracted. In addition, many authors were also lured over with huge sums of money. If this situation continues to develop, I am afraid that in 3 months, Jiuzhou may really be suppressed by several other publishing houses, even strangled. The entire Jiuzhou Publishing House was much busier and quieter than usual, and it looked like a storm was about to come. Right now, almost everyone in the publishing house is very busy, either competing with other publishing houses to sign authors or exploring new sales channels. Wang Lei was busy all morning and didn't take a break until noon. As the editor-in-chief of publishing, Wang Lei now has a heavy task. Many of Jiuzhou's authors have been poached by other publishing houses for large sums of money. Now in need of authors. Without authors, there is no content, and without content, there is nothing to publish. By that time, Juzhou will have been enduring the ups and downs outside, but its interior has already been hollowed out, and it will still be doomed in the end. Literary world. Content always comes first, but it's not easy to find good authors. Literature is something that requires too much talent, and ordinary people simply can't master it. Sometimes it takes their editorial department 1 or 2 months to sign a good author. However, it is difficult to sign a few mature commercial authors who have brilliant writing skills, great spirituality, and stable performance in a year. This is because they rely on online platforms. Some publishing houses or magazines, which rely on traditional submissions, are almost going bankrupt. So now Wang Lei is very troubled. Rubbing his sore temples, Wang Lei let out a long sigh. There were still 10 minutes left before lunchtime. Wang Lei thought for a moment and picked up his mobile phone to check. He felt dizzy just looking at the computer. There were many people looking for him on the phone, and Wang Lei replied to them one by one. Halfway through replying, he saw a message from George. The message was simple, with no text, just a file. The file name reads Grave Robbers Chronicles. Saw the folder George sent him. He was stunned for a moment. It took him a few seconds to realize. Is this the new book George mentioned? After George told him about the new book, he got busy and forgot about it. The main reason was that he didn't expect George to really have a new book and to finish it so quickly. Now that it has been sent, he has to take a look. Jojo is in a turbulent time right now, and George, the author, cannot afford to make any mistakes. If his work is okay, he will discuss it with the magazine department and let them publish it. George tactfully. What a headache. After thinking for a while, Wang Lei casually opened the file George sent him. The first line of the article is a small title, Blood Corpse. When he saw these two words, Wang Lei frowned. Then he quickly glanced down and saw some words such as tomb robber, Luoyang shovel, underground, appearing in the text. Wang Lei was stunned, exited the file, looked at the file name again, and then Wang Lei murmured with a look of doubt. Grave Robbers Notes. Written about grave robbers. Is this a supernatural novel? Wang Lei looked very surprised. He thought the new book George gave him should be a Western magic story similar to Harry Potter. After all, George showed a strong Western worldview and knowledge reserves in Harry Potter, so writing Western novels should be easier for him. Unexpectedly, the new book George sent him was actually a Chinese story, and it was a supernatural novel. Thinking of this, Wang Lei frowned even more, looking a little disappointed. The little curiosity that was left in his eyes disappeared. Because supernatural novels in China are very unpopular now, even several times less popular than science fiction novels, which are already considered unpopular. As far as Wang Lei knows, science fiction novels at least have the Science Fiction World magazine supporting them, although it is about to close. However, there is no specialized publishing house in the country that deals with supernatural novels. It is easy to stumble upon a landmine if you are not careful. And the key is that not many people read them. Supernatural stories can only be read as filler material at the end of a magazine page or in the cracks of a magazine. Fill out the page. There's no point. That's why Wang Lei was so disappointed. Sighing, Wang Lei had already started thinking about how to politely reject George, but he did not leave directly, but continued to look around. He had to confirm whether it was a supernatural novel. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if there was a twist. However, after Wang Lei continued to look for a few more times, his eyes gradually became more focused, especially after he heard the cluck, cluck, cluck sounds of toads coming from the tunnel below. Wang Lei's eyes narrowed and his whole body tensed up. Then he saw San Yazi pulling the rope, but failing to pull the person inside up. Instead, it seemed like something was wrestling with him. What? Walls could be inside the tomb. Could anything happen to his father, second brother, and great-grandfather? A series of thoughts flashed through Wang Lei's mind quickly. Wang Lei's eyes were completely immersed in the story without him realizing it, and he sat up straighter. When Wang Lei saw San Yazi confronting the blood-red thing, his whole body was covered with goosebumps. Especially at the end of the first chapter, when San Yazi saw a huge, lifeless monster face looking at him. Wang Lei felt a chill all over his body. What the hell is this? Wang Lei's heart skipped a beat, but he was more curious and couldn't wait to look down.